Morning. Okay. All right. Calling Civil Action 20-5640 Epic Games Inc. versus Apple Inc. and counsel. Please state your appearances. The mics on the table are on.
Good morning, Your Honor. Catherine Forrest for Epic.
Good morning.
And good morning, Gary Bornstein for Epic.
Mr. Bornstein, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jonathan Evans for Epic.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Grant for Epic.
Okay, this is a new face. Welcome to the courtroom, Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jim New for Epic.
Good morning, Ms. New. Mr. New.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Cassia for Epic.
Good morning, Ms. Cassia. Mr. Sweeney, good morning. And Mr. Rudd, good morning, sir. Okay, and on the Apple side.
Good morning, Your Honor. Richard Doran for Apple, and we're joined today again by Heather Grenier, Head of Commercial Litigation, and Jen Brown, in-house counsel at Apple.
Okay, good morning. And I'm sorry, Ms. Brown, your first name again? Jen Brown. Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dan Swanson for Apple.
Good morning, Mr. Swanson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Julian Kleinbelt for Apple.
Good morning. Yes, got it. And then we have Mr. Eltist. Yes, got it. Good morning. I see in the back Ms. Lawyer. And good morning. And I see Ms. Richmond. Good morning. In the gallery then, it's Friday, so we have Mr. Siegel from the plaintiffs in class action. Good morning, sir. And then in the pool reporters, we have Paris Day from Reuters. Is that right? Correct. Good morning. And Michael Acton from Hemlis. Good morning. Okay. As always, let's go ahead and start. Ms. Forrest, anything to discuss on your to-do list? Hold on, let me get all the mics here. Okay, both the podium mics are on.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Doran and I have conferred on a couple of these, though we have some positions that are respective to our clients. First, we wanted to re-raise the issue of closing statements because we've got Friday and the weekend would be an appropriate time for us to prepare if we are going to do such a thing. And we would like to hold aside from our time 1 hour to do that, and to do that immediately at the close of the evidence. We would be prepared to proceed. So whenever that happens, we would be prepared immediately to have a closing. We think it would be very helpful to put the evidence against the law and to lay it all out.
How is that any different from anything? I mean, you all have submitted so much information, and I did review your findings of fact and conclusions of law, at least one of the versions, and you believe that you have proven your case. I mean, there's very little in there that is struck out, so to speak. So nothing's really changed. I've heard it, I heard your opening, I've read your briefing, I've read the hundreds of pages. So perhaps for the public, you want to do this. I just don't know how it's going to be any different.
All right. And so if I may, Your Honor, it's almost because of the volume of material that we have and that Your Honor has had to grapple with. It's a very complicated case, as Your Honor had suggested the other day. Some of the case law in terms of how to prove market definition are things that could stand to be laid out. We think that a 1 hour concise recitation of some highlighted points, particularly some of those that have come up during the trial and received particular focus, would be of great use. We are not asking for any additional time. We would take it out of the time that we have allotted, but we do think it would help to focus on some particular points.
All right, let me hear from Mr. Dorn, and then I have some other thoughts. I've been thinking about this over the last few days. Go ahead, Mr. Dorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. As we understand the court's past practice, or the usual practice, we would submit the findings of fact, provide any post-trial briefing that the court requests, and if the court thinks after that a closing would be helpful, then we could appear before the court and provide what closings on the topics this court wishes to address further. But we think there's no reason to depart from that process on this particular case, and we agree with the court that you have many summary documents in front of you, and we'll have more before we're through.
So here are my other thoughts. What would be most helpful, and what I think you were probably not interested in doing, Ms. Forrest, is that what I do in my patent cases from Markman's. Do any of you lawyers practice patent law? Okay. So what I do in my Markman's is for every term that the lawyers are disputing, we have both lawyers are up here, and we go back and forth. So it's more like a debate than it is, and people now know. They do not prepare decks, or if they do prepare decks, and they give me the decks, and we never really kind of get through them. Because I take each issue, and each side gets to go back and forth, and they answer my questions, and they respond to each other. So here's the problem in this case. You're experts upon which much of antitrust law is based, right? They talk past each other frequently. They have very different views of what the market definition is. They make assumptions that they sometimes respond to and other times do not. So it's until I have a chance to go back and really assemble and reassemble and look at all this evidence, another single presentation doesn't really help me. Now, if the two of you are willing to stand up there and go through each of these elements and debate them out, that I would find helpful, just like I find that kind of approach helpful with my Markman's.
We would be prepared to do that, Your Honor. If Your Honor would like to give us we can go through all of the elements that have to be proven and do it as a counterpoint, or to do particular ones that Your Honor might find helpful, and sort of not necessarily all of them, but some of them. We'd be fully amenable to that kind of approach.
Certainly fine with us, Your Honor. Just a matter of timing and when it would be most convenient for the court.
Okay. Well, I would find that to be helpful. What I would suggest that we do is, it doesn't seem to me that anybody really disputes the approach, the legal approach that I took with respect to the preliminary injunction order, right? Just in terms of the framework.
In terms of the framework, Your Honor? No.
True, Your Honor. Correct.
So if we took, just so that you each, again, have a shared framework, we could go back to that framework, the legal framework, and work through it in that way, unless you want to, you can all meet and confer. I mean, the elements are the elements. The considerations are the considerations. And I thought, certainly when I was thinking about it in terms of that order, I tried to outline the issues, and I couldn't get from you a shared view when I asked you to outline the elements. Some of the things you agreed on, some of them you didn't. But if you cannot agree, that is what I would use myself in having you go through it. And then again, just like I do in my patent cases, you obviously know what the issues are, and so if you have your hot seat operators able to move quickly to PowerPoints, we can switch back and forth. That's fine. We can use the Elmo. We can put things right on the Elmo. That kind of approach at the end I would find helpful, because that's what I need to do. There's a lot of evidence, and as I started going back through that, the Ninth Circuit's case in Qualcomm teaches that these are intensely factual issues. One of the reasons that I have allowed you to have so much evidence in the record is because these are important cases. And it is those factual issues that are going to drive my decision and to drive any decision of any appellate court. Without the factual evidence in the record, you can't do that. And, go ahead, Ms. Post.
One thing, Your Honor, in terms of the preliminary injunction, and I think we are all aware of it, that was not on the entirety of the case. It was on the limited issues that were before the court at that time, and obviously it's
Sure.
additional claims and evidence here.
And I don't think anyone has to obviously spend time on the contract claims that are still out there because of the stipulation, so we don't need to deal with that. But certainly, like I said, if you're willing, that's an approach I'd be willing to do. You could, if you all want to agree on a one-page outline of the various elements, we could look at that. You could look at it, and that way we're all on the same page for purposes of preparation.
I think that would make sense, so that we are at least doing the point-counterpoint, meeting each other. Whatever our perspectives are, they are, but we can at least have an agenda, if you will, of items.
That would work for me.
And, Your Honor, in terms of timing, this would be immediately after trial, or would this be after closing briefing?
If we do this, and frankly, wasn't clear to me that you would agree to this approach, then I'm happy to do it after close of evidence, because then that'll help me go back and structure my thinking in terms of reviewing the considerable amount of evidence that's out there. And it's where I would have started. So having your perspectives in that way would be great.
And, Your Honor, thank you for this. And obviously we'll need to confer with our client, but we appreciate you laying out a framework that would be helpful to the court.
So you don't agree yet?
I don't have client authority yet, Your Honor. As I said, I came to the podium here with the understanding of the court's normal procedure, which we supported. This proposal sounds very constructive, but I need a chance to confer with my client.
Okay. He's here, and they're here.
Yeah, it won't take long.
And Your Honor, what we would propose is that we will meet and confer over the weekend, so that by Monday morning we can present an agenda to the court. That way, if the court has additional items that are not on the agenda that the court would find helpful, we'll know that early in the week. I think that there is a likelihood that the evidence, indeed a strong likelihood that the evidence will close next week. And so this would be potentially something that would be a next week event.
And, Your Honor, two comments. First of all, I now have authority to agree. So we have. You do. And secondly, as to timing, simply since we will be putting our case on next week, we would ask that rather than follow the close of evidence on Friday.
I think I have Monday the 24th. I thought that it might bleed over, so I tried to make sure that worked with court operations, and that would give you the weekend to assess. So Monday the 24th is fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That obviously works for us as well, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay.
One other a short thing. We've conferred. Today we would expect, depending upon how long the witnesses go, that our primary witnesses will be completed. We do have some, we've listed some of the Apple witnesses in our case in order to be able to utilize some documents and testimony as part of our case. So our actual sort of closing of our case would be subject to that. We will be ready to submit our final, it's only a 1-hour binder of deposition designations, but Mr. Doran and I have conferred that everybody had, sort of a huge amount. My arms are stretched sort of as broad as my wingspan is. We now have a very small amount. The counter designations should be also have an opportunity to have a scalpel to them. So we'd be prepared, rather than submitting it today at what would be the natural sort of close of our last witness, we would be prepared to submit it Monday morning after Apple has had an opportunity to take their scalpel to their counters, if that's acceptable to the court.
We have agreed on that,
All right, that's fine.
And similarly, Your Honor, as discussed previously with the court, Monday morning would be when, with some luck, we move in the expert written directs with issues resolved.
Okay.
And the last item, sorry, Your Honor, is
no problem. Go ahead.
On Spotify. We learned this morning as we came into court that there's a motion for reconsideration that's been filed, so we will respond to that in due course. However, Mr. Evan is here and is prepared to hand up a document that was asked for yesterday. We could hand that up now, Your Honor.
Okay, I thought I had found it right afterwards. I thought we had sent an email to you. If not, go ahead, Mr. Evans. I think I know which one it is. There was a motion on it.
And I should say it's a motion to strike, I think, is what the way the Spotify motion is cast. We'll respond to it in due course, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think that's all I had.
Okay. Mr. Dorn.
Nothing further here, Your Honor.
Okay. Then I believe it's the next witness.
Your Honor, Gary Bornstein. Epic calls Dr. David Evans.
Now, Dr. Evans, I can't recall if I excused you or not, so I'm going to have Ms. Stone re-swear you in.
Now I'm trying. The truth, the whole truth, and that's
My name is David S. Evans, E-V-A-N-S.
Okay, welcome back. Good morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Evans, welcome back. Thank you, Mr. Bornstein. Did you prepare a written rebuttal testimony for the court in this matter? Yes, I did. And who wrote that testimony? I did. Does the testimony accurately reflect some of the opinions that you have regarding the opinions of Apple's economists? Yes, it does. And, Your Honor, we'll deal with moving it in pursuant to the procedures we've discussed. Dr. Evans, do you recall on Tuesday Mr. Swanson asked you some questions about whether you had spoken to any antitrust authorities on matters relating to Apple? I did. Do you remember that topic came up at your deposition as well? I did. Have you had the chance to review your deposition since Tuesday? Yes, I have. And has it refreshed your recollection about your testimony? It has. What did you actually testify at deposition about whether you had worked on other competition matters relating to Apple? I told Mr. Swanson that there was one other matter I'd worked on, antitrust matter with respect to Apple that occurred in 2015 and 2016, and that it was under a confidentiality agreement. And what did you actually testify about whether you had met with antitrust authorities regarding that matter? I indicated that I could not answer that question because it was confidential. Thank you. Did you listen to or read the Apple economist testimony that has come in over the course of this past week since you testified?
Yes, I have. I listened to Professor Schmallenzer, Professor LaFontaine, most of Professor Hitt, and then I read the remainder of Professor Hitt's testimony.
Did you either hear or listen to, and do you remember Dr. Hitt's testimony regarding what he characterized as growth in output, in app developer revenue, and app store transactions?
Yes, I do remember that.
Do you agree with Dr. Hitt that there has been such growth?
Absolutely. There's been tremendous growth in the smartphone business over the last 10, 12 years, and there's been incredible growth for Apple over the last 10, 12 years.
Does the fact of that growth cause you to doubt or change your opinions regarding the anti-competitive effects of Apple's conduct here?
Not at all. It's, of course, useful background to know what's been happening in the business, but in terms of it being relevant for assessing a conduct here, it is not relevant for that because it doesn't allow one to compare the but-for world without the conduct to the actual world with the conduct, and therefore doesn't permit an antitrust economist to make any kind of causal inference as to whether the conduct has interfered with competition.
And aside from the general principles that you just described, is there anything particular to a technology industry like this one that makes that principle important?
Yes, well, we've known for at least the last 40 years that these high technology industries grow extraordinarily rapidly, and we also know that oftentimes a dominant firm emerges very quickly. So it's commonplace for there just to be tremendous growth in the business.
What would be the consequence of accepting the notion that you can just look at growth by itself in order to assess anti-competitive effects?
Well, if that were truly credited, that would be essentially a free pass for high-tech companies because they almost all, have the same kind of pattern of extraordinary growth.
Do you recall Dr. Hitt's criticism of your testimony that Apple had attained market power in the smartphone OS market around 2010?
I do.
And do you recall that one of the criticisms he leveled was that there was not an obvious change in the trajectory of growth in or around 2010?
I do remember that.
What's your reaction to that testimony?
Well, that's not really a very sensible way of thinking about market power in this context. I mean, first of all, market power is a matter of degree. It's not like a switch goes off one day and you have it or you don't, and you change your business behavior in general. There may be exceptions to that, but that's not generally how it works. So that's point number one. But the other point, which is very important for this kind of a business, is in a rapidly growing industry where everything is expanding, it's not really possible to look at those kinds of time series of growth and refer any connection to that growth and changes in market power. It's just not an exercise that statistically one could really do.
Could you see the slides that Dr. Hitt used to illustrate his testimony?
I did.
Let's take a look at one of those slides, please, Mr. Rudd. Slide 25. For the record, a slide from Dr. Hitt's demonstrative, which is titled iOS Fortnite User Accounts. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And this was one of a number of slides that Dr. Hitt used to illustrate testimony he gave regarding his analysis of the Fortnite user data. Is that correct?
That's correct.
First of all, what population of users do you understand Professor Hitt's slide here to be addressing?
We object to this. This is undisclosed in the reports, the written direct.
Your Honor, this is a direct response to Professor Hitt's testimony, and there is discussion there was extensive discussion of this at the testimony on, I guess it was yesterday or the day before.
This is a rebuttal. If you want to bring this Professor Hitt back, you can.
I'll just ask the question again in case you don't have it in mind. Can you tell us, Dr. Evans, what population of Fortnite users you understand this slide to cover?
Yes, there are two aspects to that. The title says iOS Fortnite user accounts, and just to be clear on what that means, it's anyone who has touched iOS. So that can range from someone who logged into iOS, who used the iOS Fortnite app for 5 minutes, all the way up to someone who uses the iOS Fortnite app all the time. So it's that full range of interactions with the iOS Fortnite app. So that's one dimension. And then the second dimension is time period. This slide covers March 2018 to July 2020, so it's about a 29-month period.
And the right half of the slide, Dr. Hitt indicates that 35.9%.
But that period is the entirety of the period of Fortnite users on iOS, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, but I would object. This slide wasn't used yesterday with Dr. Hitt.
This was part of Dr. Hitt's rebuttal report, Your Honor, to which Dr. Evans is responding.
Are the numbers accurate, and is it part of his testimony?
Well, the slide was not used.
Okay. Well, the record.
The reason for that.
Is the information in his report?
Yeah,
Right.
I'm
Okay.
just trying to get the record straight on whether it was used or not.
I appreciate that, because now I won't go back and look for slide 25. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Evans, the right half of the slide refers to 35.9% of the population you described as being multi-platform users. Do you see that?
I do.
And what do you take from that particular statistic?
Well, I would also report the complement to that. So that says that 64.1% of the iOS Fortnite user accounts were single homing on the iOS Fortnite app. So in other words, over that 29-month period, 64.1% only used the iOS Fortnite app.
And what's the relevance of that statistic to your assessment of Apple's conduct here?
Well, it's an ingredient in that assessment. But what it says is that there's a large group of individuals who are only using, think of it as only using their iPhones to play Fortnite. It could also be an iPad, but think of it as only using their iPhone to play Fortnite. That tells me, first of all, that there's a large group of individuals who really just like using the smartphone to play Fortnite. The other thing it tells me is that they I can't say this with 100% certainty, but if they're playing Fortnite and they're only using their iOS device to do that, they probably don't have a game console because otherwise you would play Fortnite on a game console.
Let's turn to slide 28 of Dr. Hitt's presentation.
Was this used?
The concepts here, Your Honor, were discussed at page 2142, beginning at that page of the transcript.
Okay.
Dr. Evans, do you see at the bottom of the slide there's a statistic that says 81 to 88% of Fortnite spending by iOS users was retained?
Yes, I do.
What do you understand from Dr. Hitt's written and oral testimony in this matter this retention rate is intended to reflect?
Well, the calculation is the amount of spending that Epic had with the Fortnite app for this group of users after Fortnite was removed from the App Store, divided by an estimate that Professor Hitt has prepared of how much spending would have occurred in the absence of that removal. So it's in effect how much total revenue of that expected amount Epic ended up keeping.
And do you understand Dr. Hitt to be talking about revenue from all Fortnite users or some subset of Fortnite users?
It's the subset of Fortnite users who fit into that category that I just described. It's individuals who, at some point in time, had, in effect, touched the iOS Fortnite app, okay, in some way.
And do you consider this retention rate, as Dr. Hitt called it, an informative measure of substitution by these players?
It is not a measure of substitution.
Can you give us an example to explain why that is?
Yeah, let me give an extreme example. So let's take an individual who spends $100 a month. They spend $80 a month using their PS4 game console, and they spend $20 a month. This is before the removal of Fortnite. They spend $20 a month using their iPhone to play Fortnite. So that's what the world looks like before the removal of Fortnite from the App Store.
And then how does that change afterwards in your example?
So in this extreme example, assume that this individual continues to use the game console, continues to spend $80 a month using the game console, but without having access to the Fortnite app. Let's assume that they don't spend any money at all using the iOS Fortnite app. So their spending drops from $20 to $0.
So in that circumstance, what would Dr. Hitt calculate as the retention rate?
He would calculate, in this example, he would calculate a retention rate of 80%. $80 that Epic retained playing on the game console, divided by the $100 that Epic would have expected to have retained if it had gotten both the $20 and the $80 from that user. So 80% retention rate.
And even though this individual completely stops playing on iOS and doesn't move any of her spending to another device, Dr. Hitt still comes to an 80% retention rate. Is that a good summary?
Yeah, reflecting the fact that the individual is continuing to play on their game console after, just like they did before.
But all of the iOS device revenue is lost.
In this example, yeah.
So why is that approach uninformative in your view?
So are you saying that if someone is playing, has access to both devices, and they're playing on the other device where they know they can spend Fortnite by V-Bucks, they know they can spend it if they want to spend it, that they choose not to spend it just because they can't buy it off the phone?
No, I don't think in this particular example, I don't think that's addressed. So there.
I was talking about your example.
The 80-20 example.
Yeah.
Your Honor, could I ask a question that might clarify things?
Yes, please.
In your example, Dr. Evans, what is the triggering event for this individual no longer spending anything on her iPhone?
The triggering event is the removal of the Fortnite app from the App Store. So this is the before and after scenario that Professor Hitt and I are both addressing.
Proceed, Mr. Monson.
Thank you, Your Honor. In your view, Dr. Evans, what would be the right way to measure the amount of substitution that an iOS player engaged in when the Fortnite app no longer became available for her to play on iOS?
The right measure of substitution is what happens to that $20, and I think perhaps this might help in responding to the court's question. It's possible that $20 moves entirely to the game console, that the user decides after Fortnite is removed to simply switch all that spending over to the game console. So that's one possibility. Another possibility is a smaller amount. So it might be that instead of spending $20, that individual spends $5. That shifts $5 of spending from the iPhone over to the game console. So now spends $85 on the game console. And in that case, that $5 is the measure of substitution. That says that $5 ended up getting substituted away from spending on the iPhone over to the game console. So that's the number we want to focus on. I gave the example of zero just as an illustration, but what we're really interested in is out of that $20, when in fact does that user end up switching over to, in my example, the PS4, but more generally the game consoles and PCs.
What if they spend $20 on other games on iOS?
That would be a different form of substitution for the user. In that case, the user would be substituting away from Epic, potentially, over to other games that they could play on their iPhone. So that is a form of substitution that could very well happen in the marketplace. But in that case, they're not substituting to game consoles. They're substituting within the iOS ecosystem.
Thank you, Ron. And is the example that the court gave of a player who substitutes her $20 in spending to other iOS games besides Fortnite consistent with the market definition that you have opined is appropriate here?
Yes, if that is what actually happened, that behavior is consistent with a market definition that does not include game consoles and PCs.
Let's move to a different subject. Do you recall during Dr. Schmallenby's testimony, there was some discussion of your proposed for-market definition for smartphone operating systems?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that Dr. Schmallenby criticized your definition on the ground that there is no actual explicit price that is paid for either the iOS or Android operating system?
I do.
And do you recall he ultimately agreed that in fact there is a price paid for Android, it's just not a cash outlay?
Yeah, that's right.
But aside from that, even assuming that Dr. Schmallenby were correct that Android is free, would you agree that you cannot properly define a smartphone operating system market for that reason, because Android is free?
No, that's based on the proposition that you can't define a market when there isn't a positive price for the goods sold. And if that were true, there are an awful lot of markets nowadays in the digital economy that you couldn't define, because we now have many products that are provided to consumers at a price of zero. So it wouldn't make any sense to be in the position where we basically couldn't apply economics or antitrust analysis to a significant part of the digital economy. That would not be a good outcome.
Have you previously been involved in any antitrust matters relating to operating systems?
I have.
What case was that?
That was U.S. versus Microsoft, the case that was brought by the Justice Department in 1998.
And what was the market definition that was ultimately accepted by the court in Microsoft?
The market definition was operating systems for Intel-compatible computers. It included Windows, of course. It included Linux, which is a free, was then and is now a free operating system. It included the BOS, which no longer exists.
Do you recall that Professor Schmallenby distinguished the Microsoft case and the operating system market there on the ground that Microsoft actually charged a cash price for Windows?
I do.
Do you agree as an economic matter, set aside the law, Do you agree as an economic matter that that is a meaningful distinction for defining the market?
I do not.
Can you explain why?
Well, just at a common sense level, suppose you had that market and Microsoft was licensing Windows for a fee, and then decided to change its business model and do an ad-supported model and drop the price to zero. From the standpoint of users and from the standpoint of developers, that market doesn't evaporate as a result of that decision to drop the price to zero. The market still exists. There's a challenge, of course, in how antitrust economists go in defining the market, but the market itself existed before that event and after that event.
Did you hear Professor Schmallenzy's testimony that your analysis in this case would also condemn the business models of the game consoles?
I did.
And do you agree with that testimony?
I don't know.
Can you explain why, in your view, Professor Schmallenzy was wrong on that point?
The analysis I've done in this case has been very specific to the facts and circumstances of Apple and its practices and the iOS operating system. So it's been very specific to the facts that we have here, the foremarket that we have here, and the aftermarket that we have here. In the case of game consoles, that's a very different business. That's a market where a situation where in the foremarket there's competition to sell game consoles, and we know from lots of sources that that's intense competition. The game consoles are sold as we discussed at a price of less than manufacturing cost or at a slight margin, but generally at a break even or below cost basis. So the foremarket there is entirely different than the foremarket that we have here. The other significant difference is the relationship between the foremarket and aftermarket.
What do you mean by that?
Well, in game consoles, the main thing in the aftermarket that consumers are buying are games. So it's sort of like the printer and toner example that I gave, I think, the last time I was on the stand here, where someone's buying a printer and then they know they're going to have to buy toner cartridges later. So likewise, in the case of game consoles, the primary thing they're buying in the aftermarket is just one type of thing, which are games. So it's easier for them to predict life cycle costs. It's just a very, very different business. And I have no reason, of course, I haven't done the analysis, so I admit that. But based on what I know about that business, it is very hard for me to imagine that it would have the anti-competitive concerns that we have in this matter.
Does the range of uses to which smartphones are put as compared to game consoles have any relevance to that analysis?
Absolutely. So game consoles, as we talked about, I don't want to say it's a niche product because it's a big business now, but it's an industry. Whereas when we talk about iOS and we talk about the App Store, we're talking about foundational platforms that support a large portion of the digital economy, the portion of the digital economy that's based on apps. It's really foundational. The operating systems we're talking about in this matter, iOS and Android, those are now foundational technologies, foundational platforms that support the app economy, which is a big portion of the digital economy, where the digital economy is sucking up more and more of what used to be the physical economy.
To that end, Mr. Rudd, can we put up the demonstrative that was used with Professor Schmallenzy?
Before you do that, given that he keeps using this word foundational platforms or foundational technologies, are they utilities? Given what you said, are the smartphones utilities?
I would not use the word utility as an economist at this point.
Press context. I can read you the same thing that I read to to Professor Schmalensee, because what it sounds like you're saying to me is that these are so fundamental that they're utilities.
Yeah, it's a matter of gradation. So the electric company that I depend upon to have electricity for me to function, economists would attach the word utility to that just based on the history of the utility regulation that we've had in this country. I'm not prepared to say that not being able to access a smartphone at this point in time rises to the same level of not being able to use electricity or water. But on the other hand, I mean, they are very, very important, increasingly important technologies. So I think the only part of...
Do you know what percentage of the population in your analysis, well, okay.
If I could add just one other thing to that. Oftentimes when economists looking at the history of regulation talk about utilities, we really are talking about a situation in which there's one company and it's an absolutely positively essential service. So that's
and there are two companies, and that it is in effect absolutely essential, and that is why it is so important that despite the fact that Apple and Android have created all of this technology, that they give that technology or give access to their consumer base to developers. I mean, I'm having a hard time understanding the gradation that you're claiming, given how essential you claim it is.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, the only thing I'm resisting is stating that at this point in time, I don't want to suggest that as foundational platforms, they are so. There's something where I would say to Congress that you should think about regulating these companies like we would regulate electric utilities in the past.
But you don't think that the government should break them up or something like that to add competition, like they did, with the steel industry and all the other big industries.
So I'm a moderate on that topic, Your Honor. There are economists, and there is significant debate going on now concerning what to do with the technology companies, including Google and Apple and so forth. I would not advocate a regulatory solution. I would not advocate breaking them up. I'm a strong believer that the antitrust laws, properly used, can deal with the problems with these kinds of companies. And I believe it would be a mistake to go down the road of regulation or extreme solutions. I do believe that antitrust law is a flexible method that I think can be very useful to reining in and dealing with competition problems in the digital economy. But I have colleagues who take a more extreme view on that subject.
All right, that's one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go to the very end of the slide, Mr. Ed. Great. And I think this follows up a little bit on the discussion you're having with the court. Do you recall the testimony that Professor Schmalensee gave in connection with this little demonstrative?
I do.
Okay. And do you recall that I asked him about this the second lane here about physical in-app purchases and whether, in his view, Apple could put up a toll booth on that particular lane as well? I do recall that. And his testimony, do you recall, was yes, just like Amazon and Walmart. Do you remember that? I do. Do you agree that Apple taking a commission on purchases of physical in-app products, which they don't do now, would be just like Amazon and Walmart?
Well, of course not, because in the case of Apple, that lane is providing access to hundreds of millions of iPhone users. So that's a much more serious issue than Amazon and Walmart.
And is it just the numbers, or is there something about the alternatives that are available to consumers that is relevant as well?
It's both. So the starting point for this exhibit is that, at least with respect to the installed base of iPhone users, these are the only roads into town, and these are the only paths for a developer business to get to those consumers with an app. So that's one aspect of it, and then of course the other aspect of it is the notion of having a toll on that path.
But would Professor Schmallenby's logic apply only to the toll itself, or if accepted, would it apply to other restrictions that Apple imposes?
As I understood Professor Schmallenby's testimony with respect to the anti-steering provisions, and just going back to the digital in-app purchases, it's that Apple has a right to collect those commissions, and therefore it has a right to impose restrictions that would prevent the developer from bypassing those commissions. I believe he would apply the same logic to the other situations.
We can take the slide down. Let me move to one last topic that we can do in public session. And Your Honor, I will have a small bit that I would ask that you do under seal, consistent with orders that Your Honor has given.
I think I heard a phone. Make sure to have it off, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we have up on the screen, please, Mr. Rudd, paragraph 4 of Dr. Evans' written rebuttal testimony to the court?
The Evans report?
Yes, Your Honor. His testimony, and the rebuttal testimony specifically. Helpful. We can hand up a copy, of course.
I haven't.
Very good.
What I don't have is his deposition testimony, if that's going to be necessary.
No, at least not for this questioning.
Okay.
Professor Evans, Dr. Evans, in paragraph 4 of your rebuttal written testimony, you expressed certain criticisms of the Apple experts' views on market definition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the second sentence of your testimony states, Professor LaFontaine says that market definition should focus on the substitutes available to the plaintiff customer and similarly situated customers. You see that?
I do.
Do you agree with Professor LaFontaine's view on that subject? Can you explain why you disagree with her on that?
Yes. As I think I've stated previously, the starting point for market definition is the supplier, the defendant in the case, and of course its product. And then the issue that an antitrust economist looks at in terms of doing market definition is what substitute alternative suppliers are out there to which customers could turn. And ultimately what we're trying to figure out is whether in the face of a price increase, enough customers overall would turn to those other suppliers in order to constrain market power. That's more or less the question that we're always trying to kind of get at when we analyze conduct in an antitrust case.
And what would be the problem that would occur if instead of looking at all customers, you followed Professor LaFontaine's suggestion and looked only at substitutes available to the plaintiff customer and those that were similarly situated?
Well, it depends on the plaintiff. So if it's a plaintiff that doesn't have any substitutes, then or has few substitutes, then that would tend to lead to a very narrow market definition, because for that plaintiff, there just aren't very many things that plaintiff is thinking about turning to.
And if you had a plaintiff with a very wide range of substitutes compared to some of the other customers in that market, what would happen?
Then that would lead to a very broad market definition, because then you're focusing on a customer that has lots of opportunities. And in market definition, we don't want to focus on either one of the individual customers or similarly situated ones. We want to look across the board of customers, because ultimately we're interested in, is there enough customer demand? Are there enough customers that would shift their demand in response to a price increase? So it's not specific to a customer. It's looking overall across customers.
And the reason that an economist would look to see if a sufficient number of customers shift their demand is what exactly?
It depends upon the context. If we're talking about market power, it's a question of would enough customers switch to discipline a firm from exercising market power. If we're doing market definition, then we're looking at, in effect, the market power of the hypothetical monopolist. But it always comes back to, are there enough customers that have good enough substitution options that they would move and therefore discipline the actor, hypothetical monopolist, or the firm of market power that we're examining.
Your Honor, I have nothing else that's appropriate for open session.
Cross.
Just a quick one.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Dr. Evans.
Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
You are not offering any opinion that the app-based digital economy that you referred to is a relevant market in this case?
I'm not.
And if Apple's conduct does not harm competition in the relevant market or markets in this case, then it doesn't matter what Apple's role is in the digital economy, does it?
Not for the purpose of this case, no.
You testified earlier that you are not expressing any opinion on anything termed an essential facility or anything related to an essential facility claim in this case. You recall that?
That's correct.
So when you use the term, or a term like gateway or toll booth, that term is not synonymous with essential facility, correct?
So essential facility is a legal term, I believe. But I would say that the way I'm using Gatekeeper and Foundational Platform, I'm not connecting that to the legal concept of essential facility.
Thank you. Now, in your written rebuttal testimony, you assert that free, or essentially so, is the deal that Apple and other successful OS providers typically make with developers. You recall that?
I do.
You don't contend, do you, that it is anti-competitive unless Apple gives developers access to its intellectual property for free?
Your question is, am I saying that?
That is my question.
I'm not saying that.
And you're not saying that Apple has to take or offer the typical deal to avoid acting anti-competitively, are you?
I'm not.
That would be the antithesis of innovation, wouldn't it?
I didn't follow the two questions connected together.
If Apple were required to avoid anti-competitive conduct to take or offer the typical deal, that would be the antithesis of competition, wouldn't it?
I'm still confused by your question when you say anti-competitive conduct. If Apple is engaging in anti-competitive conduct, it's engaging in anti-competitive conduct, and I assume there would be a remedy for that conduct. And I also assume if it's engaging in anti-competitive conduct, that it's likely to be harming innovation. But maybe I'm not following your question. But that's what I took.
I think you're not following my question. If Apple is required to take or offer the typical deal to avoid anti-competitive conduct, is that not the antithesis of competition?
I don't understand what you mean when you say to avoid anti-competitive conduct. You mean someone is engaging in anti-competitive conduct with respect to Apple?
I'll move on. Dr. Evans, in your written rebuttal, you say that successful OS providers typically offer developers a free deal, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall those precise words, but they generally offer access to the operating system to developers on a free or nominal cost basis.
Right. Apple does not offer access to its intellectual property for developers or to developers to allow them to distribute to the App Store for free, does it?
You're asking me, do Apple's current contracts allow all developers to distribute apps to the App Store for free? They do not. They impose obligations on developers that have the result that some developers have to pay commissions to the App Store as a condition of securing distribution through the App Store.
All right. And who are the successful mobile OS providers in the United States who've made the typical deal with developers to offer access entirely for free to developers?
If we're talking about operating system providers,
mobile operating.
We're talking about mobile operating system providers. Putting the App Store aside and putting Google Play aside, both iOS and Google have essentially that deal with developers for the purpose of developing apps.
For the purpose of distributing apps. That's what we're talking about, isn't it, Dr. Evans? Which successful mobile operating system providers in the United States have made the typical deal to offer developers access to their operating systems for the purpose of distributing apps for free?
So you're combining two things together. The answer to your question is Apple requires certain developers to pay for app distribution, and Google does as well for Google Play. Those are the Google Android and iOS are the two. Google Play and the App Store are the two app stores globally outside of China and in the United States.
Did Windows Mobile offer the typical deal to developers to let them distribute for free?
Windows Mobile, I believe, did have the same model as Apple, in the sense that they provided access to the Windows platform, to the Windows Phone platform for a nominal fee. And it is the case that Windows Phone did have an app store and did charge commission for it.
But can you give me an example of any mobile OS provider that has followed the typical deal to allow developers to offer apps using its operating system commission-free, entirely commission-free?
Well, Android was designed that way. So the Android operating system and the framework for Android was designed that way. So Android is available for free. It was developed in part by Google. Android was made available and was made available in a framework in which, absent restraints, it was possible with the Android operating system to have side loading, and it was possible for the Android operating system to have multiple app stores. So that's how the Android operating system as an open source operating system was created, and it's why in China it is possible for the Android ecosystem there to support both direct distribution and to support numerous competing app stores. And that is the operating system that was originally funded by Google and continues to get Google support. There are restrictions that are the subject matter of the Google case concerning how that has evolved outside of China, but the operating system itself, in terms of how it was developed in a way that permitted side loading and allowed other app stores.
So the typical deal that you think Apple should have followed is the deal that exists only in China.
No, I don't think that accurately characterizes my testimony. First of all, my analysis starts with the point in 2008 where Mr. Jobs, as I testified before, made the representation that the App Store is going to be operated on a break-even basis. And at that point in time, Apple was basically saying that this is a standard deal. That's consistent with the other operating systems we talked about. And if Apple had done that, then putting the monopoly App Store aside, at least would have been a situation in which it would have been the standard arrangement where its users pay and overall developers are not bearing much of the cost. So that's an issue that is the starting point for my analysis of competitive effects. If I could take just one more brief one of it. Thank you, sorry.
We'll come back to China. Haven't you written that the right to use property, especially property that a business has developed through investment in innovation, is essential for a free market economy?
I have. I agree with that.
And you've also written that property rights give their owners the incentive to use their property in the most efficient manner. They encourage people to create and improve property through investment in innovation. You agree with that still, right?
Absolutely.
And don't you also argue in your writings that the right to use one's property ultimately serves consumers who, through the market, benefit from improvements in products and processes?
Fundamental part of the market process. I absolutely agree with that.
Do you agree that as a general matter of antitrust economics, a firm has the right to exercise its own independent discretion as to whom it will deal with? Do you agree with that?
As a general matter?
You agree that there are important economic reasons for limiting the duty to deal by monopolists to extreme cases?
If you're quoting from something I've written, would it be possible for me to see it?
Well, if I quote from the deposition, I have to get the judge's permission first. So if you tell me you disagree with that, can read you your deposition.
If you could read the statement in the deposition, that'd be great.
What can you tell me first? Do you agree that there are important economic reasons for limiting the duty to deal by monopolists to extreme cases?
I do.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with Judge Posner, correct?
I am.
He's a keen scholar of antitrust economics, correct?
Yes.
You agree with him that if a firm went to a monopolist and said, please, for the sake of competition, give me a loan so I can compete with you and make this a competitive market, and it was turned down, that would not be anti-competitive conduct?
I agree.
Dr. Evans, in your written rebuttal direct, you stated that the average dollar level commission paid by developers for in-app purchases has increased dramatically. Do you recall that?
I just want to make sure that I have the concept of commission straight from the quote that you read. If you could just read that one more time for me, please.
So why don't you turn with your report written, not your report, but your written direct for your rebuttal.
I'm afraid today I have nothing.
Well then,
You may give it to Mr. Bernstein. Thank you.
Thank you. I have it now.
okay, good. Turn to paragraph 49 on page 16, please.
Rebuttal? Mr.
Rebuttal.
No, I have it. You're in the rebuttal as opposed
And
to
the rebuttal written testimony, paragraph 49.
Thank you.
Toward the bottom of page 16, I think it may carry over.
I have it.
17, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Swanson, I have it now.
Okay, so that last sentence that carries over, I think. Meanwhile, the average dollar commission paid by developers has increased dramatically. Go through the numbers, but you said that, correct?
I did.
Now, you agree that each developer selects the price for an in-app purchase in its own app?
I do.
And
subject to Apple's guidelines in the general matter.
has to end in 99, for example, right? In your various reports, you did not study the level of the transaction prices for in-app purchases over time, correct?
I do not.
But you understand that Professor Hitz studied the level of transaction prices for in-app purchases over time, right?
I do.
And you understand from that analysis that the average in-app purchase transaction price set by developers has been rising since Apple opened the App Store, correct?
Yes, that's what it shows.
And you understand that Professor Hitz' analysis shows that developers have raised the price of their own in-app offerings by 400% to 500% since the opening of the App Store, right?
I believe there's an exhibit from Mr. Hitz that comes out.
And you have no reason to contest that, do you?
I don't.
Now, in your own reports, you didn't study the reason why there has been a 400% to 500% increase in the average in-app purchase transaction price since the opening of the App Store, right?
That's true.
You said at your deposition that you don't have a firm opinion on why developers have raised prices to that degree, correct?
Well, I wouldn't characterize that as a price increase. I mean, they're selling different.
That's not the question I asked. You said at your deposition that you don't have a firm opinion on why developers have raised prices to that degree, correct?
According from my deposition, and that's within context, I don't have any reason to disagree with you.
You agree, do you not?
I would have qualified that differently if I was going to answer it again, but if that's what you say it says, then like I said, I don't have any reason to disagree.
Well, you haven't disclosed anything in the reports, and you said in your deposition you don't have an opinion. So if you want to say something more, it might be a little bit late, Dr. Evans. So let me move to this question. You agree that Apple's commission is expressed as a percentage of the developer's revenue, right?
It is.
So if Apple's commission revenue increases, that's a result of the developer's sales revenue increasing, correct?
It's a result of the developer sales revenue increasing and Apple not decreasing its commission rate, and therefore not decreasing the charge, the actual commission charge to developers for the transaction.
And if Apple's commission revenue increases because developers raise in-app purchase prices, that is a result of the mathematics of a commission arrangement, is it not?
It's a result of the mathematics of a commission arrangement where the commission is stated as a percent and where the commission rate doesn't decline, and therefore the absolute dollar charge per transaction increases.
Sometimes in your written direct, you say that Apple forbids developers from providing any information in their iOS app that would let users know that they could make purchases on another platform. Did you call that?
I did.
And it's your belief that Apple's anti-steering rules, which you put in quote marks, prevent developers from bypassing IAP by shifting the transactions to other platforms, including websites. Do you call that?
I do.
You're familiar with the anti-steering restrictions at issue in the American Express case, correct?
I am.
Those are the ones that the Supreme Court held were not anti-competitive, right?
That's correct. May I put this binder down?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I didn't mean to impose that burden on you. Do you understand that the American Express anti-steering provisions prohibit merchants from implying a preference for non-Amex cards?
Yes, in the sense that when I American Express cardholder go to a merchant, the American Express anti-steering rules prohibit the merchant from having accepted the card, doing things to persuade that cardholder not to use the card, including refusing to take the card or suggesting they use another card, or otherwise interfering with the consumer's preference to use the American Express card.
So, for example, those restrictions prohibit imposing any special restrictions, conditions, disadvantages, or fees on the American Express card, correct?
For an American Express cardholder who has walked into a store that takes American Express cards, it prohibits the merchant from discouraging the consumer from using that card. Yes.
And you agree all of those restrictions are pro-competitive, wouldn't you?
I do.
I would agree that the purpose of American Express's anti-steering provisions is to prevent merchants from steering business to American Express's competitors, Visa, MasterCard, and Discover, right?
No, I think it's much more narrow than that. It's narrow in the sense that it's targeted to a situation where a consumer who probably has multiple cards walks into a store that has an American Express logo on it, has a desire to use her American Express card, and has a merchant who has told American Express they want to accept the card and put the logo on the door, but then turns around and says to the consumer, I'm stating this a little bit imprecisely, but the consumer, I really would prefer that you not use that card. It's that targeted setting that the American Express and I steering rules are targeted to. It's no broader than that.
Well, it's quite a bit broader than that, Dr. Evans. You're familiar with the case, right?
I'm familiar with the case. I'm familiar with the payment card industry.
Good. And you know that the anti-steering provision prohibits merchants from implying a preference for non-Amex cards, correct?
So I definitely agree with that statement.
Thank you, Dr.
No, if I could finish, Mr. Swanson, please.
I'd appreciate it if you'd answer my questions, and I think you just did.
I don't think.
If you want to say something additional, you can wait until your counsel asks you on redirect. Okay. Now, my question for you is the purpose of the anti-steering provisions, of which there are many, for American Express, that purpose is to prevent merchants from steering business to American Express's competitors. Do you not agree with that?
At the store where the consumer has walked in, seeing a sign that says, in principle, seeing a sign that says, we take American Express cards, it discourages the rules, discourages the merchant from then trying to prevent the consumer from doing what they would otherwise do with an American Express card.
Well, the anti-steering provisions don't prevent merchants from steering customers toward debit cards, checks, or cash, do they?
So with respect to cash, you're right. With respect to debit cards, I would have to get a refresher course on what the anti-steering rules currently cover. But you're definitely correct with respect to cash.
Well,
so the merchant can have a cash discount.
You can check 138 Supreme Court at 2283. The anti-steering rules at issue, did they not, made it clear that they did not prevent merchants from steering customers toward debit cards, checks, or cash. Do you doubt that?
I don't recall it.
So you don't actually recall that the anti-steering rules were devised to prevent merchants from steering business to American Express's competitors?
So, my recollection is that they prevented merchants from steering customers to other credit cards, for sure.
And those are competitors.
If I could finish, sir, not to cash, for sure. And the part of that I did not recall is what the American Express rules had been with regard to debit cards. I actually don't know for a fact that the rules had been consistent on that over time. But in any event, I did not recall with respect to debit cards. There's also an issue as to who American Express's competitors are. For the purpose of that case, it's credit cards because that's the market that the DOJ was able to establish. Some of us in the payments industry, might consider the debit cards also a competitor.
Well, I guess
is Apple taking the position that Apple is a competitor to the developers?
No, Your Honor. Apple is taking the position that it's a competitor to the platforms that developers would steer business to. So when Dr. Evans, for example, says in his rebuttal report that anti-steering rules prevent developers from bypassing IAP from shifting the transactions to other platforms, including websites, aren't you assuming that those other platforms and websites are competitors?
The two situations you're talking about, Mr. Swanson, are just absolutely positively not analogous.
I asked you a question about whether you're assuming they're competitors. Are you?
I am assuming that for that set of circumstances, that for conducting that transaction, that given the prices, that those are alternative avenues and therefore substitutes in that sense for doing the transaction.
Dr. Evans, unless a developer has an independent ability to compete through another platform, steering is of no consequence, is it? Or anti-steering.
So it's not the developer competing, Mr. Swanson. I think what you meant to say is that there are other platforms that could support a developer for conducting transactions, and those platforms, such as having Netflix, say, run on a PC, is a competitor for having Netflix app on the iPhone. So I think we're talking about not the developer as a substitute. I think we're talking about the platforms as substitutes. And yes, I agree that in that context, the ability to substitute between platforms, that they are competing in that sense, and that the anti-steering restrictions are basically preventing that escape valve for iOS app developers in the sense that it limits their ability to move that transaction to that other platform.
But you say it limits, but that ability must exist independently. There must be independent competition for an anti-steering provision to have a rationale, correct?
The rationale for the anti-steering provision is that it prevents the developer from undoing the tie.
Well, if you're correct that Apple has no competitors,
which is different than American Express.
If you are correct that Apple has no competitors, has 100% market share, and if Dr. Craig is correct that technical and other differences between platforms make competition impossible, then why is Apple concerned about steering?
Because at a 30% commission, developers have an incentive to direct consumers in those cases where developers are operating or have the ability to operate on another platform at a 30% commission. The developer has an incentive, in the absence of the anti-steering rules, to try to encourage the consumer not to purchase on the App Store, not to use IAP, but to instead make that purchase somewhere else. That's what the purpose of the anti-steering restrictions are, to prevent the developer from informing the consumer that there is another alternative available to them.
Let's talk about that. You said Apple's rules prevent developers from providing any information in their iOS app about purchases in another platform. That's not what the review guidelines of relevance say, is it?
If you could read the statement back to me again.
Apple's rules prevent developers from providing any information in their iOS app about purchases on another platform.
My understanding of the App Store's anti-steering restrictions is that they prohibit developers from basically providing any information, any call to action that would provide that app user with information that they could or should go off of the App Store and go somewhere else for that transaction.
You testified earlier this week that Epic is not able to message iOS app users and tell them that they could go to the web and get V-Bucks more cheaply. Do you recall that?
So I don't recall that statement without any qualifications. It's with regard to what can be done in the app.
Well, does Epic sell V-Bucks more cheaply on the web?
They do not.
You're aware, are you not, that developers...
I'm sorry, more cheaply on the web relative to where? I'm sorry, I answered that too quickly.
Well, more cheaply on the web than they do on consoles.
But the price on consoles and the price on the web is the same. Obviously, they don't sell them at all on iOS app.
Right, and that was a choice they made. Now, does Epic sell the Bucks more cheaply on the web than on any other platform? You raised it, so I want to make sure you have a chance to explain.
I'm not going to understand.
You're aware, are you not, that developers can and routinely communicate to users outside the iOS app about different ways that users can make purchases?
I don't know that I don't know the magnitude of that activity. I don't believe there is significant activity. I wouldn't be surprised that something like that happens sometimes in terms of significant investments in talking about different places to go to and different prices and so forth. I'm not aware of that.
You never spoke with anyone at Epic before. You never spoke with anyone at Epic in a way that you relied upon in formulating your opinions in any of your reports, correct?
On any topic or on the last one?
On any topic, just in terms of what you indicated you relied upon, and you relied upon those in your two expert reports.
Yeah, as you know, Mr. Swanson, I talk to people at Epic, but in terms of my report, I did not rely on those conversations.
Right, and since you didn't rely on them, I couldn't ask you about them at your deposition, so I won't do that now. But I take it you never took steps to familiarize yourself with what Epic does to communicate with, for example, Fortnite users about their options to purchase on different platforms.
I may have seen information on that, but in terms of something that I collected data on and so forth, no.
And nothing in Apple's guidelines or contractual agreements stops the developer from acquainting users outside of the app with the developer services and the purchase options it offers. Isn't that right?
That's true.
Now, would you agree that, or would you agree with Judge Posner that
Mr. Swanson, let me just follow up on that. I thought that they could not collect information, that Apple had access only to their information. So if they don't have information, then they cannot communicate.
Well, and I know I will offer this, get this evidence in some of the way I point you to where it is in the record, but since going back to the time when Fortnite was on the app. It's a multi-platform developer that's under the multi-platform rule. It has the right not to offer the multi-platform service without having people sign in to Fortnite. So Fortnite has the ability to know exactly who its users are, so it can keep the gameplay updated across the apps. Certainly, if we haven't already, we'll be providing evidence on communications.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Now, Dr. Evans, wouldn't you agree with Judge Posner that a competitor has, or a rival of a competitor, has no right to take a free ride on its competitor's sales force from an economic standpoint?
I do. Competitors shouldn't get a free ride.
Okay. And
I'm not sure anyone should get a free ride.
Do you further agree with Judge Posner that you cannot conscript your competitor's salesman to sell your product, even if the competitor has monopoly power and you are a struggling new entrant?
I do.
Do you agree with Judge Posner that advertising a competitor's products free of charge is not a form of cooperation commonly found in competitive markets? It is the antithesis of competition. Do you agree with that?
I honestly don't understand the context of that as a full statement or the full statement. There must be something preceding the word advertising to say who's doing the advertising.
If it's not a statement you agree with, you're perfectly free to say that.
Well, I think I was just suggesting that it's an incomplete statement, and as you read it, it just wasn't clear what the beginning part was.
So it's your opinion that advertising a competitor's products free of charge is not the antithesis of competition?
I do agree with that.
Okay. Are you aware that Spotify has anti-circumvention rules to prevent its content creators from evading Spotify's commission?
I don't know one way or the other.
Has Spotify ever been a client of yours, if you're free to disclose that?
I am not. I am not free to disclose that.
Okay. The Amazon App Store also has anti-circumvention rules, correct?
I don't know that for a fact either. I haven't looked at them.
Do you know if the Samsung Galaxy Store has anti-circumvention or anti-steering rules?
Same answer. I haven't looked at them.
Are you aware if Airbnb has anti-steering or anti-circumvention rules?
I think in that case I do.
And they do, don't they?
They do.
Yep. eBay has anti-circumvention and anti-steering rules, correct?
They do.
You've written, haven't you, that when practices are common in pretty competitive markets, we have prior information that these practices are efficient.
I agree with that statement.
Okay. Shifting topics a bit, since we've been dealing a bit in metaphors, you would agree that a road, whether it has a toll booth or not, requires traffic rules.
I do.
Let's talk about the App Store guidelines. Do you agree that the App Store review guidelines cover a whole gamut of things that Apple thinks are in the interest of promoting the Apple brand? Do you not?
I do.
App reliability is included among those things, correct? I'm sorry.
Apple? Yes.
The reliability. Definitely different than liability. App reliability. I understand where your question comes from. So app reliability is included among those things. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And whether an app would be offensive to consumers is another interest served by the App Store review guidelines, correct?
Yes.
You testified this in your deposition that in the but-for world, Apple can block competing iOS apps or app stores when they do propose to do something bad. You remember that?
Yeah, subject to the qualification either in that statement or around it, that in the but-for world, Apple can definitely pursue its business interest, subject to not replicating or engaging in anti-competitive conduct.
Well, if Apple in the but-for world can block competing iOS app stores or apps when they propose to do something bad, does that include when apps or app stores are doing something that invades users' privacy?
So I'm not really prepared to go through a list of what they can or can't do. They can't, in my but-for world, engage in a course of conduct that in effect replicates preventing competition in app stores. And beyond that, I'm not sure I have an opinion.
Well, you indicated in your deposition that in the but-for world, Apple could have an objective set of criteria for bad behavior that would allow it to revoke an app store's access to iOS. Do you remember that?
I do. That I think was in the context of the hypothetical world app store.
Well, a hypothetical but-for world.
Well, hypothetical world app store that operates in the hypothetical but-for world.
Well, Rogue App Store is not the only example of bad behavior that you believe that Apple could have an objective set of criteria about, right?
That's correct.
Now, at the same time, you indicated that Apple couldn't intervene in the details of how other app stores work in the but-for world, correct?
That's correct.
Who would decide whether Apple's set of objective criteria were objective enough?
Well, it would be if we're talking about this case, it would be the ordinary situation that we have in an antitrust remedy, where there are ground rules, typically set in my experience with antitrust remedies, concerning preventing the party from engaging in anti-competitive behavior. And typically when remedies are established, that's something that's thought about.
So you're saying the court would decide?
Or that no one decides, and that it's not an issue, because the ground rules are clear that you can't engage in anti-competitive behavior, but that you can pursue reasonable business interests. Whether there are gray areas there, I'm not really prepared to speculate on, but it's not obvious to me that this is a tough one.
The app store include one that offers pornography?
So I think that's I don't know if I have a good answer to that one, Your Honor.
That's not stark enough for you?
Where I'm a little bit troubled by that is what interest on the part of Apple is being protected by that? So if you have an iPhone,
Trying to understand if there are any boundaries to what you're classifying as a rogue app store. I thought pornography might be a simple one, but it sounds like it's not.
Yeah, the only reason I'm resisting it a little bit is because, obviously in the case where we're talking about the security of the iPhone and hacking and things like that, I think that's very clear. In the case of an app store that had pornography, I would like a world in which Apple is able to prevent that. It doesn't seem to me that there are any anti-competitive considerations that would arise if Apple chose to do that. So I do think that is something that Apple could do. The one, I guess, I don't want to make it a qualification, but it's not like the iPhone now is designed in a way where owners of iPhones can't access pornography. I mean, obviously there's the Safari browser that people can use, and there are apps on the App Store that, while they're not specialized in pornography, you do have the situation currently with the iPhone that people can get access to the Facebook app, and you have all the issues surrounding Facebook that we all know about, including videos on beheadings and all that kind of stuff. So it's not like the iPhone currently is in a situation where users are protected from all this. But getting back to where you started, yes, I agree that Apple, as a matter of business policy, could decide that it did not want pornographic app stores able to use iOS.
Mr. Swanson.
Now, it's your opinion on that, Dr. Evans, that in the but-for world, Apple could revoke the access of a rogue app store, but it couldn't stand as a decider of which stores get to go on to iOS. Correct?
I'm not sure what distinction you're making.
Well, as I understood it, you can tell me if you have a different view. In the but-for world, Apple isn't allowed to decide who competes with it with an app store on iOS. But in your view, it could revoke the license that it is compelled to give if it determines, for example, that a rogue app store is operating. Do you have a different view? Or are you saying that Apple has to review every app store before it gives it a license to operate on iOS in the but-for world?
As I said today, I don't have a view on what scrutiny it could give before and after.
Well, in your deposition, you indicated that you didn't think it would be a problem if Apple was limited to remedying rogue app stores by taking them down after the fact. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I agree. They could take them down after the fact. I don't have any reason, I know I said in the deposition, but I don't have any reason as I sit here today to say that if Apple knew that an app store was a rogue app store, that it was a pornographic app store, that it supported terrorism or something like that, if Apple knew that, then I don't care what point in time we're talking about. I think Apple, as a business matter, could take actions to prevent that. I think in the but-for world we're actually talking about, I would expect that there are going to be responsible app stores that want to appear in the business of distributing apps, But for the cases you're talking about, if Apple has information before or after the fact, or wants to have a review process or whatever, to prevent bad things from happening. As I sit here today, I don't have any reason to draw a demarcation on what Apple should do, depending upon when it comes in possession of that evidence that there's a problem.
In your opinion, what a rogue app store includes one that distributed apps that were not compliant with Apple's policies with respect to user privacy?
As a general matter, no, so long as it's not being done for anti-competitive purposes. Obviously, there are scenarios one can imagine where that denial could have competitive implications, but if it's being done because the app or app store is doing something that is invading the user's privacy on the iPhone, then sure, that seems to be something that Apple can deal with.
Well, in your but-for world, who resolves disagreements about privacy policy when Apple seeks to implement consumer privacy rights on the iPhone, and those efforts conflict with a third-party app store's policy decisions?
So there are a couple of notions of privacy that are going on here. When we were talking about privacy, I thought you were talking about situations where the app store or app or whatever was doing things that were somehow tapping into or invading the user's privacy with respect to the iPhone. In a competitive market, I would expect that app stores and apps make different decisions concerning the level of privacy, by which I mean how much data consumers need to provide in return for various services that they're getting from the app. That's generally in this economy what we're talking about when we speak about privacy. But that's something that gets determined in the competitive market, and the different app stores and different apps can make different decisions on that with willing users and developers on either side.
But doesn't that get determined in the competitive market today when people decide whether they want to buy an iPhone, which, as you said, reflects Apple's efforts to advocate user privacy rights, or an Android phone, which takes a different approach?
No, I think that's determined today by a consumer buying an iPhone and then having to use the app store. The troubling part of the direction you're going in is that...
Dr. Evans, I think the direction I'm going in is something for someone else to determine. Can you tell me if it is the case then that in your but-for world, Apple will lose control over the amount of respect for user privacy rights that are offered by apps on the iPhone?
it will lose the right to dictate the privacy rules and other dimensions of competition between app stores. I mean, the whole issue here is we talked about privacy. One could raise all sorts of other issues here, and once you roll all them together, we're back to Apple basically being able to dictate what other app stores can compete. And we're back into the situation, this is the road I was talking about you're going down, where Apple is also in the position where it can make these kinds of determinations concerning app stores and apps in ways that advantage Apple as a developer of its own first-party apps. So it's possible that Apple could make decisions with regard to privacy that are for pro-competitive reasons. It's also possible that Apple could make decisions on privacy for the purposes of advantaging its own ad-supported business model. I mean, there are lots of variations of this. So the road I don't want to go down is one where Apple has the right to basically go back to being a monopolist and making all the determinations of what can actually happen in this business.
Well, let's focus on the road you want to go down. Throughout this case, you've held out the Android marketplace in China as a shining example where competition, quote, takes place on the merits, unquote. Correct?
If you could refer me to where I say the word shining.
I said, quote, takes place on the merits. I said,
you gave me a quote that used the word shining. Was that a quote from me or something you said?
The quote from you was the part of my question that had quotation marks in it. Takes place on the merits. Let's turn to paragraph 55.
I'm not able to see the quotation mark, so I assume when you read me that, you're representing that was a statement from me, which is why I questioned you on it?
Perfectly fine, and that's why I just told you to turn to paragraph 55 of your own report. Page 18. I'm sorry, your direct written
Direct.
right, not reports.
So I have a copy of my rebuttal report. I don't have a copy of my
Your written direct, and I believe we can supply one.
Mr. Bornstein seems to be suggesting he does.
I believe the one I handed Dr. Evans is the rebuttal written testimony. Is that what you're looking for, Mr. Swanson?
No, the direct. Somebody getting him his direct?
Were you indicating you already had it?
No, he didn't have it. He doesn't.
The rebuttal direct testimony. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
The rebuttal, sorry for all the confusion, there are lots of reports and lots of written testimony. So you still have it. Should be paragraph 55, page 18.
I think I've lost track, Mr. Swanson, on what you want me to look at.
All right.
It's the second sentence, paragraph 15, or 55.
We've been starting with the first sentence.
I see it.
Apple has a monopoly over the distribution of iOS apps, one that resulted from anti-competitive foreclosure of competing app stores. But for that foreclosure, developers would have a choice of whether to use Apple. But for that foreclosure, developers would have a choice of whether to use Apple's payment solution, and competition would take place on the merits, as that has occurred with Windows, Mac computers, and for Android in China. That's it. So you view competition on Android in China as an example of the road that you would like to see Apple travel, right?
Well, the road I would like to see Apple travel is not replicating China. The road I'd like to see Apple travel is Apple, obviously, is a very successful app store, integrated and included on the iPhone, having competition. I don't see that road as one that replicates China, because in my but-for world, Apple has the App Store. It still is able to bundle it with the iPhone, and there's the possibility of competition. I do, however, take China as an example of another situation in which there has been essentially unbridled competition in app stores.
And in your opening expert report, you stated that Apple is a monopolist outside of China as well as inside China. Do you recall that?
I do.
So you think Apple is a monopolist in China, right?
So again, I think you've read. I think I actually like to see that statement, because I believe, with respect to the topic, we're talking about the App Store, and not Apple as a company. If I didn't make that qualification in the statement that you just read, then I would limit it to the App Store, because I believe that's the context in which I was discussing that.
So you believe Apple's App Store is a monopolist in China? Is that correct?
The App Store is the monopoly distributor of iOS apps in China, just as it is outside of China.
Apple's distribution in China is the same as it is in terms of the rules we're talking about, correct? The same as it is in the United States.
I believe so.
When you say Apple is a monopolist in China, although Android phones are extraordinarily dominant in China, correct?
So again, I have to ask you, Mr. Swanson, you stated that as if I said, in quotation marks, Apple is, and if I did, then that's fine. But I just want to make sure that when you read things like that it's actually my word, because you're saying it in a way that suggests it's my word. But if it is, that's fine.
I didn't interpret it that way. I didn't use quotes.
Okay. Yes, and it is paragraph 501 of the report, where you said Apple is a monopolist outside of China as well as inside of China. Okay. Now,
can we get an answer to the question? Are Android phones predominant in China?
Android phones are predominant in China, both on a unit basis and in terms of dollar sales. Apple's share of the smartphone business in China is smaller on a dollar unit basis than it is outside of China.
And is it correct that it's extraordinarily dominant, Android? Ballpark figures between Android and iPhone in China.
Yeah, I think the iPhone in China is about 20% of total smartphone revenue, so in the neighborhood of 20 to 25%.
And Android 80%.
That's correct. Is the remainder? That's correct.
Okay. Now, Dr. Evans, at least at the time of your deposition, you had no view on whether Apple's iPhones are far more secure than Android devices in China.
I think that's correct.
And isn't the fact that the incidence of malware distributed on Android devices through all of these competitive app stores is significantly higher in China than the incidence of malware distributed on iOS devices in China?
I think that is true.
Isn't it true that the top 3 app stores on Android are the ones where users were most likely to download malware in 2020 in China?
I don't know that that's the case.
Isn't it true that there's rampant disregard of developer intellectual property rights by Chinese Android app stores?
Not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of Chinese Android app stores scraping developers' apps from other platforms?
I'm not. These are large reputable businesses in China. So I don't know the facts that you're speaking of, but I'm certainly not aware of that kind of rampant behavior.
These 50 Android app stores that you're talking about are all large reputable businesses?
I believe your question referred to the top 3 app stores in China?
Oh, no, I've moved on. I'm sorry. So I can repeat it if you'd like. Isn't it true that there is rampant disregard of developer intellectual property rights by Chinese Android app stores, plural, not just the 3 top ones?
I don't know if there are small app stores that fall into the category that you're talking about. I simply don't know.
Isn't it true that most Android app stores in China charge a 50% commission on game apps?
It is true that that is the headline rate. Those rates are negotiated, and as you know, in China, there is direct distribution that's also available.
You're aware that Tencent, the largest game developer in China by a very large measure, pays no less than a 30% commission to Android app stores in China.
That's correct for the portion of their volume that they distribute through Android. Most of their volume, a large portion of their volume, is distributed directly through their own app store.
And Apple, the company you say is a monopolist in China, charges just 30%.
That's correct.
One last question, at least, until I guess Mr. Ornstein has us convene in field session. But you indicated that you thought your opinions here would have no implications for the console industry, correct?
I think what I testified to is that a favorable outcome in this case, or rather the economic analysis that I had done in this case with regard to anti-competitive behavior, would not apply to the console industry.
You aware that since the trial in this case began, that Sony Interactive was sued for similar alleged conduct with respect to the PlayStation under the antitrust laws?
I'm not.
Right. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Evans, do you still have your rebuttal report in front of you? I'd like to, your rebuttal written testimony. I do. Okay, I'd like to turn you back to the paragraph that Mr. Swanson had directed you to, which was paragraph 55 on page 18.
I have it.
Okay. And he directed you to the second sentence there, which says that but for the foreclosure, developers would have a choice of whether to use Apple's payment solution, and competition would take place on the merits, as has occurred with Windows and Mac computers and for Android in China. Do you hear that?
I do.
Do you know what Apple says about whether the Mac computer is safe for users to use?
Yes, it represents that it's safe.
Do you know what Apple says about whether the Mac computer protects users' privacy?
It does.
And that's even though there are multiple app stores and direct distribution available on the Mac. Is that right? That's correct. You can set that aside. You were asked a number of questions about the Amex case, which we can't seem to get away from. Do you recall that?
I do, and I really can't seem to get away from it.
I don't think any of us can get away from it.
So stipulated.
Well, some of us are proud of that case, having been, my friend having been involved. Dr. Evans, you were also asked about, in connection with the Amex case, anti-steering provisions in other platforms. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
For example, you were asked about the Amazon App Store, Samsung Galaxy Store, Airbnb, and eBay. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you have any knowledge or opinion about whether the Amazon App Store has market power?
I do have an opinion on that.
What is that?
It does not.
Does the Samsung Galaxy Store have market power in the distribution of apps?
No.
Does Airbnb have market power in its business?
Not yet.
Does eBay have market power in its business?
No.
Now, to be clear, have you carefully studied each one of these, or I've kind of put you on the spot, so I don't want to hold you to all of this.
I have not.
Testimony that you were giving with Mr. Swanson when he asked you a question about the Amex case, and he asked whether you understood that the anti-steering rules forbid merchants from implying a preference for non-Amex cards. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you really wanted to give an answer that Mr. Swanson didn't let you give. Do you recall what that answer was?
I don't.
Okay. I'll ask you a fresh question then. In the case of the Amex anti-steering rules, is there anything that prohibits a merchant from prominently displaying in its window that it accepts Visa and that it accepts MasterCard?
No, and that's what merchants do.
And is that also the case for the App Store? May an app prominently display that buyers can purchase on the web or on another platform?
No, that's what they can't do.
And Mr. Swanson asked you a number of questions about whether the App Store, the App Store review guidelines prohibit various types of communications with customers, and he even made a bit of an off-the-record representation, which he fairly qualified that some evidence would need to be presented to support. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you understand that the actual language in the App Store guidelines prohibits apps from both, I don't know if we have this on the screen or not. I'm looking at PX56, which is in evidence, Your Honor. Section 3.13, you recall, says that apps cannot, either within the app or through communication sent to points of contact obtained from account registration within the app, encourage users to use a purchasing method other than in-app purchase.
I do recall that.
Okay. Staying on the anti-steering rules for just a second, do you recall Mr. Swanson's questions implying that the presence of anti-steering rules mean that the App Store must face competition because there's no purpose whatsoever to anti-steering unless there is a competitor to be steered to?
I do.
Does market power mean, when a firm has market power, does that mean that it has absolutely no competition at all?
No, not at all.
Can you explain why that is?
Well, this is sometimes known as the cellophane fallacy, but in particular, when a firm raises its price, has substantial market power, then at that point in time, consumers at the margin start thinking about substitutes that they wouldn't ordinarily think about in a competitive market. So they start thinking about, to put it kind of plainly, boy, this price is so high. What else could I possibly turn to in order to defeat it? So that's a typical situation in markets with substantial market power. There's always something you can do. The question is whether it's an important constraint.
So as a matter of economics, is there any purpose for a firm that has market power to impose anti-steering rules?
Yes, there is. It's to prevent customers from seeking those other alternatives.
Is this a good time?
Sure, Your Honor. Although I'll make one observation in case it is relevant. I have just a little bit left to do that we can do in open court. So if the court would like to finish that first, if that's.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to have any redirect.
Fair enough.
Why don't we do this, though, for those listening so they can take a longer break. When we come back at 10:35, we will move directly into sealed session. What that means for those of you in gallery is that the reporters, Mr. Dave and Mr. Acton, you cannot come into the courtroom for that portion. But the lawyer, Mr. Siegel, you are allowed to come in. So we'll go straight into sealed session, take care of that, and then I'll reopen the courtroom. That way we're not chopping it up for those in the public listening.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, let's take our 20-minute recess. We'll stand in recess.
Pour up for a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Still tired like your friends, what we used to do. I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, sitting wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's end. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole scoop. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sippin' something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. You work hard, you need a vacation. I take your lifestyle, rearrange it. Put you on a plane with a destination, away sand. All this funded off a mic stand. My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves to the shoreline. Skin tan, you blended with the locals. Burn bread on you, something we could toast to. I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds, you can view the coast. I feel the same for you, I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Usually I put it down and with coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me. We showing you how it's supposed to be. I know you know it's me. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you, just like we used to do.
Stress all the time, I've been making my worst mistakes of my life. Still been searching for purpose. I don't know why all this pain finally surfaced. Stressed out my mind, made mistakes, but I'm learning. And I've been making all of the worst mistakes of my life. Mistakes of my life. Try so hard to keep it together. I'm running for cover, but that don't suffice. What's wrong with me? Feels like all these songs we're making just ain't songs to me. Just a way to ventilate the demons calling me. Just a way to keep me sane so they won't bother me. And I'm sorry I don't answer when you call me. I know you've been worried. Really nothing against you, just the way that I am. All the pain that I've been dealing with is gone in my head. No, pain goes on and on. I'm thankful, I'm so fucking grateful that I never let go. Screaming all these melodies inside of my head. I hope I hear them when I'm fading, racing thoughts in my bed. I'll make you proud, I won't quit now. When there's nowhere to run, I'll stand my ground. No, I've been down one too many times, but I'll fight till I can find the light. I've been there, done all that before. Don't care what's one more war. I'll be here if you need me, I swear. I drag you down, but I know you still care. And if you hear me, I'm so sorry. I'll be better in the morning. Rain goes on and on. I'm thankful, I'm so fucking grateful that I never let go. And I've been making all of the worst mistakes of my life. Mistakes of my life. Try so hard to keep it together. I'm running for cover, but that don't suffice. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Pain goes on and on. I'm thankful, I'm so fucking grateful that I never let go. lost myself that night. I threw it all away. Those are the things I've hated. Then I went and caved in. I'm a mess right now. My heart is in two places. Half is back at home. The other's off in racing. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running two opposite ways. I can't let my past catch me now, I can't let my past drag me down, I lost myself that night, I threw it all away. Recall my mother's words, but it was far too late. I feel the burden now, it's weighing down my soul, and I can't catch my breath, 'cause these demons follow. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running two opposite ways. I can't let my past catch me now, I can't let my past drag me down, I can't let my past catch me now, I can't let my past drag me down, Swear I've changed, but you don't care that I'm not the same. You'll always hold me. I swear I've changed, but you don't care that I'm not the same. I can't let my past catch me now, I can't let my past drag me down, I can't let my past catch me now, I can't let my past drag me down,
Aye, what? Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake. Think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real? This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake. Think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real? This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. Roll one if your dog hold you down, do not take it for granted. Get a credit out if it's both of you that planned it. If you got some bread, they should not be empty-handed. If your homie winning, then you winning, understand it. Roll two, don't compare yourself to anybody else. These days, people wanna be anyone but themselves. All that picture posting and fake posting really doesn't help. Push it to the side and make sure you focus on yourself. But sometimes it get hard. I just keep on working till we make it out of Dodge. People posting pictures, really, that's just a mirage. Real ones with me, I know we gon' beat the odds. Counterfeit, guess it from the thought of it. People fake, think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real? This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind, look like I just started it. Counterfeit, guess it from the thought of it. People fake, think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real? This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. If somebody left me, I'ma let them leave. I just upgraded to a better me. Ain't no hard feelings, I'ma wish them well.
You have been added to the waiting room. You cannot talk or listen until the host admits you to the meeting.
That's why I be staying low. Keep it on and even though. Fool me one shot.
Welcome to AT&T's. To join the conference as the host, press star. Otherwise, press pound. At the tone, please speak your name. There are 51 participants on the call, including you. You are joining your conference as a participant. For a menu of available commands, press star pound. Your connection is now in listen-only mode.
Dropping my location, never gotta go chasing. Just keep your pace. Feel like you love me. You wonder if it was something. Same way I whisper sweet nothings. I will be there, won't you trust me? Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I feel pain. Wish I wasn't so damn. Seen so much hope I can't. Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I feel pain. Wish I wasn't so damn. Seen so much hope I can't. Promise me you won't go. For you, I think that I'm falling into love. And I know you're the one. Feel like you love me. You wonder if it was something. Same way I whisper sweet nothings. I will be there, won't you trust me? Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I felt pain. Wish I wasn't so damn. Seen so much hope I can't. Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I felt pain. Wish I wasn't so damn. Seen so much hope I can't.
I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Bring me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Bring me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told
remove yourself by pressing star 6.
Like 7 pens again. I use pens all the time. And I like to use different colors, so I can play pens. I always have 2. I always use 1.
Ms. Stone, are we ready? Francis, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, and we have the press back in the courtroom and the parties. Perhaps they're coming. Can we proceed, Mr. Dunn?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Forrest?
Yes.
All right, let's proceed with the unsealed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to follow up on a final bit of questioning that we had in the field session, you had a discussion with the court on the subject of clustering. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Do you believe this to be a case in which it is appropriate to define a cluster market?
I do not.
Can you explain why that is?
Yes. In this particular case, we have a particular set of conduct that applies to a set of customers, the app users and app developers for the App Store, and there is no distinction between how that conduct and how those practices are applied in that case.
Your Honor, I had a number of other questions that I thought were very important when Mr. Swanson was doing his examination, but with the benefit of the break, I have thought better of it. So I'm.
All right, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
You cross.
Dr. Evans, is it your testimony, an antitrust economist, that the CERN conduct can't affect more than one market?
No.
The conduct that's at issue here is also engaged in by the free consoles, by Google Play, by Steam. You understand that, don't you?
If by conduct you mean
yes, I mean conduct. I mean the distribution conduct and the alleged conduct.
Yeah.
Okay. But yet you say the market should not be defined to include those platforms, those competitors. Correct?
Well, no, I think we're talking about different issues. I mean,
whatever it is we're talking about, can you answer my question?
Yeah.
Your position is that the market should not be defined to include any of the consoles, Google Play, or Steam, correct?
My conclusion is that those should not be in the relevant market that I have defined, but not because of the issues that we just talked about, because based on an analysis, those platforms don't provide substitutes. As a hypothetical matter, they could be in the market. The question is whether they are in the market, and I've concluded that they're not in the market. But there's nothing in my analysis in the way I've set up the approach that would have prevented game consoles and PCs and browsers from being in my relevant market. It's just that based on the analysis that I did, I concluded that there was not sufficient substitution on the part of consumers for them to be included.
And based on your analysis, you concluded that Apple has a 100% market share, correct?
No, just to be precise about it, I concluded that the App Store has a 100% market share in iOS app distribution.
That's the question. Sorry I didn't ask the question right, but that's the answer I was looking for. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evans. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything on those three topics?
Nothing further from me.
All right. Then you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Next witness.
David.
Morning, Your Honor. This is Brent Byers for Epic Games, which calls Mr. Ned Barnes.
Good morning.
Your Honor, if we could just pause a moment while Ms. Moyer gets to the courtroom.
Okay. Can we swear him in, Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's swear him in. Francis, let's swear him in.
You do solemnly swear the testimony that you will the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
All right, you can see this? Sorry about it.
My name is Ned Barnes, Barnes.
All right, we're just going to wait a few minutes here. Mr. Barnes, we just wanted to make sure that we could hear you. So.
Your Honor, we have a binder of materials if you'd like us to pass it out.
Yes, please.
I'll apologize in advance for the size of the binder. It's we didn't want to truncate the documents included in it.
Okay, Ms. Moyer, I'm going to let you get settled. We've already sworn him in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And counting this against Apple. Mr. Doran, sorry for calling you Mr. Dunn.
Got it right, Your Honor. I caught on.
You ready?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Barnes, what is your degree in?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting from George Mason University.
Do you have any professional certifications or credentials?
Yes, I am a certified public accountant. I've been licensed for almost 30 years, and I am also a certified fraud examiner.
And what is your current line of work?
I am a managing director with the consulting firm Berkeley Research Group, or BRG, where I have been practicing as a forensic accountant for the last 25 years.
Your Honor, I attended the witness as an expert in accounting and forensic accounting.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you prepare written testimony for use in this case?
Yes, I did.
And is there anything in your testimony that you would like to change?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Could you please briefly describe the areas of inquiry that you were assigned to conduct in this case?
Sure. There were principally two. The first is I was asked to investigate, analyze, and report on operating profits for the Apple App Store. And second, I was asked to investigate and report on operating profits for certain online marketplaces based on parameters and information provided to me by Dr. Evans.
And there's been some discussion this week that you may have heard about operating profits and margins in this case. So I wanted to first ask you from the perspective of an accountant, what does operating profit mean?
Operating profits is basically the income that is generated by a business or a business unit from its core business activities. So it's the revenue less the expenses that are required to generate that revenue. There are principally two types of expenses that are excluded from the calculation of operating income or operating profits. Those are interest expense and income taxes.
And what is operating margin percentage?
Operating margin percentage is the calculation of the nominal amount, the dollar amount of operating profit or income divided by the nominal or dollar amount of revenue.
And did you see or read Dr. Schmallenzy's testimony from earlier in the week to the effect that operating margin is not a measure of profitability?
I did see that.
And did you see the example he gave in particular about that topic of two factories, one which is highly mechanized and has invested a lot in machinery, and the other one that hasn't invested in machinery but has hired many more workers?
I read that example in his testimony, yes.
And would you agree with Dr. Schmallenzy that the mechanized factory is necessarily going to have lower operating costs and therefore a higher operating margin?
No, I disagree with that.
Okay. Could you explain why?
Sure. Principally, what's omitted from the example that Dr. Schmallenzy discussed was the very real operating expense of depreciation that would be deducted for the amortization of the equipment that had been purchased by the one factory in his example. So depreciation expense is how businesses and accountants account for the investment and cost of acquiring capital assets such as machinery and equipment.
And just to make it clear, depreciation, would that be included in any calculation of operating margin or profit?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about your first area of inquiry, which was App Store profitability. Do you recall submitting an expert report around February 16th of this year?
I do.
And did you provide estimates of the Apple App Store's operating margin and margin percentages in that report?
I did, yes.
And what were the operating margin percentages, your estimates of that you provided in that report?
They were approximately 79% in both 2018 and 2019.
And very briefly and generally, could you please describe the steps that you took to generate those estimates?
Sure. The first step was to conduct an investigation of the discovery record in the case, which included the documents, the business documents that had been produced by Apple, along with written discovery on this particular issue, as well as depositions that had been provided, deposition testimony that had been provided by various Apple witnesses on the subject. That was the first step.
What were the additional steps you took?
So from that initial investigation, I was able to identify documents that set forth profit and loss statements for the Apple App Store, specifically for the Apple App Store. Now, in connection with deposition testimony provided by Mark Rollins, a corporate witness for Apple, he indicated that there were certain operating expenses or certain expenses in general that had not been reflected in those profit and loss statements. So based on his testimony, I conducted an analysis to attempt to estimate these additional operating expenses to the extent they were excluded from the profit and loss statements. And I applied those estimates to reach my ultimate estimated operating margin percentages.
And did you obtain further information that was relevant to your investigation after you submitted your expert report?
I did.
And in general, could you please describe that information?
Sure. So after my report was submitted, additional documents were made available to me that were prepared by the corporate finance department at Apple and I understand they came directly from the files of Mr. Cook. So they had been circulated to Mr. Cook as well as the CFO of Apple. And these documents set forth Apple's own internal calculations of operating margin percentage for the App Store specifically, but also for every other individual business unit within Apple.
And what were the operating margin percentage reported in this document for the App Store?
Objection, Your Honor. Those documents have been deemed to be under seal. If the counsel is going to refer to the numbers in those documents, we need to go into a sealed session.
Your Honor, the percentages I'm asking for were already unsealed by Your Honor's order on Mr. Barnes' written direct testimony.
So let's be more careful on Mr. Byers. Why don't you point him to his testimony, and we'll make sure that they're unsealed.
Sure.
That way no one gets in trouble.
Sure, understood. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Barnes, could you please open to your written testimony? It should be the first tab.
Yeah, I have it open. I'm just trying to find the right section.
Oh, sure. I could direct you to please paragraph 2 of your written testimony.
Yes, I see it there.
And do you see a sentence referring to the operating margin percentages that you were about to provide?
I do.
Okay. And Your Honor, I have a copy for that's on the docket that is redacted, that doesn't have this redaction. I could show Ms. Moran if that would be helpful.
No objection to him reading what is have not been redacted from the court in his report.
Mr. Barnes, could you please read that sentence that has not been redacted relating to Apple's App Store operating margin?
Sure. These documents show that Apple calculated its own operating margin percentage for the App Store to be 77.8% for fiscal year 2019 and 74.9% for fiscal year 2018.
And was there anything about this document that was new information that you didn't have when you submitted your report?
Yes.
What was that new information you obtained from these documents?
Again, Your Honor, objection to any discussion of those documents that have been sealed in open court.
You just have to be very precise here, Mr. Myers. There's lots that I've not, that I've sealed, and there's another significant amount that I have sealed. So, I mean, it's not as if I don't have this testimony, and it's not as if we aren't publishing the written testimony that is not sealed. So, go ahead, but let's try to make sure that I know whether or not something is, his answer is going to reflect something that is not been sealed.
Understand. Your Honor, may I ask him about his independent analysis, independent of the documents?
Sure.
Mr. Barnes, were you able to determine whether Apple had allocated all costs across its business lines to each of its lines of business?
Yes, I was able to do that.
Did you? Were you able to determine that Apple had allocated costs to the App Store?
Yes, I was able to confirm that.
Okay. Were you able to compare the calculations in this document to Apple's publicly reported financial statements in any respect?
I was.
Okay, and were you able to confirm that they matched?
Yeah, so when I looked at the individual, without getting into numbers, when I looked at the individual revenues and expenses for all of the individual business units within Apple, I was able to total them up and agree to what Apple reported publicly for its company-wide revenues and expenses, which gave me comfort and confidence that all of the revenues and all the expenses had been properly attributed to or allocated to individual business units, including the App Store.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. There's been some discussion of the accounting concept of a joint or shared cost. Could you explain from the perspective of an accountant what a joint or shared cost is?
Yes, a joint cost or shared cost is generally an expense that has benefits to more than one business unit or product line or service line within an organization.
And do businesses ever have occasion to allocate joint costs across their lines of business?
Yes, that's a very common practice.
And in general, how do they do so?
Well, there are a number of methods or techniques that companies may employ. It's ultimately the decision of management or corporate finance to determine what is most appropriate for a given type of expense. It's not uncommon to see certain corporate level expenses to be allocated on the basis of revenue. Sometimes there are expense items that might be allocated on some other basis, like headcount or assets or some other measure.
For what purposes would businesses generally allocate joint or shared costs to their business lines?
Well, there are a number, but certainly management of the company and management of the individual business units is an important one. And that was, again, confirmed to me by the documents that I was able to review after my report was filed, which clearly indicate that Apple itself, in the ordinary course of business, was making these allocations in an effort to both retroactively and prospectively measure the operating margin for each of its individual business units, including the App Store.
I'd like to move to your area of inquiry, which was the investigation of other online marketplaces. Could you please describe what steps you took to conduct that investigation?
Sure. So I received a request from Dr. Evans, who I understand has already testified in this case, to conduct research of online marketplaces and to report, to the extent I was able to identify information, to report operating profit and operating profit percentages for other online marketplaces to the extent their accounting was sufficiently similar to the accounting for the App Store.
And how did you determine that their accounting would be sufficiently similar to the accounting for the App Store?
So when a company resells goods, including digital goods like apps, there are two ways that revenue can be recognized under accounting rules, what we call generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP. And if you think about the App Store, for example, when a hypothetical app is sold for $10 and $7 is remitted to the developer, Apple would keep the $3 commission. Apple recognizes just the $3 as commission as revenue. That is what we call revenue recognition on a net basis. If you think about the alternative, if Apple were to sell an app for $10 and recognize revenue of $10 and then report a cost of sale for the $7 that is distributed to the developer,
that is revenue recognition on a gross basis. So even though the net result is that Apple has $3, the method of accounting is very different. And this is not a situation where Apple or any other company gets to pick whichever one they want. There are criteria set forth in the accounting guidelines that have to be applied to determine what is the appropriate way to recognize revenue. And Apple has determined that it is appropriate to recognize revenue for the App Store on a revenue recognition at net. And I agree with that. I fully agree that they've applied the criteria properly and reached that conclusion. But when I went to go investigate other online marketplaces, I wanted to limit my investigation to only those marketplaces that recognized revenue on a net basis.
And was there anything else that you considered when selecting the online marketplaces from an accounting perspective?
Well, from an accounting perspective, the other major limitation was I wanted to be able to identify firms that either were predominantly operating online marketplaces or that they had sufficiently separated information on their online marketplace activities so that I could isolate as close as I could get to just the performance of the online marketplace.
Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barnes. I am Veronica Moyer. We haven't met before. I'll be doing your examination for Apple today.
Good morning, Mr. Moyer. I think it's good morning.
Yeah, it's actually Ms. Moyer.
Ms. Moyer, I'm sorry.
A lot of mistakes people make often. I want to start by reading some of the testimony we've heard from Mr. Sweeney, the CEO of Epic, and it's about accounting issues as they relate to Epic. And I want, in your expert accounting opinion, for you to let us know, do you agree with those positions that Mr. Sweeney has taken? So first, on May 4th at trial, Mr. Sweeney was asked, in any effort to attribute the cost of developing shared technology to a particular product, use, or customer would be largely artificial, correct? Mr. Sweeney's answer was, yes, that is my view of accounting at Epic. Do you agree, sir, that any effort to attribute the cost of developing shared technology to a particular product use or customer at Epic would be artificial?
Well, I have not investigated how Epic internally accounts for its operations, so I can't really speak to that issue because it's not something that was within the purview of my investigation.
So you don't know, is that correct, sir?
Right. I would have to study the information at Epic and make that determination. But I was asked to investigate what Apple does.
But you don't have any reason to doubt the truthfulness of Mr. Sweeney's testimony, do you?
That's not my role here.
Do you have any reason to doubt the truthfulness of Mr. Sweeney's testimony, sir?
No, I certainly don't.
Okay. Mr. Sweeney also testified as follows. Question, and you also believe that any effort to attribute the cost of developing shared technology to a particular product use or service would be arbitrary. True? Answer, yes, very much within Epic. Do you agree that at least with respect to Epic, any effort to attribute the cost of developing shared technology to a particular product use or service would be arbitrary?
Again, that's not something that I've investigated, so I don't have an opinion one way or the other.
Sir, is that correct? You don't know? Is the answer you don't know?
Yeah, it's not something I've studied.
Okay. And Mr. Sweeney testified, if, next question, Mr. Sweeney, if someone were to point at one product or service that your company offers and declare a precise profit margin for it, that assessment would be fundamentally flawed, wouldn't it? Answer, yes, within most parts of ethics, that's correct. You also do not know whether you agree with that testimony. Is that correct, sir?
That's not something I've studied, so that would be correct.
And because you did not study the issue, you don't know whether you agree with this testimony also. Question. An ethic does not organize around isolated business units, does it? Answer, no, ethic does not. Question. An ethic does not make decisions around business units, correct? Answer, correct. You don't have any opinion or any knowledge to dispute that testimony, do you?
That's correct. It was outside the scope of my analysis.
In your expert opinion, is there anything improper about ethics decisions not to organize around isolated business units and not to make decisions around business units?
Well, I have not reached an expert opinion on that issue, so I can't.
So you don't have an opinion as to whether that's improper or not, sir?
I do not have an opinion on that, an expert opinion.
Okay. Mr. Sweeney testified as follows. An ethic does not maintain any business unit or product level P&Ls, correct? Answer. I think the accounting team does that to a certain extent. Question. I am sorry, sir, I didn't hear you. Answer. I believe our accounting team does that to a certain extent, but not systematically everywhere. In your expert accounting opinion, Mr. Barnes, was there anything improper about ethics decisions not to systematically maintain business unit or product-specific P&L?
I don't have any expert opinion on that as I sit here today.
So as you sit here today, you do not intend to testify that that is improper on ethics' part?
No.
And Mr. Sweeney testified as follows. Question. And they don't allocate expenses in any systematic way, correct? Answer. My understanding is we do not attempt to allocate shared engineering costs to particular products. Question. Rather, ethics operates holistically as a company, but pursues the wide range of opportunities you see. Answer, yes. And you pursue those opportunities with as much synergy and sharing of technologies and tools and people and processes as possible, correct? Answer, yes. Is there anything improper about ethics decisions to operate holistically, sir, in your opinion?
That's not an issue that I've investigated.
So you don't know whether it's improper or not? You have no opinion on that?
I don't have an opinion.
And Mr. Sweeney testified, question, and you find that to be a good way to run a business, don't you? Answer, absolutely. Question, people are not focused on their business unit P&Ls, for example. Answer, yes. Question, focused on innovation rather than how they personally or they and their business unit are performing. Answer, yes. Question, and you want your people focused on innovation, not on their own skins, and I mean that literally, or on the P&L of their own work, correct? Mr. Sweeney's answer was yes. Do you agree with Mr. Sweeney's testimony that adopting an approach where people are focused on innovation rather than their own business unit P&L is a good way to run a business?
That was a lot of testimony, but I would just say I would defer to Mr. Sweeney for those issues.
I'm asking you for your opinion as an expert here today. Do you agree that it's a good way to run a business, to focus on innovation rather than business unit P&L?
Ms. Moyer, I only provide expert opinions on issues that I've
I need you to directly answer the questions that I put to you, sir. If you don't have an opinion, it's fine to say so. So, Mr. Barnes, you're sitting here today as an accounting expert for ethics. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not it's a good way to run a business, to focus on innovation rather than business unit P&L?
That's not, I don't have an expert opinion on that issue.
You don't have an opinion. Is that correct?
I believe that's what I just said.
Now let's talk about the P&L calculations that you did for the App Store. Now, it's correct that Apple witnesses have also testified that Apple doesn't maintain P&L statements that identify operating margins for its App Store in the ordinary course of business. Isn't that correct? You've seen that testimony?
I have seen that testimony.
But you decided to calculate what you refer to as the operating margin for the App Store. Is that correct, sir?
I did, and Apple does as well.
Your answer to my question.
I did.
To the extent you need to explain something, your counsel will allow you to do so.
Okay.
So you made that calculation. Is that correct?
I did provide calculations, yes.
And you started those calculations with two internal Apple documents. And I think they're labeled PX 602 and 608 in the case. I can provide you copies if you need.
I'm generally familiar with the documents, but if you want to talk about specifics, I might need to see them.
I don't need to talk about specifics. I just need your confirmation that you started your calculations with two documents that had been generated by Apple. And let me be clear, I'm talking about the calculation that led to the 79.6 margin percentage that you testified about in direct. In order to get to that number, you started with two documents that Apple employees had created. Is that right?
I started with. I can try and explain the documents.
I don't need an explanation, sir. I'm asking you, did you start with two documents?
I did start with Apple documents. I don't remember there being two.
And based on your professional experience, you believe the documents you started with were consistent with P&L prepared on a fully burdened basis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the term fully burdened means the margins reflected in those documents include consideration of all identifiable direct costs, as well as allocation of indirect or shared costs that provide benefit to the business at issue. Is that the correct definition, sir?
That sounds reasonable.
Do you have any doubt as to whether that's the correct definition? I'm reading you a quote from your written direct, paragraph 7, page 4, if you need to refer to it.
It sounds reasonable.
Let's look at your written report. Let's go to paragraph 7 on page 4. Would you please read the last sentence of paragraph 7, sir?
Are you referring to me to my report or my direct testimony?
The written direct testimony.
And I'm sorry, can you tell me the paragraph again?
Paragraph 7 on page 4. And I'm asking you to read into the record the last sentence of paragraph 7. It starts in accounting and in my testimony.
Sure, I can read that.
Thank you.
In accounting and in my testimony, the term fully burdened describes the determination of operating margins that include all identifiable direct costs as well as an allocation of indirect or shared costs from which the relevant business or business segment derives benefit.
And that testimony that you have written and submitted to the court is correct, is it not?
Certainly, I certainly believe it's correct, yes.
It's more than reasonable. It's correct in your view. Is that right?
It's correct.
Thank you. But even though you believe these documents you started with contained fully burdened P&Ls, you decided to actually look at some witness testimony about the documents. Isn't that right?
I did.
And specifically, you relied on the testimony of Mr. Mark Rowland, who in his deposition testified that the two documents he started with did not reflect a fully burdened allocation. Is that right?
That was his testimony.
So you made two adjustments to the operating margins reflected in the two documents you started with. Is that right?
I think there were more than two, but I made some adjustments that lowered the operating margins.
Would you please look at page 6, paragraph 11 of your reading guide?
Okay.
The second sentence in paragraph 11 says, specifically, I performed 2 adjustments to the operating margins for fiscal year 2019 and fiscal year 2018, reflected in the App Store P&L statements. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And that's a truthful statement, correct, sir?
It is. One of those
I
requires
didn't ask for an explanation, sir. I asked you to answer my question.
Okay.
Now, you accepted Mr. Rollins' testimony because you understood that you were not assessing the credibility of Apple's fact witnesses. Isn't that correct, sir?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Is it not correct that you accepted Mr. Rollins' testimony because you understood that you were not assessing the credibility of Apple's fact witnesses? Isn't that correct, sir?
It's certainly the case that I was not assessing the credibility of Apple's fact witnesses.
Thank you, sir. That answers my question. And so the 2 adjustments you made, the first was to add 3 categories of expenses Mr. Rollins testified had been admitted. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
And the second was to increase App Store expenses by an additional amount of general corporate expenses. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And you tried to follow as best you could Mr. Rollins' testimony in performing your calculations. Isn't that correct, sir?
The methodology that he explained, yes.
Let me ask you again. You tried to follow as best you could Mr. Rollins' testimony in performing your allocations. Is that correct, sir?
I would agree with that.
But isn't it correct, sir, that Mr. Rollins did not testify that the categories of expenses you made adjustments for were the only App Store expenses that had not been allocated in the document you started with?
I don't recall that.
Okay, let's have you look at Rollins' deposition and see if it helps you recall it. If you would look at, this is actually your deposition, Barnes' deposition. Paragraph 75, lines 5 to 14, Your Honor.
Okay, hold on. I was going to Rollins.
It's the Barnes deposition.
I don't see any paragraph. Did you say paragraph?
No, I said Barnes deposition, page 75.
Okay.
Lines 5 to 14.
All right, I'm not saying the impeachment.
I'm sorry?
I'm not saying the impeachment.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm having difficulty understanding.
I said I'm not saying the impeachment. You said he tried to follow.
Yes, I'm sorry, I've given you the wrong site again, Your Honor. It's Rollins Dep, 216, starting at line 9, and thank you. And the question I had posed, Your Honor, was Mr. Rollins did not testify that the category of expenses you made adjustments for were the only App Store expenses that had not been allocated in the document you started with. And I'd like to refer the witness to Rollins Deposition 216, starting at line 9, going to 217 at line 1.
Oh, so we're back to the Rollins deposition?
We are back to the Rollins deposition, and I apologize for the confusion.
Okay, so Mr. Barnes, go to the Rollins deposition, page 216. Are you there?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm there.
Okay.
And Mr. Barnes, you see there that Mr. Rollins testifies as follows, starting at line 9. And just going, and I understand that, but to go back to my question, that beyond the examples you gave, worldwide developer relations, OCOGs, OPEX, the marketing we discussed, and the corporate level expenses, did they identify any other expenses that they felt should have been attributed to the App Store P&L? Answer, sitting here right now, I can't recollect any other ones, but I don't. Question, who are those conversations? Answer, since I asked that specific question to the team. And so there may certainly be certain line items that might have been excluded. And so I guess sitting here right now, I can't think of additional, any specific line items sitting here right now. Do you see that testimony?
I do.
And does that cause you to recall that Mr. Rollins testified that there may have been others, that in fact what he was listing were those that came to mind sitting here right now?
I don't read it that way, but I think he provided a pretty comprehensive list.
You do see that he says, I can't think of additional, any specific line items sitting here right now. You see those words?
I do see those words.
And you considered Mr. Rollins' testimony in doing your work, isn't that right?
I did.
And you took Mr. Rollins' testimony as true because, again, you are not assessing the credibility of witnesses, isn't that right?
That is true.
But you made only the 2 adjustments to increase expenses related to the App Store that we've already discussed. Isn't that right?
I made the adjustments that we've discussed that are set forth in my report.
Yes, those 2 that we've discussed here this morning, right?
Well, one of them is 3, but yes, there are 2 categories. There's actually 4 adjustments.
Okay. And isn't it correct, Mr. Barnes, that if you had made even more adjustments to account for additional categories of App Store expenses, the number you calculated would have decreased?
I would be speculating. I don't know that.
I'm asking you a math question as an accounting expert here, Mr. Barnes. If the level of expenses attributed to the App Store were higher than what you did, wouldn't the margin decrease?
If you hold everything else constant and all you do is increase expenses, then the operating margin percentage would go down. That is math.
Thank you, sir. Now let's talk about the new documents that you referenced in your testimony. And you said those new documents confirmed your conclusions. Is that correct?
That's one of the things they did, yes.
Okay. And you believe those documents, you say, indicate, I think was the word, that Apple employs a systematic method for allocating expenses to the App Store. Is that what you said, sir?
That is correct.
That's your testimony?
Yes.
Now, isn't it correct that you have reviewed no witness testimony about these Apple documents?
I've seen any testimony related to these documents.
And so you have seen no testimony explaining why these documents were created, is that right?
I have not seen any testimony related to why they were created.
And you have not seen any testimony explaining how these documents were used, have you, sir?
Not testimony, no.
And you have not seen any witness testimony explaining how often these types of documents were created, have you?
I've not seen any testimony, no.
And what you're referring to, what you refer to in your report is 3 documents. Is that correct?
I don't, it was several. I don't recall if it was specifically 3.
Okay, I will help you with that. Okay, I will come back to it. So you haven't seen, I'm sure I have a note here that may help me. Look at paragraph 14, page 8 of your indirect. The second sentence from the bottom of that page says, I reviewed 3 documents prepared by Apple's corporate FP&A group that contain profitability analyses specific to the App Store. Do you see that language, sir?
I'm still trying to get there. I'm sorry.
Okay. Tell me when you're ready.
I see there's a reference here to 3. I don't know if that's all the documents I reviewed.
But you do know that that statement is true, that you reviewed 3 documents prepared by Apple's corporate FP&A group that contain profitability analyses specific to the App Store. That is true, isn't it not?
True, the documents that contain profitability of the App Store, yes.
Okay. And then if you look at paragraph 15 on the next page, there's a statement, these documents confirm my conclusions. Do you see that, sir?
I see that.
So those 3 documents confirm your conclusion. Is that right, sir?
Again, I don't necessarily agree that...
Can you answer my question, sir? I'm not asking about what you agree with. Did those 3 documents that you reference in your report confirm your conclusions?
As asked, I don't know.
You don't know. But you do know that the statements in your indirect are correct, are true. You know that.
Yes, I think you may be
I didn't ask you for your thoughts, sir. Ethics Counsel will give you every opportunity to share any thoughts they think are germane to your testimony. Now, you don't know how the documents were used. You don't know how often these types of documents were prepared. Are both of those correct, sir?
I don't necessarily agree with that statement.
I am talking to you, sir, about the 3 documents that confirm your conclusions. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. And have you seen any testimony about those 3 documents?
Testimony, no.
And that's what I was asking you. Have you seen any testimony explaining how those 3 documents were used?
I have not seen any testimony.
And you have seen no testimony explaining how they were prepared, correct?
I have not seen any testimony.
And you have seen no testimony explaining who actually reviewed those documents or for what purpose?
Not testimony.
And you have not seen any testimony explaining whether the margins reflected in those documents had been prepared on a fully burdened basis, the type of testimony that you saw from Mr. Rollins with respect to the other documents we talked about earlier.
I haven't seen testimony on that.
And if an Apple witness was to testify that these 3 documents that confirm your conclusions did not reflect a fully burdened allocation of costs, you would have to accept that it's true. just as you did for Mr. Rollins' testimony, would you not, sir?
No, that would be incorrect.
Oh, so you are assessing the credibility of Apple witnesses?
I'm not assessing the credibility, but that statement would be incorrect.
And you believe that you would be able, you, Mr. Barnes, would be able to determine with no testimony that these three documents, that they had been developed on a fully burdened basis. Is that your testimony, sir?
I have done that.
You have done that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you have done a assessment that allows you to determine which costs in Apple are properly allocated to the App Store.
I have been able to...
Answer my question, sir. Have you, Mr. Barnes, done an assessment of which costs at Apple are properly allocated to the App Store?
I believe so, yes.
You believe you have?
Yes.
And can you point me to where you have given that opinion here in your report? Have you ever worked at Apple, sir?
Do you want me to answer the first question?
Yes. Actually, withdraw that. Let me ask you a second. Have you ever worked at Apple?
I've never been employed at Apple now.
Do you know the level of cost that Apple incurs for research and development?
Generally, yes.
And do you know how those costs benefit its different business segments?
I know how Apple treats them, yes.
I asked you what you knew, sir. You feel like you know. You have told us that you have done a calculation that shows that the allocations in these three newly produced documents are in fact correct. Isn't that the testimony you gave us?
That's a different question than you asked me, but I've been able to determine that they're on a fully burdened basis.
So let me ask you a different question, sir. Perhaps I wasn't clear. Have you done any assessment that would enable you to opine to this court under oath that all of the costs attributable to the App Store have been properly allocated to the App Store in these newly produced documents?
I don't know specifically.
Answer my question, sir. Do you need it back?
No, I'm trying to answer it, actually. I don't know. The question as you've asked it, I don't know.
So you haven't done that assessment, right? And you can't do that assessment, right?
I don't have access to the underlying detail that backs up these data.
Thank you, sir. Now let's talk about your online marketplaces work. You were asked by Dr. David Evans, another ethics expert, to identify certain businesses that operate online marketplaces. Is that right, sir?
To identify them and report on operating margins if available.
And Dr. Evans gave you the definition of online marketplaces to use. Is that correct?
He did.
And I think I heard you explain in your direct testimony that you felt it was important to identify online marketplaces that use what you refer to as net basis accounting. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct for their online marketplace activities.
Good. And companies that actually take title to goods and resell them are using a different kind of accounting. What did you refer to it as, sir?
That's called gross revenue recognition on a gross basis.
And Dr. Evans gave you some criteria, and you identified 5 companies: eBay, Etsy, Alibaba, Mercado Libre, and Rakuten. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Are those the 5 you identified?
Yes, I believe it's Rakuten. The only caveat I would give you is 2 of them I identified individual segments within those companies.
But you did not make any effort to ensure that the companies you identified were comparable to the App Store. Is that right, sir?
Comparable in what sense?
Comparable in the sense that term was used in your deposition testimony, sir.
Comparability in terms of the nature of the business was not within the scope of my work. I was only trying to ensure that there was a consistency of accounting.
You did not, sir, conduct a search for online marketplaces that are comparable to the App Store. Is that right?
That's true.
So you instead calculated operating margins for companies using a definition that Dr. Evans gave you. Is that right?
Dr. Evans provided you with the parameters, the initial parameters, yes.
And you used those parameters to identify the company.
Correct.
You did not conduct a search for comparable online marketplaces.
I was not trying
Yes or no, sir? Did you conduct a search for comparable online marketplaces?
That was not part of my analysis, no.
Does that mean no?
Correct.
No. Okay. And that means you did not calculate operating margins for companies that facilitate transactions for apps or in-app purchases. Is that right, sir?
That's true. That was not a criteria.
So you did not attempt to calculate an operating margin for the Google Play Store. Is that right?
My recollection is that Alphabet was one of the companies that I did look at, but that their Google stores did not have sufficiently separable information.
And my question again was, did you calculate an operating margin for the Google Play Store? Not that you tried, did you do so?
Oh, I did not, no.
Did you calculate an operating margin for the Sony PlayStation Store?
No, I did not.
Did you calculate an operating margin for the Microsoft Store?
I did not.
Did you calculate an operating margin for the Samsung Galaxy Store?
I did not.
And did you calculate an operating margin for Nintendo eShop?
I did not.
And each of those companies actually facilitate app and in-app transactions. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's not something...
If you don't know, it's fine. Do you know?
I don't know, as I sit here today. It sounds like that's something they would do, but that's not something I studied.
You don't know, one way or the other.
I haven't studied it.
Okay. And the reason you did not calculate operating margins for their brother stores is because they don't report separate financial results for their App Store activities, just like Apple does not. Isn't that correct, sir?
One of the criteria for selecting an online marketplace for me was that
I did not ask you what your criteria were for selecting an online marketplace. Let me ask you the question again. The reason you did not calculate an operating margin for Google Play Store, Sony PlayStation Store, Microsoft Store, Samsung Galaxy Store, and Nintendo eShop is because those companies do not report separate financial results for their App Store activities, just as Apple does not. Is that correct?
I'm struggling with the last part of that question. I don't know what the importance of the last little.
I didn't ask you how you felt about the question, sir. I'm trying to get your factual testimony here. Why don't we do it this way? Let's look at your written direct. Let's look at page 13, paragraph 24. Please read paragraph 24, sir.
Sure. A number of firms with operations that facilitate transactions for apps or in-app purchases, including the Google Play Store, Sony PlayStation Store, Microsoft Store, Samsung Galaxy Store, and Nintendo eShop, do not meet the criteria because they do not report sufficiently separate financial results for their App Store activities.
And that was truthful, sir, isn't it?
That is.
That is truthful.
Correct.
And Apple also does not report separate financial results for its Apple App Store. Isn't that correct?
Not publicly.
Yes. Are you aware, sir, that Apple operates a hardware business in addition to the App Store?
Yes.
Does eBay operate a hardware business?
I don't believe so.
Does Etsy, another of the companies that you calculated margins for, does it operate a hardware business?
I don't believe so.
What about the remaining three? Alibaba, Mercado Libre, and Rakuten. Hope I got it right that time. Do they operate a hardware business?
I don't think so. I would probably need to go back and double check on Rakuten, but I don't think so.
And, sir, is it correct that you are not offering an opinion on the comparability of any of the other firms that you did these operating margins for? That's eBay, Etsy, Alibaba, Mercado Libre, and Rakuten.
That's true.
Thank you. Pastor Whitney.
Yeah.
Mr. Barnes, I'd like to speak first about what Ms. Moy described as the lack of testimony about the documents you obtained later. Do you know why there's a lack of testimony about those documents in the record so far?
My understanding is they were produced to Epic on the last day of discovery in this case.
I'd also like to talk about the documents themselves, very general level without getting into any detail. Was there information in these documents that you used to consider for what purpose they were prepared by Apple?
Yes.
I'd like to refer you to PX2391. We can start on the first page and probably end on the first page too.
This, Your Honor, is a document that is under seal.
Okay, be careful.
2391.
I'm there.
And I only want to ask you the very general question of whether this page contains information relevant to any investigation of whether this document was used for business purposes.
Yes, it does.
Ms. Moya also asked you whether you had information about the ways in which expenses such as R&D were allocated. Do you remember that?
I do.
Was there information in these documents that allowed you to consider the way in which Apple allocated expenses such as R&D?
Yes, there was, both allocation and just attribution for direct R&D.
Thank you for that clarification. Could you please look at, again, we're going to talk about it very generally, PX2385.
Okay, I'm there.
And if you could please turn to page 24, that's 2835.24, which is actually 19 in the presentation. Apologies.
And again, just for the record, 2385 has also been sealed by the court in prior ruling.
All right, good question.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor. I only want to ask whether this page depicts the ways in which Apple allocates both direct, shared, I'm sorry, I'll withdraw that. I only want to ask whether this page depicts the way in which Apple assigns costs, whether they be direct, shared, or allocated costs across its line of business.
Objection, Foundation.
Well, let's do it. There is a lack of foundation, but you can ask him an open-ended question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What does this page depict from an accounting perspective and based on your experience as an accountant and a forensic accountant?
Well, how about, what did he use? Did he use this page? Let's start there.
Mr. Barnes, did you use this page in forming your opinions?
I did.
And what, how did you use this page in forming your opinions?
Again, generically.
This was one of a number of pages that was indicative that Apple was employing a rigorous analytic method to determine how costs could be either identified to specific business units or allocated if they were shared across multiple business units. And
that's what it meant to you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
And because it may not be clear, is there a category on the right-hand side, without getting into any details, that would include the Apple App Store based on your investigation of these documents?
Yes.
Jackson again, Foundation.
Did you, well, tell me what, because you don't have foundation, all that is relevant is what it is that you understood it to be for yourself, because you're not, there is no testimony, and you're not an Apple employee. So that's all you can really say.
If I could ask a clarifying question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Were you able in your investigation to determine in which of these categories on the right-hand side would have included the Apple App Store?
Yes, I was.
And how were you able to do that?
Because this document, which shows the allocation of costs, has figures on the right-hand side that go into different product and service line buckets. And I was able to reconcile those internally with other pages of this presentation to ascertain with a very high confidence level where the App Store's cost allocations are flowing.
And Mr. Barnes, if you could please direct the court to one of those other pages.
So I would direct the court to the pages that end in .11 and .12.
And let's start with 12, and maybe we can end there. What information does this page depict at a very high level of generality?
So for the fiscal year 20, which is a forecast period, this shows the breakdown of Apple's services lines of businesses between revenue, gross margin, operating expenses, and operating margin.
And how were you able to use this information to determine in which category on the other page of the App Store would be included in?
Without referring to specific numbers, I was able to tie out boxes that refer to operating expenses for services in this page to the flow chart that appears on the page ending in .24 for one of the categories that's showing the allocation of expenses.
And for the non-accountants in the room, could you please explain how you tie something out?
Tying something out is just simply an accountant's term for taking two sets of data, adding up the numbers and getting them to agree, which gives you confidence that you've accounted for everything.
And you said 2385.11 and 2385.12?
Yes, and I think, Your Honor, you can actually just use .12 to do what I need to do.
And is that because page 12 is services?
Yes, page 12 is services, so we can short circuit having to go through the products.
Thank you. You can put that away. Ms. Moyne referred to a series of testimony given by Mr. Sweeney regarding ethics practices Does that affect your opinion with respect to what Apple has done or is capable of doing?
No, it has no effect.
And why is that?
Well, as I testified, I wasn't investigating how Epic does its internal reporting, but I was investigating Apple's internal reporting of the Apple App Store, and I was able to determine, based on documents I reviewed, that both I was able to do my own estimate based in combination with the testimony of Mr. Rollins, but perhaps more importantly, I was able to verify that Apple does this internally in the ordinary course of business.
And just to make the record clear, did you perform any additional estimates or calculations with respect to the later produced documents that we were just looking at?
I did not do any adjustment to those documents.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions?
Going to dot 24. I take it you were looking at the iPhone number?
No, Your Honor. I was looking at the last item on the right-hand corner.
Okay.
And I can clarify what I mean by that.
Your Honor, may we read the name of just the category into the record just for clarity?
I think it's pretty obvious on the document.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
No, I'll have to go back and look at your math in your report. Thank you. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Next witness.
Good morning, Lauren Moskowitz for Epic Games. Epic calls Peter Rossi.
Oh, okay. All right, let's make a little room. Is that okay? I do.
And then we'll make sure that
Yes, my full name is Peter Eric Rossi, and my last name is spelled R-O-S-S-I.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You may proceed, Ms. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach with some binders? Good morning, Professor Rossi.
Good morning.
Have you prepared a written direct testimony for today?
Yes, I have.
If you could turn to your binder in the beginning there, can you confirm that that is your written direct testimony?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I offer Exhibit Expert 3, Professor Rossi's written direct into evidence.
Right, and are we still dealing with any ceiling issues at all?
there is
one redacted sentence in that will be subject to a motion to seal.
And is it agreed upon?
That's agreed upon, yes, Your Honor.
What sentence?
It is on the bottom of page, I believe, 13 and 14. I'm just going to confirm that. It's highlighted in your binder, and I just need to find it.
My binder doesn't have page numbers. Do you have a paragraph number?
49, Your Honor. Starts, for example, on the bottom.
Okay, I'll approve that. So I don't need an extra motion on that topic, and it's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just one other administrative matter in connection with Professor Rossi. There are a number of documents that are included in this binder that the parties weren't able to get a stipulation done in time. If I could read those in and move for their admission at once, if that would be amenable to Your Honor.
So that's fine.
There's PX2545, which is a flash drive of the actual survey results. PX2547, PX1085, which is subject to a motion to seal and contains some of the same data that was referred to in that sentence that Your Honor just read. PX1086, PX1087, PX1088, PX1089, PX1090, PX1091, and PX1092. I move those into evidence, Your Honor.
Ms. Moran.
No objection to that, Your Honor. We do just note there's a redaction issue with respect to PX1085. Column C will need to be redacted as that document, but I think the parties have reached agreement on that.
Okay. This is I'm looking at it now, and it's not highlighted on my version. Is it just the third column?
It is, Your Honor. It's column C, the caption there, and the numbers underneath it.
Okay. That's sealed, and with that sealing, the exhibits are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor Rossi, can you just briefly summarize your background and qualifications for the court?
Yes, I teach at UCLA, and I do research and teach in the areas of survey methodology, statistics, marketing, and economics. And I've been doing that for about 35 years.
And even though Your Honor told us you didn't have to, I don't want to be the odd one out and not do it. Your Honor, I tender Professor Rossi in the field of, as an expert in the field of survey methodology and statistics for this matter.
No objection.
You've admitted.
Professor Rossi, did you prepare a set of demonstratives for your testimony today?
Yes, I did.
For the record, PDX 0091 for identification will be used. PDX 0091. Professor Rossi, what was your assignment in this case?
My assignment was to consider undertaking a survey to measure the reactions of consumers to a 5% increase across the board in a certain class of products on the Apple iStore, in-app purchases and subscriptions, which I refer to as at-issue purchases in my report.
And what did you conclude?
I concluded that it would be possible to undertake such a survey, but it would require the use of a hypothetical scenario, and that would follow in a long tradition of using hypotheticals successfully in surveys, both in commercial and litigation applications. But the real challenge would be to design a survey that would yield reliable data.
Why is a hypothetical appropriate here?
Because there does not exist marketplace transactional data that could be used to answer this question of what would happen in across-the-board price increase over a large number of products.
How did you go about designing the hypothetical scenario in this case?
Well, on this slide, I display the process. And the process really is to respond to the challenge of creating a scenario that can be expressed to respondents in a meaningful way. And that starts with qualitative research. That is, before we even draft a questionnaire, we undertake qualitative research and we go through a sequence of pre-testing. During that process, I came to realize that the best way that I know to make this hypothetical meaningful to respondents would be to ground it in their actual purchase experience on the App Store. So in order to do that, we ask respondents to go into the Apple App Store app, go to the purchase history feature, and actually enter the relevant transactions from that history into the survey, collect them as part of the survey. And having done that, we realized that we needed a test, if you will. We call it a reliability test, to ensure that they are reliably and conscientiously entering that data. And we devised a test in which we asked them to undertake a similar task on their iOS device, could be a phone or an iPad, in which they would go and look up what's called the model number. So, for example, an iPhone 7 is not a model number, it's a model name. Most people don't know, including myself, before the survey didn't know the model number. So we asked them to complete that task, and we terminated any respondent who did not successfully pass that test.
And you said that you collected actual purchase data from your respondents. Over what period of time did you ask those respondents to report their at-issue purchases?
Over a 30-day period.
And why did you pick that period?
For two basic reasons. In survey research, we can only ask so much of the respondents. And my experience is that we ask them to go back to a further point in time, say back 60 days or 90 days. That would require them to enter quite a few more transactions, and the quality of that data would be compromised. So we picked 30 days as a reasonable starting off point. Also, and I think this is very important, many people view their interactions with financial transactions on a monthly basis. We pay our monthly phone bill or a monthly mortgage bill. So that frame of timing is appropriate in my judgment.
So let's take a look at the actual hypothetical scenario that you used. Can you describe the scenario that you designed?
Absolutely. So this will be displayed on the screen for all of the respondents to see, and this is the outcome of this rather extensive process that I just discussed. I'd like to call your attention.
Can you tell me very quickly, what time of the year did you take this?
The survey was administered in January of this year.
So you're talking about, when you're talking about the 30-day period, you're asking them to think about December.
I believe the survey was administered from January, late January, so it would be the last 30 days period. So for whenever they're taking the survey, so I'm taking the survey, say, on January 27th, I would go back 30 days from the 27th. So that could go in December for some respondents. That's correct.
After the holidays.
Correct.
All right, proceed.
So I just want to call your attention to, in this example, in the middle of this screen is a box, and calling this respondent's attention to it. And you can see there's the grounding in their actual experience. In this example, their last 30 days amount was $4.04, as it's an example. And then we try to express the price increase, which is a 5% price increase, in terms they can understand. What would that mean if they were to make those same purchases? So that's one very important part of this scenario. The other important part of the scenario is to establish what's changing in this hypothetical world and what's not changing. So what's changing are the prices of the at-issue purchase products. What's not changing are the prices outside of that App Store environment. Namely, for example, the prices on the Google Play Store for an Android application, or on websites where someone, at least for some applications, may be able to do in-app purchases for a app on a website. So those things are held constant, if you will. And then finally, this whole scenario is designed to evoke a longer run price response, not a transitory price response.
Why do you view this scenario as invoking a long run or non-transitory price increase?
For three reasons. First of all, if you look at the wording of the scenario, So we say at the very beginning, starting 30 days ago, the Apple App Store increases these prices by 5%. We don't give a termination date, so starting but not finishing. Similarly, when we discuss the external environment, we say the prices remain the same without a termination date. That's one reason. The second reason is, in this scenario, we're actually giving people, we're stating to them that the price of all of these products are going to increase. In the real world, if, for example, Apple were to increase the commission rate, so that would create a price increase, it's unlikely they would announce that to the public. So how would a consumer find out about it or infer about it? They would have to interact with the App Store and notice that prices were increasing not just for one product or two products, but for all across the board. And so that would take them some time. So that's the second reason why this is designed for a longer run price response. And the other that I always should recognize, and I think all good survey experts recognize, is that consumers bring their own experience with products into the survey. And in consumer products, price increases are not temporary. They're more long-standing.
So is there a reason you did not include the word permanent somewhere in this scenario?
Yes, that would be, in my judgment, poor survey practice. In other words, you should not include as part of any part of your survey ambiguous terms. And the permanent is a very ambiguous term. It means many things, different things to different people.
So let's talk about how you went about implementing this scenario. Can you describe the process from there?
Yes, so we pose the scenario to the respondent. The respondent then gets to see the scenario a second time. That's the screen being displayed now. And then we ask the respondent a series of follow-up questions on how they would react to that scenario. And here you can see there are three alternatives down there in the gray box areas. The first alternative is we ask them, do they make the same purchases that they made in that 30-day period that they were asked to enter their data in? And the first option is, yes, I would make the same purchases. And then, of course, since prices increase, the amount of the spending would have to increase. Those people we call stickers, meaning they're staying with their purchases. And at that point, we require more information from them. They're terminated from the survey.
Can I ask you how you dealt with the fact that during the holidays, prices are always lower, and in January, prices always go up. Consumers know that. How did you deal with that?
Prices for apps on the App Store or more generally?
More generally.
Yes, I have actually written about that problem about prices being lowered at holiday periods. That I don't think applies to this class of goods. And we're talking about their purchases being entered primarily in the January period, the post-holiday period.
So you don't think that consumers generally have a view that prices increase in January after the holidays of December?
I don't know that applies to this class of products.
And that wasn't my question. My question is, do you think that consumers believe that?
I think for some products they may.
Have you done any research about whether consumers believe that for these products?
No, I have not.
Proceed.
Okay, so the second option there is that they would change their purchases in some way to achieve a lower total spending. Those are people we call decrementers, and then we follow up with them to see how they would achieve that decrement in their spending. So those the questions continue for them. And then finally, as is in good survey practice, we do offer a not sure, so we don't force people to make a decision. If someone says they're not sure, they are terminated at that point from the survey.
Just let me pause and ask a follow-up question on what the court just asked you. In terms of when you were collecting information on actual purchase spending and then presenting that same amount with a 5% increase, does the period or the month of the year that occurred impact the results or your conclusions from the survey?
I don't believe so.
And why not?
Well, because we're talking about a shift in price. We're talking about response to an increase in price, not a level of price from a specific baseline level.
So in terms of, for the individuals that you mentioned would continue on, the individuals who answered that they would change their purchases and spend less, how did the survey then proceed for them?
Yes, then we proceed to the next question, which is really designed to inquire more about how they would change those expenditures. So if we could see the next slide, please. Right, so the next question is really designed to get at, would people shift some of their purchases away to a new device? That's the third option there.
And in terms of this question, question 17, was it important from your perspective to present every possible option that a respondent might have to spend less in this question?
No, the main purpose of this question is to filter out or obtain information about people who would use a new device, and it's not necessary. The other options essentially are distractor options.
So after question 17, what followed? What were you doing in the remainder of the survey?
Yes, so there's two inputs from this survey that bear on a profitability calculation. One is, of course, their overall revenue response. How do they decrement their overall, how they decrement their spending in response to the price increase. And the other is the extent of switching to new devices. So the remainder of questions are designed to elicit that information.
So the first one you mentioned was measuring reductions in spending. How did you go about measuring that?
Yes, if we could look at the next slide, please. That's question 18. And here we reiterate the scenario in the terms that they can understand. And we ask them, you've told us that you would decrement the spending. By how much? And they enter an amount.
Yona, I think I have one more question that will be before a new topic, if I have that 30 seconds.
You've got 2 minutes.
Okay. How did you go about measuring the second part of the profitability analysis, the percentage of switchers?
Well, we asked question 19, which we can say thank you. And the purpose of that is to understand people who are asked 19 are decrementers who have indicated that they would consider shifting purchases to a new device. And we're basically asking them in 19, which kind of device? And the key issues there are, or the key responses, I should say, are the non-iOS, non-iPad, iPhone devices, another tablet or phone.
Let's talk about results. What did the survey show you about how consumers would react to a 5% price increase of at-issue purchases?
Yes, so the total sample size is about 2,600. As I mentioned in question 16, but we did offer the option to say, I'm not sure. So the people who were able to make either a yes or no option there are called deciders. There are about 2,300 of them in the survey. And then the deciders are divided into 2 groups. Those people who would stick with their same purchases but pay the larger amount, and those who would decrement. And those proportions are about 81% what we are calling stickers and 19% decrementers. That key share of switching, the switchers are the people. Why is that important for a profitability calculation? Is because if I shift out of an iOS device, Apple doesn't receive the stream of profits from that device over its useful lifetime. And the share of switchers is about 1.3% of those deciders. So there are 2,300 or odd deciders, 1.3% switch out of the iOS system, if you will. Overall, spending reduction is about 11%. And some people like to put that into the units of inelasticity, which is a reduction per 1 percentage point price increase. And the elasticity estimate here is about minus 2.2.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and take our second break. We'll stand in recess until 1:15. Thank you.
Pour up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Still tired like your friends, what we used to do. I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, sitting wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's end. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole school. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sippin' something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. Later we got reacquainted. Pour up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. You work hard, you need a vacation. I take your lifestyle, rearrange it. Put you on a plane with a destination, a white sand. All this funded off a mic stand. My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves to the shoreline. Skin tan, you blended with the locals. Burn bread, are you something we could toast to? I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds, you can view the coast. I feel the same for you, I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. Pour up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Usually I put it down and withdraw. You always getting a round of applause. Standing ovation, give me an encore. Yeah, I need an encore. Tell me that you coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me. Showing you how it's supposed to be. I know you know it's me. Pour up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do.
Fall in love cause I end up getting fucked. And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you ride or die, yeah. So what happened to us? I just kept on getting hurt, so I stopped giving a fuck. I don't fall in love cause I end up getting fucked. And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you ride or die, yeah. So what happened to us? I just kept on getting hurt, so I stopped giving a fuck. You was fucking with my head, now I'm crying in the Benz. I'll be better off alone cause I push away my friends. Every time I get a bag, I just blow it on the chems. Cause the gas ain't free, yeah, I still gotta spend. You say you killed for me, now I know it's just a lie. You gon' fuck up on my whip cause you not no ride or die. I need some real homies, niggas that gon' keep me on my grind. It's hard for me to open up, fuck I really don't know why. And the drugs not need, but it keeps me on my shit. Got the ADHD, put an Addy in my lip. Shawty wanna link with us, send the Addy in the zip. And she curved me in the fall, but she see him on my shit. I don't fall in love cause I end up getting fucked. And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you ride or die, yeah. So what happened to us? I just kept on getting hurt, so I stopped giving a fuck. I don't fall in love cause I end up getting fucked. And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you ride or die, yeah. So what happened to us? I just kept on getting hurt, so I stopped giving a fuck.
Aye, what? Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake. Think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real. This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake, think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real, this right here to start a kid. Pick the grind, look like I just started it. Roll one, if your dog hold you down, do not take it for granted. Get a credit out if it's both of you that planned it. If you got some bread, they should not be empty-handed. If your homie winning, then you winning, understand it. Rule two, don't compare yourself to anybody else. These days, people wanna be anyone but themselves. All that picture posting and fake boasting really doesn't help. Push it to the side and make sure you focus on yourself. But sometimes it get hard. I just keep on working till we make it out of Dodge. People posting pictures, really, that's just a mirage. Real ones with me, I know we gon' beat the odds. Counterfeit, guess it from the thought of it. People fake, think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real, this right here to start a kid. Pick the grind, look like I just started it. Counterfeit, guess it from the thought of it. People fake, think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real, this right here to start a kid. Pick the grind, look like I just started it. If somebody left me, I'ma let them leave. I just upgraded to a better me. Ain't no hard feelings, I'ma wish them well. You did me a favor, did it to yourself. Fake love come and go, especially when money grow. That's why I be staying low, keep it on the need to know. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, that don't happen. Say it did, must be capping. I don't let them catch me lagging. Cut you up, don't say I won't. Not afraid to say I'm wrong. Say you real, say you kill. Well, okay, I play it on. I don't care what they say. All I care about is action. Go and do what you do. Don't worry about their reaction. But sometimes it get hard. Facts. I just keep on working till we make it out of Dodge. People posting pictures, really, that's just a mirage. Real ones with me, I know we gon' beat the odds. Counterfeit, guess it from the thought of it. People fake, think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real, this right here to start a kid. Pick the grind, look like I just started it. Counterfeit, guess it from the thought of it. People fake, think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real, this right here to start a kid. Pick the grind, look like I just started it.
Stressed all the time, I've been making my worst mistakes of my life. Still been searching for purpose. I don't know why all this pain finally surfaced. Stressed out my mind, made mistakes, but I'm learning. And I've been making all of the worst mistakes of my life. Mistakes of my life. Try so hard to keep it together. I'm running for cover, but that don't suffice. What's wrong with me? Feels like all these songs we're making just ain't songs to me. Just a way to ventilate the demons calling me. Just a way to keep me sane so they won't bother me. And I'm sorry I don't answer when you call me. I know you've been worried. Really nothing against you, just the way that I am. All the pain that I've been dealing with is gone in my head. No, pain goes on and on. I'm thankful, I'm so fucking grateful that I never let go.
Screaming all these melodies inside of my head. I hope I hear them when I'm faded, racing thoughts in my bed. I'll make you proud, I won't quit now. When there's nowhere to run, I'll stand my ground. No, I've been down one too many times, but I'll fight till I can find the light. I've been there, done all that before. Don't care what's one more war. I'll be here if you need me, I swear. I drag you down, but I know you still care. And if you hear me, I'm so sorry. I'll be better in the morning.
Pain goes on and on. I'm thankful, I'm so fucking grateful that I never let go. And I've been making all of the worst mistakes of my life. Mistakes of my life. Try so hard to keep it together. I'm running for cover, but that don't suffice. What's wrong with me?
quotation, sick of this rotation, dropping my location, never gotta go chasing, just kill your base. Love you like you love me, you wonder if it was something, same way I whisper sweet nothings, I will be there, won't you trust me? Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I felt pain. Wish I wasn't so damn annoyed. Seen so much hope I can't avoid. Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I felt pain. Wish I wasn't so damn annoyed. Seen so much hope I can't avoid. Promise me you won't go. For you, I think that I'm falling into love, and I know you're the one. Feel like you love me. You wonder if it was something, same way I whisper sweet nothings, I will be there, won't you trust me? Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I felt pain. Wish I wasn't so damn annoyed. Seen so much hope I can't avoid. Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I felt pain. Wish I wasn't so damn annoyed. Seen so much hope I can't avoid.
I just wanna wake up and feel weightless. Most of the time I hate this. Post up all the time with a fake grin, and inside it's raining. I can't seem to find a raise. Peek through the dark, see better days. I know it's coming, just don't know when. Wondering when I'll laugh again. And really fucking mean it. Straight to the depths, I fucking seen it. Hell and back, that's where I've been. I tell them that with a pad and pen. These days I stay low. Tell me where's my raincoat. Gotta face the day like usual. These demons, yeah, I'm used to them. Won't let them get used to me. Wish I was how I used to be. So carefree, so optimistic. Never took a moment to stop and listen. I wish for time back. I really gotta stop that, cause living in the past is so exhausting. I'm getting older, it's never stopping. Yeah, break down, crawl into bed, face down. Is it all in my head? Am I safe now? Does anybody else relate? Wow, so many that are just like me, but still I feel so alone. And see the waves rush in, I'm caving in. I just wanna fucking breathe. Can anybody out there hear me? Is anybody out there near me? I don't wanna wake up scared. I've been running from this endless night.
I just wanna wake up with a calm soul. Wish I could overcome my obstacles. Always feel right through the coals. Wish the world could find a common goal, but I work through the night and I see that most people don't like the feedback. Most people don't really care, and most people aren't really there. So the darkness is my solace, and the studio is my office. Tried to help out all my friends, but had to learn that some just don't want it. So I try to move on, keep it going, always write new songs. Take a break and then come back strong. Only path that I've known too long, yeah.
Can anybody out there hear me? Is anybody out there near me? I don't wanna wake up scared. I've been running from this endless nightmare. Can anybody out there hear me? Is anybody out there near me? I don't wanna wake up scared. I've been running from this endless nightmare.
lost myself that night, I threw it all away. Those are the things I've created. Then I went and caved and I'm a mess right now. My heart is in two places, half is back at home. The other's off and racing. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running two opposite ways. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I lost myself that night, I threw it all away. Recall my mother's words, but it was far too late. I feel the burden now, it's weighing down my soul, and I can't catch my breath, cause these demons follow. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running two opposite ways. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I've changed, but you don't care that I'm not the same. You'll always hold me. I swear I've changed, but you don't care that I'm not the same. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down.
Baby, oh no, baby, oh no. You burn my heart, you burn me slow. Took my oath, where we go. You jumped out the window, but not alright. In my head, I'm always down, but I'll be fine. Oh my God, don't bring me down. But in my thoughts, you run around. And in my city, I'm bumping out. And it's so late, not coming down. But baby, already I know you're down. Baby, already I hate you now. Cause you ain't that tight to bring around. And mama don't like the hoes around. So baby, what's up? Baby, what's up? And I got problems. Serve 'em with the bottle. Can't let go of throttle. Let's go fast, let's go fast. And I got problems. Serve 'em with the throttle. Can't let go of throttle. Let's go fast. Baby, oh no, baby, oh no. You burn my heart, you burn me slow. Took my oath, where we go. You jumped out the window, but not alright. In my head, I'm always down, but I'll be fine. Oh my God, don't bring me down.
got too much on my mind right now, too much going down right now, will I wake up before I hit the ground? How do I escape my troubled mind? Need to slow it down right now, kick it with some slate, just cool it down. I believe in me, myself, oh my, I'ma just do me, live my life. I've been losing reason in this face, my mind has got me losing my own race. If I moved, then would I get away? I can't help but thinking of your face. My head's been turning navy, I've been going crazy. I just need to get off this ride for a while. I've been going lately, spaced out, just faded. I think I need to go through each day at a time. I gotta keep track of my focus. Lot of people thinking they can own it. Girl, that's why you left, I saw your motives. Left me feeling dead, but hey, I chose this. Now I drink too much, need new doses. I will miss you, hope you get your roses. I'll keep writing down what my soul says, and try and let go of the old days. I got too much on my mind right now, too much going down right now, will I wake up before I hit the ground? How do I escape my troubled mind? Need to slow it down right now, kick it with some slate, just cool it down. I believe in me, myself, oh my, I'ma just do me, live my life. How would you notice? How would you notice if I just let go? How would you notice? How would you notice if I just let go? How would you notice? How would you notice if I just let go? How would you notice? How would you notice if I just let go? I got too much on my mind right now, too much going down right now, will I wake up before I hit the ground? How do I escape my troubled mind? Need to slow it down right now, kick it with some slate, just cool it down. I believe in me, myself, oh my, I'ma just do me, live my life.
Tells me I don't know love, you don't really treat me like you should. I say I know love, be a better man, I know I could. I'm trying to grow up, sorry for the hold up. Hate when you don't show up, girl it really hurts me when you say yeah. I've been working on myself lately, self-made and I felt crazy. Cause girl I really wanna treat you right, and with this crazy life I'm needing help baby. And I've never thought about us giving up, cause you are mine and now this is us. Feel I never seem to give enough, but I'm working hard to be rich as fuck, and I'm distracted browsing my phone. You hate the feels when you alone, I'm here but gone in my zone. You say you feel I'm outgrown, I hate the fact I never kept my promise to stay the same no matter what I profit. You say you miss a man you fell in love with, and it hurts to know you think I'm changing constant. I'm sorry, know this year has been up and down. I'm blessed that baby you love me. My emotions have shut down, she asking what the fuck are we? I hurt you bad, coming home fighting worse than last. Ignore her feelings, then I turn my back, crying on the floor. She tells me I don't know love, you don't really treat me like you should. I say I know love, be a better man, I know I could. I'm trying to grow up, sorry for the hold up. Hate when you don't show up, girl it really hurts me when you say that I don't know love. You don't really treat me like you should. I say I know love, be a better man, I know I could. I'm trying to grow up, sorry for the hold up. Hate
Your microphone is
Friends ain't just leave me. Both know it ain't easy. 'Cause every time we had ups and downs, we worked it down. You believe me? I know I need to stop saying sorry, start changing how I'm gonna act. Yeah, going back to my old ways ain't gonna keep us intact. Now why you gotta pack, girl? I really mean it. Shake of the fast life, wanna take the scenic. Say you won't believe me till I prove it. You can see it here. You call me the meanest, but I leave the color treated. No, it's only me to blame. I've been caught up with the change. I've been caught up with the game. Guess I really missed out trying to be rich now. That ain't really shit for a girl that would stay. Yeah, baby, just wait. Know you upset, you don't trust that. I ain't gonna just break. When you undress, you just suspect. I don't think that we make love, babe. I swear it. Work on us and no one never perish. Once I make it, then we'll fly to Paris, and I'll never hear you say, I don't think you know love. You don't really treat me like you should. I say I know love. Be a better man. I know I could. I'm trying to grow up. Sorry for the hold up. Hate when you don't show up. Girl, it really hurts me when you say that I don't know love. You don't really treat me like you should. I say I know love. Be a better man. I know I could. I'm trying to grow up. Sorry for the hold up. Hate when you don't show up. Girl, it really hurts me when you say yeah, yeah.
You don't know love. You don't know love. You don't know love. Show me that you know love, baby. Show me that you know love. Yeah, yeah.
She tells me I don't know love. You don't really treat me like you should. I say I know love. Be a better man. I know I could. I'm trying to grow up. Sorry for the hold up. Hate when you don't show up. Girl, it really hurts me when you say that I don't know love. You don't really treat me like you should. I say I know love. Be a better man. I know I could. I'm trying to grow up. Sorry for the hold up. Hate when you don't show up. Girl, it really hurts me when you say yeah.
Fake, no, this ain't no fiction. Love, no quotation. Sick of this rotation. Dropping my location. Never gotta go chasing. Just kill your base. Love you like you love me. You wonder if it was something. Same way I whisper sweet nothings. I will be there, won't you trust me? Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I feel pain. Wish I wasn't so damn. Seen so much hope I can't avoid. Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I felt pain.
Welcome to AT&T. To join the conference as the host, press star. At the tone, please speak your name. There are 46 participants on the call, including you. You are joining your conference as a participant. For a menu of available commands, press star pound. Your connection is now in listen-only mode.
They say when we leave, no, I'd rather stay on the ground going speed. But the devil for my passenger sat next to me. If I get to see you again, I won't live. But it's not about me. Told me that I'm too far gone and I knew it. I've been getting fucked up, I've been going through it. I've been screaming fuck love, guess I outgrew it. No, I ain't got no more trust, I be on my new shit for real. Told me that I'm too far gone and I knew it. I've been getting fucked up, I've been going through it. I've been screaming fuck love, guess I outgrew it. No, I ain't got no more trust, I be on my new shit for real.
Yeah, I've been going through it for real. Every time I see you, I don't even know how to feel. Riding beamers in the sunset, it's a deal. Right hand on your thigh while my left on the wheel. And I've been through it all. Yeah, heartbreaking medicine's a fucking fall. If they text her once more, then I'ma kill 'em all. For love, if I fuck it up, I'ma kill 'em all. And I've been through it all. Yeah, heartbreaking medicine's a fucking fall. If they text her once more, then I'ma kill 'em all. For love, if I fuck it up, I'ma kill 'em all. And I'm sitting there so lonely. Baby girl, she right and she a dime piece. A dime piece. Baby girl, she right and she a
Told
dime
me that I'm
piece.
too far gone and I knew it. I've been getting fucked up, I've been going through it. I've been screaming fuck love, guess I outgrew it. No, I ain't got no more trust, I be on my new shit for real. Told me that I'm too far gone and I knew it. I've been getting fucked up, I've been going through it. I've been screaming fuck love, guess I outgrew it. No, I ain't got no more trust, I be on my new shit for real. I get chill when you
Okay, we're back on the record. The record will reflect the parties are present, the witnesses on the stand, but I have Mr. Dorn at the mic, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one quick matter. When Dr. Rossi was being examined, various exhibits were offered for admission, and the parties have been working on various stipulations regarding the materials being relied upon by experts. As this court knows, you've received 2 stipulations. You've entered one of them, and those have been coming in batches, if you will. We had understood that this final stipulation had been completed. However, over the break, we learned that the stipulation related to Dr. Rossi, as well as the remaining EPIC witnesses, as well as our remaining experts, has not yet been completed. So our request would simply be, Your Honor, that the documents admitted with Dr. Rossi be provisionally admitted subject to the completion of this stipulation, which is how the parties have been trying to eliminate any issues related to any exhibits related to the experts.
Ms. Forrest. Oh, Your Honor, if I may. Are you involved in the overall? Because
I know enough about it, but either as Your Honor prefers. It is correct that these have been happening in batches. Professor Rossi is taking the stand here before one is entered, and will step down before one is entered. And so I understood that there were no objections as to Professor Rossi, and I was uncomfortable with not offering or laying a foundation if there were objections, of which there are none, to any of those exhibits. And so while certainly we are still negotiating and happy to reach a resolution on the remaining experts, Professor Rossi is here, and I don't want a later fight about some other expert to then we have an issue with Professor Rossi after he's testified.
I think that's legitimate, but I can always just overrule ALCO if they tried that. I think what's probably best is to just acknowledge and respect the process that both sides have been using. So they will be admitted, but they shouldn't be put in a box until we have the next stipulation.
Certainly happy to keep them off the box, Your Honor.
Okay.
And thank you, Your Honor. And of course, for example, there are still materials related to Dr. Evans who have done testifying that are still being negotiated. So that has been the process for witnesses who have left the stand as it should be with Dr. Rossi.
That's fine. We can just continue on the same process so that they're coming in batches.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Professor Rossi.
Good afternoon.
We left off after you had concluded describing your results. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
If we could also have PDX 0091 back on the screen, Mr. Rudd. Could you describe to the court how you went about ensuring that the results of your survey could reliably be used to say anything about the target population beyond your sample?
Yes. Yes. So I subjected...
Interrupt you. I'm sorry, Professor Rossi. Mr. Rudd, could you please turn to PDX 0091.10? Thank you. I'm sorry. Please continue.
Yes. As I stipulated in my reports, I subjected the survey data to a whole battery of tests for its reliability and projectability. I just want to call the attention to 2. We're using a sample here to project to a population. And that means that we have to establish, in my opinion as a survey expert, we have to establish the representativeness of that sample. And we've done so in 2 ways, using external sources of validation, which is quite unusual in my experience in surveys. One is an RBC, Royal Bank of Canada survey of iPhone ownership by model, and we compare that to the distribution of iPhone usage in our survey, and they correspond quite closely. The other is we were able to compare the distribution of the expenditures that were recorded for the last 30 days by our respondents to the distribution of expenditures for the same class of products on the Apple App Store, all consumers. And those distributions agree very closely. So I believe that establishes representativeness to a high standard. Once you establish representativeness, the next thing you should do as a survey expert would be to establish the statistical reliability of your conclusions. Remember, the 2 conclusions that are most germane here are the overall revenue reduction and the percentage of switchers. This sample size of over 2,300 respondents It is more than 5 times the sample sizes that I see in practice in academia and in the commercial spheres. And as a result of that very large sample, representative sample, we have a very low margin of statistical error. So for all of these reasons, I believe that the survey provides a very reliable measure of response and is held to very high standards, at least in my experience, in the academic, commercial, and litigation spheres.
Thank you, Professor Rossi. Your Honor, no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Dr. Rossi. I am Veronica Moyer. We haven't met before. I'm going to be doing your examination today on behalf of Apple. Let's start by talking about the various versions of your survey instrument. Is it correct, Dr. Rossi, that you prepared a number of different drafts of your questionnaire before you settled on a final survey?
Yes, as is customary in survey research.
And for your first draft questionnaire, you conducted what you refer to as an unstructured pretest. Is that correct?
We did conduct such a pretest before the first questionnaire draft, yes. With the first draft.
And during that, what you call unstructured pretest for the first draft, you had a experienced mediator engaged in conversation with the respondents as they completed the survey. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And during what you call an unstructured pretest, there's an in-depth interview. Is that also correct, sir?
Yes, that's part of the process, yes. You're describing an in-depth interview, yes.
And what you call an unstructured pretest is designed to eliminate ambiguities or misunderstanding and to ensure that the survey respondents understand the questions being asked and answer them accurately. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Your initial draft survey questionnaire had the following hypothetical price increase scenario. If you could have that on the screen. Question 16 in the initial draft.
We'll switch it over.
I'm sorry?
I was talking to Mr. Oakes.
And if you could highlight for Dr. Rossi the language that starts, this scenario description should be displayed with each question that follows the language in the box.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And this is a copy of the question from your initial draft. Is that right, sir?
I believe it is, at least one of the previous drafts.
Okay. And the question here, the initial draft of question 16, the question was, the prices of in-app purchases from the Apple App Store have increased by 5%. You told us that your in-app purchases were about, and you put in a number, to less than, you put in another number, or approximately, and you put in a final number, during the past 30 days. This price increase means that in the future, you'd be spending about, and again, you calculated the number, more each month, or the number more each year on your in-app purchases. Do you see that language?
I do see that language, yes.
And so the initial draft survey, it asked about a hypothetical price increase. Is that right?
It did.
And in this initial draft, you were asking the survey respondents what they would do in response to a hypothetical price increase in the future. Is that right?
That is correct.
And is it also correct, sir, that you believe that when you did this, what you called unstructured pretest phase, you eliminated ambiguities in that language, and you ensured that respondents interpreted questions as you intended.
Yes, it was to inform a process of revising the questionnaire with that aim, yes.
And you obtained feedback during what you called the unstructured pretest. And that's again a phase where moderators engage in conversations with respondents. During that phase, you obtained feedback and used it to modify the questions moving forward.
In part, that's correct, but also other pretest information, yes.
And during that unstructured pretest, as you call it, you determined that there were aspects of your initial draft that respondents found confusing or unclear. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And after that initial draft, you created 3 additional versions of your survey: version 1, version 2, and version 3. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
Now, with respect to version 1, version 2, and version 3, you did something different. You didn't do the unstructured pretest. You did what you called structured pretest. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
And is it correct, sir, that the term structured pretest is not a term generally used in the industry?
Yes, as I said that in my report. I
And in
used that
fact,
term to
and in
explain what
fact,
it was.
try to stay with me and answer my questions, okay, Dr. Rossi?
I am.
Okay. And in fact, you had never used a structured pretest in any survey work you did prior to the work you did in this case. Is that correct, sir?
Not in exactly this way. That's correct, because I did not have this
Sir,
kind of survey.
I'm asking you a straightforward question. Had you ever used what you call a structured pretest in any survey work you did prior to your work on this case?
No, I had not.
Thank you, sir. And during what you call structured pretest, you administered these new versions of the survey, version 1, version 2, version 3, correct?
That is correct, after those structured pretests, yes.
And in those structured pretests, there were no interviews or conversations with experienced moderators. Isn't that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And version 3 was the final version, the version that you actually used to get the survey report that you're testifying about here today. Is that right?
That's correct.
And your final version included the following hypothetical price increase. If we could have the screenshot of question 16 in the final. So the question in the final survey instrument you used is, imagine that starting 30 days ago, the Apple App Store increased the prices of all IEP subscriptions by 5%. You told us that your spending on IEP subscriptions during the past 30 days was, you input an amount. The higher prices mean that the same purchases would have instead cost you, and you put in a higher amount. Nothing else about apps or IAP subscriptions has changed. Prices at the App Store, e.g., Google Play Store, all websites remain the same. And then you say, thinking about the same 30-day period, would you have made the same purchases of IAP subscriptions from the Apple App Store with the higher prices? That's the question as put in your final survey. Is that right, sir?
That's correct. We just went over that. That's right.
So in the final survey, you also asked about a hypothetical price increase. Is that right?
That's correct.
But in the final survey, you asked about a hypothetical price increase that happened in the past. Is that right, sir?
In the most recent past, yes. And going forward into the future.
Are the words going forward into the future in question 16?
No, they're not, but if
That's all I asked you, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to this final survey, version 3, there was no testing done where experienced moderators were engaged in conversations or interviews with the survey respondents. Is that correct, sir?
No, I believe that all the versions were informed by the initial instruction.
I didn't ask you what was informed by the initial. I asked you, with respect to version 3 of the survey, is it not correct, sir, that there was no testing done where experienced moderators were involved in interviews or conversations with the survey respondents?
Prior to version 3?
Let me try again. Stay with me, okay?
I am saying it.
I didn't say prior to. On version 3 itself, during what you call the structured pretest, there were no conversations or interviews of survey respondents. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's correct. The structured pretest is
Thank
not
you, sir.
inclusive.
I got your answer. Again, ethics counsel will give you an opportunity to explain anything that they think is material. You understand that, don't you? Now, while we have question 16 up, let me ask you a couple more questions about it. First, sir, is it correct that the purpose of your survey work was to elicit reactions of U.S. consumers to a permanent 5% increase in the price of in-app purchases and subscriptions when purchased from within iOS apps?
I'm not sure I used the word permanent in my assignment. I think I used the word long run or non-transitory, but I'm not sure.
Okay, would you look at your written direct, sir? Do you have that in front of you?
So, I do. Just one second.
Look at paragraph 2 of your written direct. Your Honor, I have copies of the documents for the court as well.
Yeah, I have a report. Yes. Do you have the slides? Do you have a copy of the slides for me by any chance?
I do in the binders as well, Your Honor.
Okay, I would take that now.
Now, this written direct testimony is true, is it not, sir?
Yes, it is.
It remains true today?
Yes, it does.
Okay, let's please read the second sentence in paragraph 2 on page 4.
Yes. I conducted a survey to elicit reactions of U.S. consumers to a permanent 5% increase in the price of in-app purchases and subscriptions when purchased from within iOS apps.
Thank you, sir. And let's look back at question 16. Is the word permanent in the question?
I'm sorry, is there a question coming? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, there are permanent questions.
No, there's not.
Thank you, sir. And now let's compare the initial draft survey, question 16, to a question that ended up in the final. If we could have that initial draft on the screen. Now, in the initial draft of question 16, you had the language, this price increase means that in the future, you'd be spending about a specific amount more each month or another specific amount more per year on your in-app purchases. You see that language, sir?
I do.
And there is not language like that in the final version of question 16. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in this question 16, let's go back to the final question 16. After you posited hypothetical scenarios, you emphasize thinking about the same 30-day period, which you have made the same purchases of IAPs, subscriptions from the Apple App Store with the higher prices. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
Does your final survey ask about changes in prices for initial app downloads?
Initial app downloads, no.
It is not. Now, Mr. Weisinger, the VP of Marketing at Epic, has provided the following testimony. And this is May 10th trial transcript. He testified as follows. Question. Okay. So if we were to say that your kind of core demographics are boys to men from 13 to 25. Would you agree with that statement? Answer, yes, I would. Do you accept that testimony from Mr. Weisinger as true, sir?
I can't verify, but I take your word that that is his testimony.
I asked you if you accept his testimony as true, sir.
I haven't seen any research on their demographics.
I asked you if you accept his testimony as true, sir.
It's an assertion. I can't evaluate its truthfulness.
So you don't know whether Mr. Weisinger was telling the truth or not?
Whether it's based on hard data or not, I don't.
I didn't ask you whether it was based on hard data. Let me try again. Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Weisinger made a misrepresentation to this court when he testified that EPIC's core demographic is boys to men 13 to 25?
Objection. What's the objection?
Argumentative and irrelevant.
Objection to the form is sustained.
Do you know what EPIC's core demographic is?
No, I do not.
And you didn't find that to be relevant for purposes of your assignment?
My assignment was not a gaming survey.
My question to you was, did you find that to be relevant for purposes of your assignment?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Now, if it was true that the core demographic for EPIC was 13 to 25, if Mr. Weisinger's testimony were accepted as true, is it also correct that your survey only targeted those aged 17 and older?
That is our target population. That is correct.
And the target population is the segment of the population whose characteristics the survey is designed to represent. Is that right?
That's correct.
So your survey is designed to represent those aged 17 and older. Is that right?
That is the target population, but I also have evidence that it can be projected to a larger population regardless of age.
I didn't ask you about what other evidence you had, sir. I asked you, was your target population 17 and older?
Yes, it was.
And does that mean that your survey results are designed to represent those aged 17 and older?
It certainly is, but it may represent others.
And your survey then, if Mr. Weisinger's testimony is taken as true, your survey does not represent those from ages 13 to 16 who are within the EPIC's core demographic. Is that right, sir?
Objection. Continue to object to the tying to Mr. Weisinger.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I apologize.
Yes. If Mr. Weisinger's testimony is accepted as true, that the core demographic for EPIC is boys to men aged 13 to 25, isn't it also correct that your survey only captured those 17 and up?
Only people over 17 are in my survey. That does not mean it can't be used for other purposes.
I didn't ask you about other purposes. Does your survey reflect any data from those 13 to 16 years old?
Ages 13 to 16 are not included in the survey.
And your survey does, however, capture data from those 25 and older. Is that right?
17 and over, yes, including that segment, yes.
And now let's talk about the timing for your survey. Your survey was conducted between January 20th and February 3rd, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the court earlier asked you about what time period the purchases related to the survey. You remember that?
That's correct.
And I think you referenced that it was after the holiday period. What I want to ask you is, what is 30 days in the past from January 20th to February 3rd?
Well, I believe I said the bulk of it, but I could certainly subtract the 20, so it would be from December 21st to January 20th, I think.
And would you agree with me that December 21st to January 3rd is the holiday period, sir?
It does include the holiday period for that respondents in that day. That's correct.
And in question 16 of your final survey, You asked respondents to imagine a 5% increase for their in-app purchases and subscriptions, and to answer questions about what they would do, right?
In part, that's correct, yes.
Let's take a look at Figure 9 in your expert report from page 27 of the report. Your Honor, that is PX 2885. And I have a copy for you if you would like.
Yeah, I would. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach? You may.
Yes, thank you.
Now, Dr. Rossi, I have given you a full copy of your report. Some of the data on this Figure 9 has been redacted because it's non-public. You understand that, correct?
I do.
I'm not going to ask you about any of that data. I really just want to refer you to the first two columns. And so this Figure 9 is reporting the maximum amount, different percentages of your survey respondents reported spending. Is that correct?
It's reporting the percentiles of the distribution. That's correct.
So is it correct that according to Figure 9, 25% of the respondents reported spending $5 or less on in-app purchases and subscriptions from December 21st, 2020 to January 3rd, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this 25%, whereas what they would do if the prices increased by 5%.
That's correct.
And a 5% increase on that $5 at max would be 25 cents at max. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. And then 50% of the survey respondents reported spending at most $12.99 for in-app purchases and subscriptions. Is that right?
That is correct.
And for that 50%, your survey asked what they would do if prices increased by 5%. That's 65 cents or less. Is that right, sir?
I'll take your word for that one, yes.
And then 75% of the survey respondents reported spending at most $29.97 for in-app purchases in the prior 30-day period. Is that right?
That is correct.
For that 75%, you asked the respondents what they would do if prices increased by 5% or a maximum of $1.50. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
So overall, 75% of your survey respondents were asked how they would react if purchases that they had made between December 21st, 2020 and January 3rd, 2021 had price increases that ranged from less than a quarter up to $1.50. Is that right, sir?
No, not that. It doesn't end at $1.50, but 75%. That's correct.
The 75%.
That's correct.
And then those who were able to answer the question whether they would or would not make a change in response to those kind of price increases, you have them go on and answer another question, right? Question 17.
That's correct.
Now,
11.
Okay. And in your survey, what you concluded before you got to question 17 is that 81% of those who were able to say whether they would make a change in response to these level of price increases said they wouldn't. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And 19% said they would.
That's correct.
Then you go on to question 17, and you ask those who said they would make a change, what would they do? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let's look at question 17. And this is from your exhibit, from PX 2547, page 36. Question 17 says, what would you have done to spend less in the Apple App Store? Then it goes on to, in considering your response, keep in mind potential costs and time required to ship purchases to other devices. Do you see that?
I do.
And that language, keep in mind potential costs and time required to ship purchases to other devices, appears before the entries where survey respondents to make a choice.
Yes, they're supposed to read it before. That's correct.
And next to that language, there's a point that says, see more detail.
That's correct.
And can you read for us, what's the see more detail? If you could have the next page, please.
And I can tell you what's there. I know my survey if you want, but that would save time.
It's there now.
I see that.
I'd ask you to read that for us.
Oh, would you like me to read? I'm sorry. I
find it's clicked on in more detail.
Yes.
Please read for us the language they saw.
Absolutely. For example, the cost of a new device and accessories, installing and or repurchasing apps from a different app store, compatibility with other devices, and learning how to use new features of the device and the apps.
And now, the majority of your survey respondents, that's 75%, they were asked how they would respond to price increases that started at less than a quarter and were $1.50 maximum. Is that right?
That's correct. On an ongoing basis. That's correct.
And you said on an ongoing basis. We looked at question 16. We agreed the word permanent was not there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's your testimony that the word permanent was ambiguous.
That's correct. That's what, and I gave testimony as to the other indications of it being ongoing.
And this language, for example, the cost of a new device and accessory, installing and or repurchasing apps from a different app store, compatibility with other devices, and learning how to use new features of the device and the app, that is not ambiguous in your opinion. Is that correct?
It is meant to evoke what
I didn't ask you what it was meant to evoke. I asked you whether that language which you actually included in your survey was ambiguous in your view.
No, I don't believe it's ambiguous.
Thank you. And you asked about these type of price increases. You asked people what they would do in response. Before they could say what they would do in response, you reminded them of the switching costs, right?
That is correct. That would be proper in survey practice. That's right.
And you gave them 4 options.
That's correct.
And you concluded that 1.3% of those who would make a change in response to price increases in the range of less than a quarter to 150 to at least 75% would not switch and buy a new device. Is that correct, sir?
Correct. That's not on the basis of 17 alone, though. That's correct.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few questions, Professor Rossi. You were asked about structured pretests and how you had not done those before. Do you recall that question?
Yes, I do.
Why did you do structured pretests here, and what did you learn about structured pretests from your work here?
Yes, if you recall, one very unique feature of this survey is that we ask people to enter their actual purchase history. So this is not a recollection, it's an actual purchase history. And what I learned from the process of doing this is that it's in its unstructured pretest, it would be difficult to monitor their conscientiousness in completing that task because, in fact, the moderator is, if you will, looking over their shoulder, and there's some social onus there, I guess you would call it. So in the structured pretest, rather, we mimic the actual survey conditions in which there is no monitor, and we're better able to see the reliability and diligence of the respondents. And on the basis of those structured pretests, we made substantive changes to the questionnaire in order to eliminate that sort of behavior. We instituted the reliability test, for example.
Does the Fortnite demographic have anything to do with your survey?
Well, my survey is a survey of all in-app purchases and subscriptions, not specific to Fortnite or games.
And you were asking questions about not including respondents between the ages of 13 to 16. Can you tell the court why you did not include those individuals?
Yes, for a number of reasons. First, in designing the survey, we recognize that there are joint purchases between adult members or over 17 members of the household and under 17 members. And to the extent that our data would reflect those joint purchases, that would include those people. Secondly, as a survey expert, I know it's very difficult to acquire, and I would be very skeptical of data acquired on respondents of under 17, because in order to survey someone under 17, you need parental consent. And that parental consent step poses a barrier to getting reliable and unbiased data.
You were asked about whether you had included paid downloads in the survey. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And did you?
No, I did not.
And do you have an opinion as to whether excluding those paid downloads from your survey materially impacted your results?
Yes, I do.
Can you give that opinion?
Yes. I have been able to inspect documents that verify that including the paid apps would not materially affect any of my conclusions vis-a-vis either revenue reduction or switching.
And are those documents highly confidential Apple information?
Yes, that's correct.
So we won't go into the details there. You were asked a couple of questions about, I think the range was 25 cents to $1.50 for the 75% of your respondents, but that's what the 5% price increase would translate to. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
When individuals were answering the questions in your survey, were those the dollar amounts they were considering alone?
No.
Why not?
Because as I indicated, the scenario is designed to simulate a longer run price change. So that price change would be in effect over many months.
You were asked whether your hypothetical included the words going forward into the future. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
Did you need to use those words?
Yes, that was something that we actually changed on the basis of the original unstructured pretest. We found respondents had difficulty with that concept.
And in terms of the substance of the fact that the price increase would continue into the future, do you feel that your hypothetical evokes that scenario?
Absolutely.
No further questions, Your Honor.
By what words?
I'm sorry.
By what words?
By what words?
Are you communicating that concept?
I'm communicating that concept by stating that the prices starting 30 days ago will continue and no termination date, and that the other prices at other websites would remain the same without a termination date. And then the idea that I'm giving you the price increase, so that would be something that as a consumer I would not be able to infer without a long period of time. Does that make sense?
It do. So where can I find your data that shows me your thinking process for your taking out words initially and getting to this particular formation of your question?
Yes, it's absolutely described at length in the appendices to my report, where we go through all the revisions and the reasons for each one and the source of the information that informed each of the decisions.
And is that evidence in the record?
Your Honor, it was not attached to the written direct, but we can offer it and include it in the materials.
I would like that. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any follow-up?
Just one quick thing. You just explained that one of the things survey respondents did was go and look at the purchase history on their iPhones in order to complete the survey. Is that right, sir?
That's what we asked them to do, yes.
Okay. And so would you say that that was useful in terms of your survey for iPhone customers to have the ability to look at their purchase history.
Couldn't comment on that. It's useful for us with our survey. That's
what I said. Was it useful for your survey?
For me, from the survey, yes.
Thank you, sir. That's it.
And you also then didn't ask them during the survey, I take it, one way or the other, that the App Store price on downloads did or did not change.
No, we didn't consider downloads, so that would not be changing.
And did you advise them of that in any way, shape, or form during the survey in this imaginary scenario that you were asking them to envision?
Not explicitly. We advised them that the prices of the in-app purchases and subscriptions would be increasing, but we didn't
do also
the downloads.
You also didn't do any comparison in terms of their spending habits with respect to downloads versus subscriptions or IAPs.
Spending habits? No, I just looked at these documents and allowed me to assess the magnitude of that spending.
And you also, I take it, didn't do any inquiry into the nature of the IAPs for which they had subscriptions.
No, we considered our IAPs and subscriptions as a class, all products simultaneously.
All right. Anything on those questions? Ms. Moskowitz?
No, Your Honor. No.
All right. You're excused, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Witnesses stepping down, I just wanted to mention that in your binder you do have Professor Rossi's report, which is PX 2885, and Appendix F, G, and H do contain the information that Professor Rossi was referring to, but we will move those into evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, Justin Clark on behalf of Epic Games. Epic would like to call Professor James Mickens. And we do have a binder containing some demonstratives and a copy of his written testimony.
All right, thank you.
I do. Professor Mickens, could you state your full name and spell your last name for the court?
Yes. My full name is James Williamson Mickens, and my last name is spelled Mickens.
Good afternoon, sir. So, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
That's better. We wanted to come in under the mic. So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor Mickens, what is your occupation?
My current occupation is a professor of computer science at Harvard University.
And Professor Mickens, which subjects do you teach at Harvard?
I teach an undergraduate level course on operating systems, and then I teach a graduate level course on computer security.
Could you provide the court with a brief summary of your educational background, Professor Mickens?
Sure. I got my undergraduate degree from Georgia Tech, where I got a bachelor's degree in computer science, and then I went to get a PhD in computer science at the University of Michigan.
And Professor Mickens, what did you do before teaching at Harvard?
Before I got to Harvard, I was a researcher at Microsoft Research in Redmond, Washington. I worked in the distributed systems group. And then during that time period, I also had a stint as a visiting professor at MIT. in the Parallel and Distributed Operating Systems group.
Professor Mickens, have you ever been an expert witness in litigation before?
I have not.
What experience do you have in the area of mobile device security?
I have performed a variety of research projects in that area. For example, looking at secure ways to expose mobile sensors like cameras and accelerometers to applications. I have also supervised a variety of student research projects on that topic, and I reviewed a variety of papers on iOS security for the top conferences in my field.
Your Honor, I understand that this might not be necessary, but I'd like to offer Professor Mickens as an expert.
He's admitted. I'm now beginning to, given some of the questioning, understand why antitrust lawyers offer them, so that when they sit on the stand again, they can say, have you ever been admitted? And then they can say affirmatively, yes. Typically, when trial lawyers don't offer them, it's because they don't want the jury they don't want the jury to have my imprimatur on it, and so they don't ask. That's why I say it's not necessary. But I now understand why antitrust lawyers do it. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor Mickens, when were you employed at Microsoft?
I was employed starting in 2008, and I stopped working there in 2015.
And did you have oversight responsibility for anybody during your time at Microsoft?
The only people who reported to me directly were summer research interns. These were graduate students who came to Microsoft to perform research under my direction.
Have you had any affiliation with Microsoft since the time you left the company in 2015?
I have been invited to serve as a panelist in several iterations of a mentoring conference that Microsoft holds for PhD students who have received a Microsoft PhD fellowship. I was also in 2018 invited to something known as a research faculty summit. Basically, Microsoft invites a variety of professors from different institutions to come to Microsoft to talk about their own research and share some of the research that Microsoft is doing.
Do you have any ongoing relationships with anyone from Microsoft today?
None other than a research collaboration that I currently have with a researcher in Microsoft's New York lab.
Does that research collaboration relate to mobile device security?
It does not.
Professor Mickens, could you please explain your assignment in this case?
Certainly. I was asked to evaluate the security of iPhones as it relates to the App Store, and more generally as the security of the platform relates to various channels of distribution for applications that arise on an iPhone.
And did you submit an opening written direct testimony in this case?
I did.
Who wrote that testimony?
I wrote that testimony solely myself.
Does that appear at tab 1 of the binder that you have in front of you, labeled Exhibit Expert 5?
Yes, I believe that it does.
Does that appear to be a true and correct copy of the testimony that you wrote?
It does appear to be so, yes.
So, Your Honor, subject to the same understanding with the other written testimony, we would offer that for admission.
It is provisionally admitted as with the others.
Thank you. Professor Mickens, what materials did you rely on to formulate your opinions in this case?
I relied on several different sources. I first of all relied on academic articles about computer security that were submitted to conferences considered reputable in my field. I also relied on public-facing documentation that Apple provides about its products. I relied on the work of reverse engineers who have analyzed how Apple's products work. In particular, I looked at a book written by Jonathan Levin, considered one of the experts in reverse engineering, to understand his analyses. I also looked at articles in the popular press, which talked about various aspects of computer security. And finally, I relied on my own expertise and research and training in the field of operating systems and security.
Professor Mickens, are the sources that you listed the types of sources that you typically rely on in your academic work?
They are. Both myself and other academics in the field of computer security and operating systems oftentimes cite or rely on evidence from the various sources that I just described.
And Professor Mickens, could you give a high-level summary of the conclusions that you reached in connection with your assignment in this case?
Yes. So high-level summary of my conclusions is shown in this demonstrative. And my conclusions are 4 in number. So first of all, I found that if you look at the security properties that an iPhone provides to its users, then those security properties are mainly enforced by the operating system, which in this case is iOS. And so what this means, as listed in my sort of second summary of conclusion bullet, is that when we look at the benefit that the app review provides, well, that app review actually provides minimal additional security benefits compared to the security benefits that an OS alone could provide. And so what that means sort of in layperson's terms is that the safety of your experience on an iPhone is largely guaranteed by iOS, not by the app review process. Now, the third conclusion that I came to is that if you look at iOS as it's currently designed today, iOS is already capable of installing applications that didn't come from the centrally managed Apple App Store. And this is true both of iOS and of macOS, another Apple-designed operating system. And my fourth high-level conclusion is that if iPhones were indeed opened up to third-party distribution channels, in other words, if third-party app stores were allowed on the iPhone, then that would not result in users of the iPhone suffering from a meaningfully less secure experience on those devices.
Professor Mickens, could you explain at a high level what you mean when you use the term security?
Yes. If we go to the next demonstrative, then what we see here is a sort of 30,000-foot view of the various security mechanisms that an iPhone uses to protect users. At a high level, we can break these individual mechanisms into 3 categories. At the bottom, we see security mechanisms that are enforced via on-device hardware. And by hardware, I just mean components that are physical in nature, like the touch screen, like the CPU, like memory, so on and so forth. And so at the very bottom, we see hardware-based security mechanisms, for example, involving biometric authentication. How does the phone deal with fingerprint scan data, for example? Now, if we look at that middle row is labeled on-device security mechanisms that are enforced by the operating system. And just to be clear, when I say on-device, I mean the actual device that the user uses, like the actual iPhone, for example. Now, in my opinion, it's that middle layer of security mechanisms, the ones enforced by the on-device operating system, that are the most important. And the reason is that the operating system is responsible for configuring or managing many of these security properties provided by the hardware level. And furthermore, there are security properties that the operating itself is really uniquely situated to provide. So that middle layer, in my opinion, is the most important layer with respect to security.
Do you have an opinion as to why the Android has more security issues than the iPhone?
So this may come up throughout the direct and the cross. My opinion is that if you look at various commodity operating systems, so for example, like iOS or Android, I believe that they're in the same rough equivalence class when it comes to susceptibility to malware, viruses, or things like that.
So you don't think there's a difference between the 2 devices in terms of security?
I don't think there's a meaningful difference. Now, that's a bit subtle. What do I mean by meaningful? Why am I qualifying it like that? Because I think that at the margins, for example, we could identify certain specific types of malware that might only affect iOS versus, let's say, Android. But if we look sort of holistically at the big picture of security, then I think that these 2 platforms are roughly equivalent in terms of their security properties.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Professor Mickens, I think that you explained to us the 2 bottom layers of the demonstrative that we're looking at here. What is the top layer showing?
Yes, sir. Well, what the top level shows, this is sort of the 3rd tier of security enforcement on an iPhone. And I call this tier off-device security that is related to app distribution. In other words, the mechanisms by which an application is reviewed, if at all, and the mechanisms by which developers are registered, if at all, with some central authority, and the extent to which applications are signed. We'll probably go into this in more detail during the rest of my testimony, but what is signatures? What does that mean? Well, a signature connotes attribution and integrity. It basically tells you where a particular piece of digital content, where it came from. That's the attribution part. And then it also tells you, has that content been tampered with by some external party in a way that the original signing authority would not have liked. So those are the three layers of security on an iPhone.
So, Professor Mickens, you testified that you believe that the operating system is the most important security layer. Could you just give us a very high-level summary of how an operating system works?
Sure. So if we go to the next demonstrative, then here we see what I think is a helpful analogy for understanding how an operating system works. So first, before we think about operating systems, let's first think about going to a restaurant, okay, something you're all fond of doing back in the pre-time. So if you go to a restaurant, let's say that you're a customer and you want to get something to eat. So in most restaurants, you as the customer can't just go to the kitchen and start preparing the meal yourself. Instead, there's a chef who is the executive, if you will. It's the chef who ultimately controls how the ovens work, how the ingredients are combined, which ingredients are used, so on and so forth. And so the chef is the executive of the kitchen. Now, in most restaurants, though, you as a customer can't just directly ask the chef to do things. Instead, there's wait staff, people who sit in between you as the customer and the chef. And so you have these levels of intermediation. So even though the chef is the ultimate controller of what happens in the kitchen, by having that wait staff layer, we essentially allow the chef to focus on the lowest level tasks of running the kitchen. Whereas we can defer the work of customer service and showing people menus. That can all be deferred to the wait staff. So that's the way a restaurant works. Ultimately, customers want to interact with the kitchen, but to do so, they have to go through several intermediate layers. Now, if we look on the right-hand side of that demonstrative, what we see is the organizational structure for a computing device. So, for example, like a desktop, a laptop, or in fact, like an iPhone. So what we see is that at the lowest level, we have the hardware that's associated with that device. The physical components, once again, like the CPU, like the touchscreen, so on and so forth. So apps are all the way up at the top. Apps are the things that users interact with, the things that they download, they install, that they see on their home screen. Now, ultimately, those apps want to interact with the hardware to do things like send network data, read or write from a storage device, interact with other apps. However, much like in a restaurant, how a customer can't directly do things in the kitchen, on a computing device, the apps can't directly manipulate the hardware. That's what the operating system is responsible for. And so the operating system, that's what we see in those two middle layers. And so at the lowest layer of the operating system, we see the kernel. That's analogous to the chef in a restaurant. That's the ultimate determinant of what happens on the machine, what happens in the hardware. But then above the kernel, we have this thing called middleware. And by way of analogy, you can think of middleware as being analogous to the waitstaff. So oftentimes when an application wants to do something on the phone, it doesn't just talk to the kernel directly. Instead, it sends a request to the middleware. The middleware might do some initial processing of that request, send it to the kernel. The kernel then decides whether or not to fulfill that request, and if so, how.
Professor Mickens, the court has heard some testimony this week from economists who discuss the term middleware as a particular type of cross-platform software. Is that what you're referring to when you talk about middleware in your testimony?
Not quite. So the word middleware is used in a variety of contexts in computer science and can be a bit confusing to understand which one is being used, which context. So here I specifically mean software that has been written by the OS vendor to assist with the operation of the operating system's kernel.
And Professor Mickens, why is it that you believe the operating system is the most important security layer?
The reason why I believe that it's the most important security layer is because when we think about what makes an application malicious or benevolent, well, those distinctions are client-side distinctions. Now, that word may come up a couple of times throughout my testimony in the cross. What I mean by client-side is simply the device that the user uses. And I use the word client-side to distinguish from the server side. So, for example, there's a computer run by Apple or someone else, maybe somewhere in the cloud doing analyses over there. That's what server-side means versus client-side, which is just what's happening on the user device. So when we look at the notion of what makes an app malicious, what makes a program malware, for example, that's a behavioral definition. We're saying that malware is bad because it tries to do bad things. And so those attempts at doing bad things are all happening on the client-side device, on the iPhone itself in this example. So when we think about how do we protect a user, a human user, from malicious applications, that boils down to how do we prevent malicious behavior on that user device? And it's the operating system that is uniquely situated to see the types of bad behavior that apps may try to perform. And so that's why I think that the operating system is the most important layer of security.
Professor Mickens, could you just provide us a very high-level summary for how an operating system enforces security on a device?
I'd be glad to. So let's now look at the new demonstrative that we see here. So what I'm going to do is step you through some of these ovals, and I'll provide a high-level overview. I'd be glad to provide more technical details if that's so desired. But at a high level, when we're looking at the security mechanisms that an operating system provides, the first category of protection involves memory protection for the kernel. Okay, that's a lot of jargon. What does that mean? Well, let's think about another metaphor, another analogy. So imagine that you're thinking about a program. And you can imagine that program, it's a person. It's a person who wants to achieve some task. Now, that person is in an office. That office might have a big bookshelf full of books and records and so on and so forth. But when that person wants to work on a particular task, they have to bring a subset of the total things they have in the bookshelf onto a desk. And that's where we have the set of things the person has worked on right now. So we have a person, a bookshelf, and a desk. By way of analogy, when we look at applications, when we look at iPhone, for example, you can think of the bookshelf as being analogous to a storage device. So it's very large and contains a wide array of things that applications might possibly want to work on. However, when an application wants to work on a specific set of things, it has to bring information from that bookshelf into the desk. And so if we look at what happens on a real device, the bookshelf is a storage device, and the desk is memory. So what I'm referring to right here when I say memory protection for the kernel, I'm saying there are a certain set of security techniques that prevent applications that may be malicious, that may have programming bugs in them, that are misbehaving for whatever reason. These memory protection mechanisms I'm showing you here prevent those applications from tampering with and stealing information in the memory that belongs to the kernel. So that's what that layer is doing right there.
Professor Mickens, could you describe the other layers that the operating system enforces?
Yeah, so if we go to the next demonstrative, so what do we see here? So here we see a series of security mechanisms that are designed to provide memory protection, not only for the operating system, but also for the apps as well, the programs that users install and launch and that they see on the home screen. And so at a high level, the goal of these security mechanisms is the same as the ones that we just looked at. We want to make sure that malicious or buggy or otherwise misbehaving applications can't read or write the memory state, the memory information that belongs to other applications or to the operating system itself.
And what else? What other security layers does the operating system provide?
So if we go to the next demonstrative, then what we see here is we see the sandboxing layer. So the sandboxing layer, in my opinion, is one of the most important types of security mechanisms that an operating system provides. So we see in that little blue call out to the right, that call out is saying that sandboxing isolates misbehaving processes. That just means misbehaving applications. And so what does it mean to misbehave? Well, as I mentioned earlier, when we think about what the distinction is between malware and non-malware, between quote-unquote good apps and bad apps, those are behavioral distinctions. Is that app trying to do something bad on a real user's client-side device? And so what sandboxing does is it essentially interposes on, it examines the type of behavior that an application is trying to perform. Now, in a device like an iPhone, and really in any commodity operating system, the only way that an application can interact with the outside world, whether that be the operating system, hardware on that local machine, other apps, the only way that can happen is if an app asks the operating system to perform a behavior on behalf of that app. Now, the technical term for the mechanism by which apps make that request is called a system call. I mentioned this in my expert witness report. But you can just think of that system call, it's just a request. So if an app wants to write to a storage device, it just sends a request to the operating system.
But can't that by having the app on the iPhone or any commodity device, isn't that in fact the risk of someone inadvertently having something like that on their device, and then all of a sudden the whole system is compromised? I mean, that's why you don't open up emails where you don't know, who they come from and other things like that. Isn't that the concern?
Well, sandboxing helps to address some of those concerns. So what you're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, is basically what is the damage that can be done if somehow something bad gets on a client device and then that application runs somehow. Well, sandboxing is one of the critical security mechanisms that operating systems use to restrict the scope of damage, if you will. So even if somehow a malicious app gets on a client device, sandboxing says, well, you can't do everything. So, for example, you as the app, you can't write to arbitrary places in the storage device. So sandboxing precisely tries to provide protections in some of the things that you were mentioning.
So if apps get onto the device through a system over which, in this case, Apple has no control, the sandboxing can still take care of it? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and this is an extremely important point. So if you look at how sandboxing works, sandboxing, and in fact, all of these security mechanisms are agnostic as to the means by which an application gets on a device, like a phone, for example. So even if there is, let's say, a third-party app store that delivers a malicious app, or in fact, if there was a malicious app that comes through a first-party app store, that does happen. The OS can still sandbox that app and restrict the kind of damage that it can perform.
Okay,
Okay, thank you. So that is the purpose of the sandbox layer. It is to restrict the types of interactions that an application can have with the rest of the system.
And Professor Nickens, there's one final layer here that you didn't mention. Could you just describe what that does?
Yes. So if we go to the next demonstrative, then what we see here is the layer of the operating system that performs digital signature validation. Now, I briefly mentioned signatures before. Just as a reminder, a signature is basically a note that you can attach to a piece of digital content that provides attribution and integrity. So where did that piece of digital content come from? Did it come from an individual developer? Did it come from a company? So on and so forth. And also integrity. Has that digital content been tampered with after it was generated by the person that we've attributed it to? And so this layer in the operating system can basically look for signatures that are attached to digital content that's arrived on the machine, and then based on some type of security policy, determine whether some particular action should take place. So, for example, whether a signed application should be allowed to be installed or not.
So, Professor Mickens, going back to the court's question a moment ago, are any of the layers that you just identified as on-device security layers that are implemented by the operating system, are any of those layers dependent on the means by which an app arrives on the device?
They are not. And if we go to the next demonstrative, yes, this in fact is what this demonstrative shows. Why are these security mechanisms independent of the means of app distribution? Well, at a high level, it all gets back to how do we define something being good or bad. It's not about the way in which that application arrived on the phone. It's all about what does that application try to do once it gets there. And so all of these mechanisms that we're looking at here are looking at behavioral aspects, restricting or observing somehow what applications try to do. And that can be done regardless of the distribution channel by which an app arrived on the phone.
Professor Mickens, were you asked to evaluate the security aspects of the App Store distribution channel?
Yes, I was.
And could you just explain to the court how a developer goes about distributing an app through the App Store?
Yes. So one important thing to keep in mind about this model is that if you're a developer and you want to create an app and distribute it to users on an iPhone, you can't just do that yourself independently. You can't directly distribute it to end users. Instead, what you have to do is go through an Apple run process. So at a high level, the way this works is that imagine we have a developer.
Have you ever created an app?
Excuse me?
Have you ever created an app yourself?
I have, but none that have been distributed publicly.
Okay. Have you ever gone yourself through the process with Apple?
I myself have not, no.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah, no worries. Let's see. So let's imagine that we have a developer for iOS who wants to create iOS apps. Let's imagine that her name is Alice. So before Alice can do anything, she must first register with Apple's developer program. This essentially makes Alice a known entity to Apple, and Apple gives to Alice at a high level a set of cryptographic information. The details we don't need to get into unless people are curious, but suffice it to say that after Alice registers with Apple, she can now sign applications such that Apple can tell that a particular application came from her as opposed to some other person. Okay, great. So now Alice is registered with the developer program. Alice now starts to construct her app. So she writes the code, she creates the data, maybe she's bringing in images and stuff like that. She develops the app. And finally, Alice determines, okay, my app is good. It's ready to be used by users. Now, once again, Alice cannot just directly put the app up on her website and allow people to install it. Instead, Alice has to submit that app to the centrally managed review process that Apple manages. And so what happens at this point is that Alice uploads her app. It's signed by Alice. This allows Apple to determine the provenance, the attribution of the app, and also allows Apple to tell them the app hasn't been tampered with. So now the review process looks at Alice's app and tries to determine whether, in Apple's opinion, this app is acceptable for distribution on iPhone. The characteristics that Apple looks for are enumerated in the public-facing app review guidelines. Some of those properties involve security, but many of them do not. So Apple reviews the app, and if the review is successful, in other words, if Apple deems this app worthy to be distributed to the App Store, Apple then takes the app and now signs it itself. In other words, Apple now signs the app and then publishes this on the public-facing App Store. So let's imagine now that another user, Bob, comes along, and Bob wants to install Alice's app. Bob has to go to the Apple Run App Store, find the app listed there, and then he downloads that onto his own iPhone. Now, what the iOS on his iPhone is going to do is it's going to check to see if this app has been signed by Apple. If it hasn't, then Bob's iPhone is not going to allow that app to be installed. Otherwise, the app is allowed to be installed. So you can think of that signature from Apple on the app as acting as an Apple stamp of approval, basically, that iOS will check for at installation time.
Professor Mickens, could you explain the types of security properties that the app review process screens for?
Yes. So what we're seeing on this demonstrative here, this is a high-level taxonomy of the types of security properties that the review process purports to scan for, like if you were to look at the public-facing guidelines. So there are 5 different classes of security properties that the review process tries to screen for. So let me explain each one of these in turn. First, we have sandbox compliance. Now remember that a sandbox is basically a way of restricting the types of behaviors that an application can perform. And so sandbox compliance just means that the app review is trying to determine whether a particular app has been behaviorally restricted in appropriate ways. If you look at that second property, exploit resistance, that's basically talking about the following fact. Even if you as a developer are well-intentioned, in other words, even if you're not trying to write malware, your program may still have some logic errors or things like this that might allow an outside party to subvert the operation of your application. And so exploit resistance is basically trying to check whether the application has been structured in a way that makes it less likely to be subverted by an attacker. All right, so now let's look at this third property, malware exclusion. Now this is different. So in the second category, I was saying, assume that a developer is benevolent but may have written bugs in the application that allow the application to be subverted. What we're looking at with malware exclusion is that now we're trying to say, well, some apps may be intentionally malicious. And so malware exclusion tries to prevent those applications from running on the user device in the first place. So now let's look at these 2 final properties. So first, user consent for private data. At a high level, what this means is that if an application tries to access private data, like camera data, like your GPS data, so on and so forth, then the application should have to prompt the user for consent before the app can actually access that data. Now, I should say that there are 2 types of private data. One type is computer-generated private data. This is data that comes from a hardware sensor, for example, like a GPS unit, like a camera. Or it's data that comes from a database that is managed by the operating system. So an example of this is like your contact list. So all of that type of private data, I categorize as being computer-generated private data. There's a second class of private data that I call human-generated private data. And that's private data that, for example, you might enter into the text field of an app. You enter in your birthday, your social security number, your credit card, things like that. So the ultimate source of that data and the management of it resides with you, the user. So that's what user consent for private data is about. If an app tries to access those types of data, is the user prompted so the user can provide explicit consent before that data is released. And then finally, we have this property called legal compliance. So this property is easy to state, but it's difficult to enforce. It basically means if you have an app that's being used by a user in a particular legal jurisdiction, well, does that app satisfy all of the laws of that particular jurisdiction?
And Professor Mickens, have you undertaken any comparison between these security features that you've just listed as being enforced by the app review process and those that are enforced by the operating system?
I have. And in fact, if we look at this demonstrative up here, I categorize which of these security properties can be enforced by an OS alone. So what we see at a high level, what this chart is saying, is that we have in each row the security property that I just talked about. And then the 2 columns that we see off to in the middle and in the right talk about, can an operating system enforce the security property? and can an app review enforce the security property? And so what we see is that for the first three security properties, sandbox compliance, exploit resistance, and malware exclusion, an operating system is perfectly capable of enforcing these security properties without any additional assistance from an app review. Now, if we look at those bottom two categories, at a high level, what we're seeing here is that both an app review and an operating system have a difficult time enforcing these properties. And so the high-level takeaway point from this is that we see that there are three properties an OS can provide by itself. There are two properties that both the OS and the app review struggle with, and this informs my expert opinion that when you look at the primary guarantors of security for the user experience on an iPhone, the app review provides minimal additional security properties beyond those which the operating system already provides. Now, if we look at this table, we can go row by row, and I can explain my reasoning behind this. So, for example, if we look at sandbox compliance, remember what that's about is it's saying, can we ensure that an application's behavior is restricted? And remember that the way that an application interacts with the rest of the system is via system calls, via requests that are sent to an operating system. Well, these are all client-side behavioral properties, the types of requests, the types of system calls that an app is generating. So an operating system, which is actually on the client device, is perfectly situated to enforce this particular security property. If we look at that second row, exploit resistance, so that's all about trying to make benevolent but possibly buggy applications be robust against attempted attacks by outside parties. Well, when we talked about a few demonstratives ago, all of those memory protection techniques, those are all exploit resistance techniques. Those are all techniques that make an application more difficult to attack, to subvert. It makes it more difficult for malicious parties to steal data from apps or to overwrite that data. And so an operating system is also well equipped to enforce these properties as well. All right, so let's look at this third property here, so malware exclusion. So this is the idea that we want to prevent malicious code from executing on a client device. Well, you can provide that property within the operating system, either by having first-party malware scanners or by having third-party malware scanners. Why can we do this? Well, once again, malware, we define the goodness or badness of an application with respect to the behaviors that it tries to perform. And so because the operating system is the manager of the device, it can act as a platform for excluding malware. Okay, so now let's look at those bottom two categories. These are the categories where I think that it's difficult for both an OS and an app review to provide the security properties. So let's first look at user consent for private data. Well, as I mentioned, there are two different types of private data. The first is computer-generated or computer-managed private data, things like your contact list or things like sensor data from your phone or from your accelerometer. Well, the way that applications would attempt to read or write that data is via system calls, via requests that are sent to the operating system. So the operating system is the thing that sees those requests. And so thus the operating system is uniquely well situated to enforce user consent for that type of private data. Because when the OS sees a request from an app to access, let's say, your GPS unit, the OS itself can put up a prompt and say, user, do you authorize this particular request? So an OS is perfectly well situated to perform that type of security check. Now, I did mention a second type of private data. This is human-entered, human-generated data. So, for example, something like a birth date that you type into a text form. Well, here it's difficult for an OS to detect such data and track how it's manipulated, in part because there are so many different ways that a user can enter that data into a device. For example, a birth date can be construed as like day, month, year, or month, day, year, how many digits do we have for the year? Is it 4? Is it 2? So it's a hard problem for software, and OS included, to automatically determine what human-generated data of a private nature looks like. So an OS struggles to track that data, but so does the app review. It's actually hard for a human user to discover, by human user, I mean a human app reviewer. It's hard for a human app reviewer to test all the various parts of an application, see all the various places where private data might be requested. It's also hard for either a human reviewer or an automated technique, like static or dynamic analysis. It's hard for all these approaches to figure out how that data might be computed on and how it might be shared with external third parties. So both the app review and the operating system struggle here. And that's also the same for legal compliance. Both the app review and the operating system have a tough time determining whether an app satisfies the requirements of arbitrary laws. And one main reason for this is that these laws are oftentimes complex, and even human lawyers and judges may disagree over what these laws mean. And whether
You're
an
not
app...
suggesting that there's no value to human review, are you?
No, I'm not. Instead, what I'm suggesting is that the benefit of human review is marginal at best, for a variety of reasons I can go into now or discuss later.
Assuming that we get to it. If not, we'll come back.
Okay.
Professor Mickens, I believe you testified that your bottom line conclusion here was that the app review security layers provide minimal additional benefits beyond what's already enforced by the operating system. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Have you been following the trial proceedings these past 2 weeks?
I followed some of it, yes.
Have you read or heard any testimony that you view as relevant to that conclusion?
I have, yes. I've read transcripts of several pieces of testimony that I think bolster the conclusions that I'm making here. So, for example, Cosmica, who helped to run the review process for Apple, he testified that the average amount of time that is spent on an app review is, I believe, 6 to 12 minutes. 6 to 12 minutes is not a very long amount of time. And what that means is that if you are someone who's trying to flip something past the app review, the human aspect of it, you only have to get that app to look like it's legitimate for 6 to 12 minutes on average before it'll pass through that human aspect of the app review. So that's one piece of testimony that buttresses my opinion.
Your Honor, excuse me. This is outside the scope of the report. The internal processes of app review were not considered within the report.
The human processes were not considered in his report?
Your Honor, perhaps I can...
Let's point me to the paragraph of his direct testimony where he talks about human review.
So, Your Honor, he reviewed the guidelines. He was not able to access internal documents related to the internal processes of human review. This is just testimony that supports his ultimate conclusion, which was disclosed in the report.
Could you answer my question and point me to the paragraph?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Professor Mickens' written direct report, paragraph 67. I believe Professor Mickens explains...
Just let me read it.
Right.
Okay, well, that doesn't do it. I see the legal compliance finishes at 76. What you just said is not all that remarkable. Why don't you move on? I'm not seeing anything beyond that.
Sure, thank you. Move on.
Okay.
So that was one piece of...
He's going to ask you a new question.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. Thank you.
Professor Mickens, is the App Store the only way that apps can be distributed on an iPhone?
No, it is not. So there are several additional distribution channels, two additional ones of which I discuss in this demonstrative that we see here. So we just talked about the Apple App Store mechanism for distributing apps. That's the one that's best known to layperson users. However, there are a variety of additional models that can be used on an iPhone. So for example, that one in the middle, the enterprise program, this model basically allows an enterprise to act as a distribution hub for applications that are distributed to the iPhones of employees for that business. So here the basic idea is that the enterprise first has to go to Apple and has to register with the enterprise program. If Apple agrees to let the enterprise into the program, then the enterprise can then allow its own internal developers to create apps, to sign apps. And these apps are going to be signed by the enterprise developers, not by Apple. That's the difference between this program and the App Store program. And then those apps that were created by the enterprise developer can then be distributed via in-house mechanisms. So in other words, the enterprise itself can have a server, for example, that distributes those apps directly to enterprise iPhones. And so what we see in this model is that we see a difference in how apps are signed and how apps are reviewed. So in this distribution channel, apps are signed by enterprise developers. They're not signed ultimately by Apple before they're distributed to end-user machines. And also, apps are not centrally reviewed by Apple as they are in the App Store program. Now, if we look at that distribution channel off to the right, that's an internal distribution channel that's intended for use by Apple internal engineers. So the basic idea here is that if these engineers are trying to test various aspects of iOS, then they don't want to be hassled by the burden of having to get all of these test apps signed and then reviewed. That just slows down the engineering process. So in this distribution channel, an Apple engineer can install and execute an app that hasn't been signed by anyone and that hasn't been centrally reviewed by Apple.
So, Professor Mickens, what is the significance of these other distribution channels to your opinions in this case?
The significance is shown on this demonstrative that we see here. So what we're seeing here is that each row is a different kind of distribution channel. So the App Store, the Enterprise program, and the internal Apple Test and Distribution program. Now, what we see is that off to the right, sort of those blue sets of boxes, we see that each of these three app distribution channels has a different approach towards whether apps are reviewed by Apple to developer identification. In other words, who gets to pick which developers can use this distribution channel. And these different models also have a different approach towards code signing. Are applications signed, if at all, and if so, by whom? And so what we see is that despite the differences in that blue side of the table, the check marks and the X's and the partially and the not by Apple, we see that for all three of these distribution channels, we still have check marks in the column that says on-device security as enforced by the operating system. And so this is very important because what this shows is that already iOS supports multiple distribution channels. This is already the case. And furthermore, in these distribution channels, these on-device security mechanisms are still enforced. And so this is quite relevant when it comes to this idea of a third-party app store, because you can imagine that if we were to allow a third-party app store on the iPhone, it might have some different checks and X's and so on and so forth on the right-hand side of the table, but it could still have that green check when we look at on-device security mechanisms enforced by the operating system.
Professor Mickens, have you also evaluated the Mac OS as part of your assignment in this case?
I have.
And what is Mac OS?
Mac OS is the operating system that Apple has designed for its laptops and its desktops.
And how do apps get onto a Mac OS device?
So at a high level, there are 3 different distribution channels for a Mac OS device, as shown in this demonstrative. So first we have the Mac App Store channel. This is very similar in spirit to the iOS App Store channel on iPhones. Essentially, developers must be registered with Apple. Once they are registered, they design their apps for Mac OS. They upload a signed version of them to the Mac App Store review process. If the app passes the review process, Apple then redistributes the app via the official App Store, but now it's signed by Apple, not by the individual developer. So that's one model for app distribution on Mac OS. Now there are 2 other ones. Look at the one in the middle. That's third-party distribution with notarization. So what this means is that, well, developers still have to be known to Apple, so they still have to register with Apple's developer program. But now, when the developer wants to distribute their app, they submit it to Apple for the purposes of notarization, not for a full review. And so at a high level, you can think of notarization as just being a malware scan. So Apple looks at the app, checks to see if there's any malware in there that is known to Apple. If the answer is no, then Apple essentially generates a signed message which says that we, Apple, didn't find any malware in this app. And now the third-party developer is free to distribute this app, which is signed by the developer, not by Apple, via a distribution channel of the developer's choosing. So in other words, in this model, apps are signed by the developer, they're not signed by Apple, and the review process is minimal. It essentially only just checks for malware in the app.
In your industry, is the iOS viewed as a stronger operating system than the Mac OS?
How are you defining stronger?
More secure.
I think there's a diversity of opinions on that. I mean, certainly, if you talk to Google people, they wouldn't agree. I think in my expert opinion, and I sort of touch on this in my report, in my direct written testimony, I think there is rough equivalence in terms of security between iOS and Android.
No, I said iOS and Mac OS.
Oh,
not Android.
Sorry. Okay. So the question is, would I say that iOS and Mac OS are in the same rough?
Is iOS more secure than Mac OS?
I would not say that it is meaningfully more secure.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Professor Mickens, I think that you were describing the third-party distribution with notarization channel that appears here. Could you just briefly summarize third-party distribution as it appears in the far right-hand column of this demonstrative?
Yes. So what we see all the way off to the right is a distribution channel by which apps are not reviewed, and furthermore, they're not even notarized. And so in this distribution channel, when an app arrives on a user device, it is unsigned, or it's signed by someone that Apple is not aware of. And it's also not reviewed. And it's not even checked for malware by Apple. And so this is a distribution channel that is allowed by Apple today. It allows this form of app to arrive on a user device.
Professor Mickens, are Mac OS and iOS completely different operating systems?
They aren't, actually. If you look at how they're structured from the engineering perspective, then what you see, as shown in this demonstrative, is that iOS and Mac OS share critical infrastructure, critical plumbing.
I'm sorry, Professor, do you have, did you review the Apple data?
To determine...
Did you review proprietary information to reach these conclusions, or is this your outside view of Canaan?
I viewed no confidential Apple information. Now, for example, with respect to this demonstrative, how did I come up with this? So
the reason I'm asking is because I haven't heard from Apple. So if Apple's experts who write the code or whatever come in and say these systems are different, I take it then you wouldn't necessarily have a basis to disagree because you haven't seen their proprietary information. Is that right?
No, I wouldn't agree with that, and here's why. Because if we look, for example, at this diagram here, there's that part that says OS kernel, Darwin. That's a kernel that's shared by both iOS and macOS, and that's open source.
Okay.
So I have looked at that. That's publicly known that that's a thing that exists.
Okay.
So I've looked at that personally. Now, when you look at the middleware layers, so you see like in that dotted box, there's some middleware that's shared by both OSs. There's some that's not. So how do I know that? How do I know that that stuff exists? Well, there are books that exist, some of which I believe are written by people who work at Apple who talk about this. And furthermore, there are people who reverse engineer things, who have provided evidence that the structure that we see here is in fact a structure that is one that exists. And in fact, there has been testimony here during this trial from people who work at Apple who've spoken to the fact that these two operating systems share core components.
But they're not, okay, that's fine. Continue.
So, Professor Mickens, I think that you were explaining the shared components that appear on this demonstrative. Could you just explain the remaining layers that you hadn't addressed?
Yes. So, as we kind of just discussed, there is an OS kernel that is shared between both iOS and macOS. That's open source. Its name is Darwin. There's also a set of middleware which is shared between iOS and macOS. So, what does this shared OS functionality do? Well, it's responsible for implementing some of the lowest level management tasks on the device. But perhaps more importantly for this case, that shared OS functionality is responsible for enforcing many of the core OS-based security mechanisms. So, for example, memory protection and things like that. It's also responsible for providing the infrastructure, the plumbing that makes sandboxing possible. So that's what those shared functionality pieces do. Now, if we go one row up in the demonstrative, we see that there is middleware, OS middleware, some of which is specific to iOS and the Mac OS. Now, the reason why some of that differs is because, for example, an iOS has a different user interface based on a touch screen in comparison to a Mac OS. So you need some different OS code to deal with that kind of stuff. You also have some specific middleware on the two platforms for customizing some of those core OS level security features, and in particular to help to implement some of these different distribution channels that we see on the two platforms.
So, Professor Mickens, could you explain to the court how security gets enforced on Mac OS?
Yes. So if we look at this demonstrative, what am I showing here? Well, I'm showing for both iOS and Mac OS the shared set of functionality in the operating system that provides on-device security. That's what we're seeing at the bottom, sort of in the green. And so we've looked at a version of this slide before when I was talking about how security is enforced on iOS. And so what I want to call your attention to here is that if we look at the bottom layer in the green, we see a lot of overlap between these various ovals. We see a lot of security mechanisms, in other words, that are provided by both iOS and macOS. Why is there that overlap there? Well, I explained that on the previous slide. It's because iOS and macOS share the same kernel and a lot of their middleware. So if we look at the top in the blue, here we see those off-device security mechanisms. These are the things that are sort of involved with implementing various policies for different distribution channels. And so what we see is that on both iOS and macOS, there is support for code signing, although not all distribution channels require that on these two platforms. On both of the platforms, there is support for developer identification, although the two platforms have application channels that may implement that in different ways. And then furthermore, on both platforms, you have support for app review, although not all distribution channels on these two platforms use that. So these are the sort of common pieces of functionality.
So, Professor Mickens, does macOS do anything differently to ensure security from iOS?
It does. So if we go to the next demonstrative, what we show here are some of the features that are currently unique to macOS, although I believe that they could be implemented on iOS with minimal engineering effort because there's so much shared plumbing between the two platforms. So if we look up at the top right, we see on the macOS side, there's this notarization oval, this new notarization oval. That's basically the part of the Mac distribution model that deals with running that malware scan on the server side, and then making sure that Apple can produce that signed message saying, we found no malware here. So that part's currently not implemented on iOS for off-device security, although, like I mentioned, I think that it could. Now, if we look at the...
But they'd have to create it new.
What do you mean by create it new?
Have to write code for the mobile device.
I believe that the amount of code that would have to be written is actually quite minimal. And the reason is because, and I sound like a broken record perhaps at this point, if you look at the green part in the bottom, we see a bunch of common security mechanisms. And in fact, can we go to the next demonstrative, please? So this is sort of a natural place to talk about this. So if we look at this demonstrative, what it's showing is that on the left, I believe that you could actually take these models and move them to the iOS. And so if you look at that green part at the bottom, you see that there are components that are on macOS, like Gatekeeper, like malware scanners, like the notarization, that I'm showing sort of having these arrows coming to pre-existing green parts. Those are the pieces of technical plumbing that I think would allow those features from macOS to be brought over to iOS. So I got a little bit ahead of myself, but I wanted to have this up when we were having this conversation. Let me tell you specifically what Gatekeeper and malware scanners do. So specifically, what the malware scanners do on macOS is that they essentially look to try to see if malicious code has gotten onto the device, and if so, they try to get rid of it. So do these malware scanners currently exist on iOS? Not currently. Do I think that they could? I think the answer is yes. Because if you look at the plumbing, the infrastructure from the operating system that is needed to implement these features, it's all there. It's all those green boxes that are shared across both platforms. Now, if you look on the right in macOS, there's this thing called Gatekeeper that you may have heard about earlier. What is Gatekeeper? Gatekeeper is basically a program that runs on macOS. And at a high level, when you try to install an application, Gatekeeper looks at the signature and tries to determine which application distribution model it came from. Did it come from the Mac OS store, which means that it's going to be signed by Apple? Did it come from the notarization model, which means that the app will be signed by a developer known to Apple? Or did it come from that third channel? And then depending on the signature that Gatekeeper finds, it may prompt the user to say something like, oh, this app was notarized, but you haven't allowed notarized apps, or this app wasn't signed by anyone. Do you want that type of application to be installed? So Gatekeeper essentially looks at signatures and then executes the policy. So why do I show that being capable of being implemented on iOS? Because how do you check signatures? Well, you need operating system support to allow the signature in a piece of digital content to be found. And that's on iOS. That's part of that shared OS functionality that both iOS and macOS have. So this is why I think that, for example, if we wanted to take the notarization model and port it, use it on iOS, that's why I think that it's possible.
And Professor Mickens, your discussion there, you focused on notarization and Gatekeeper. Just for completeness sake, I see that malware scanners are listed here too. I take it you have the same opinion with respect to malware scanners?
Yes, that's right. And so malware scanners, you can think of those as essentially being pieces of code that examine app behavior and try to figure out if that behavior is malicious. And malware scanners can also be implemented on iOS because there is that same shared support across both OSs for doing behavioral introspection, through the sandboxing introspection layer.
Professor Mickens, if Apple were to allow users to access apps through channels outside of the App Store, how, in your opinion, would that impact users' security experience?
I don't think that it would have a meaningful difference on the security experience.
So, Professor Mickens, can you walk us through the implications of the various app distribution channels that you've discussed on both iOS and macOS today?
Yes, I can. So if we look at the next demonstrative, then what we show here is now I'm showing you all 6 application distribution channels that we've talked about today. So each row is a channel. We're looking at the channels that I've talked about for iOS and for macOS. Now, what we see is that for all of these different distribution channels, all of which are supported, I want to say, in today's world. So already these operating systems are capable of supporting multiple distribution channels. What we see is that for each one of these channels, if we look at sort of the columns off to the right, so apps reviewed by Apple, apps signed by, then we see a diversity of text in those particular columns. In some cases, apps are reviewed centrally by Apple. In some cases, they're not. In some cases, they are, but it's only a malware scan. Similarly, if we look at the apps signed by column, we see diversity there as well. In some cases, apps are signed by Apple. In some cases, they're signed by enterprise developers. In some cases, by third-party developers, or not at all in some cases. So we see diversity on that side of the table. But what do we see in the on-device OS security features column? We see yeses all the way down. So what does that mean? That means that regardless of the distribution channel that is being used to get apps onto an Apple device, at least in these 6 models that we're looking at, all of the on-device OS security features, memory protection, sandboxing, so on and so forth, they're all enforced. And so the importance of this chart is severalfold. First of all, it shows that empirically, Apple devices already support multiple distribution channels. Second, it shows that in those channels, the on-device security features provided by the OS are still enforced. And what this means is that if iOS was opened up to third-party distribution channels, you could imagine adding another row to this table where maybe we have, a different set of yeses or nos on those last 2 columns, but we still have a yes in the on-device OS security feature column.
Professor Mickens, are the distribution channels that appear on this chart mutually exclusive?
They are not. And this is another important thing to keep in mind. So, for example, if we look at the way that the Mac OS world currently operates today, this is not an act of imagination, you can imagine that some users might only want to download apps from the Mac store. And that's fine. That's allowable today. You could imagine also a different user who, for whatever reason, only wants to install apps that are notarized, that don't go through the central Mac store. That's also possible too. The user could maybe want to use both, so on and so forth. And so why is this so critical to this case? It's because if iOS were opened up to third-party app stores, that would not, for example, prevent users from using the regular app store. It would not in any way encroach on Apple's ability to perform reviews for apps that come through the central app store process. These things can coexist, and users can choose which channel or channels they want to use to download and install apps.
Professor Mickens, would opening up app distribution on iOS mean that Apple would have to stop performing app reviews on iOS?
No, and this is a really critical point to make, that if iOS were opened up to these additional channels, the App Store wouldn't have to be changed at all. Apple could still use whatever internal processes it had to scan for malware, to look for, desired aesthetic qualities for apps. There's no reason that Apple couldn't keep doing that today. And we already see, as I kind of alluded to earlier, that, at least on Mac OS, a layperson user already has access to multiple distribution channels, none of which impinge on Apple's ability to perform the review process as it sees fit.
Professor Mickens, would implementing any of these alternative distribution channels on iOS make the iPhone any less secure than the Mac OS, in your opinion?
I don't believe so, no.
Professor Mickens, at the beginning of your testimony, or early in your testimony today, the court asked you a question about Android. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, your testimony today has focused heavily on Mac OS, not Android. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why have you focused on Mac OS and not Android in your discussion?
Well, because I think that if you look at Mac OS and iOS, these are two operating systems, although they share important pieces of functionality. But these are two operating systems which Apple itself has written, which Apple itself has advertised as being extremely secure. But when we look at this chart, this demonstrative, what we see is that Mac OS, which is touted by Apple in public-facing documentation as providing a very secure experience, we see that it allows a variety of distribution channels in which apps may not be fully reviewed by Apple or reviewed at all. And yet, Apple says, once again in public-facing documentation that anyone can see on their websites and in their commercials, they say that Mac OS is secure. And so that's why the comparison between iOS and Mac OS is so important, because let's even say that we think that Android somehow is radically less secure. Well, let's just look at iOS versus Mac OS, two products that Apple itself has made, two products that Apple itself says are secure, but two products of which support a variety of application distribution channels with some very different properties. And yet, all of those distribution channels still enforce the on-device OS security features.
Your Honor, no further questions.
Do you know how many people fall into this third-party developer story that you have for Mac OS?
No, I don't know the fraction of all Mac programs.
Ballpark?
I don't have statistics. I wouldn't know.
Do you know how many apps are on the iPhone?
No, I don't have direct knowledge of that, no.
Would it make a difference to your analysis if the third-party developer number was so small that it could be easily managed, as opposed to having to deal with hundreds of thousands of apps that went through this process?
So what do you mean by managed?
Well, if you know who the third-party developers are, you have a relationship, and so if anything happens, you know who to go to, as opposed to having hundreds of thousands of developers out there throwing things onto your device. Would that make a difference?
Well, I think that it's a subtle and complex topic. The reason why I say that is because fundamentally, what determines whether an application is malicious? Well, as I've opined at several points in the testimony, it's behavior. So let's imagine we had a world, the one I think you were envisioning, correct me if I'm wrong, where the third-party App Store universe was so small that the third-party App Store manager, whoever that happens to be, would have like an individual relationship with the developers somehow. But if something went wrong, the third-party App Store manager could go to that developer and say, tisk, don't do that kind of stuff, or punish that person in some way. Even if we were in that world, you would still want to provide client-side OS security mechanisms, because you need insurance. That's almost like the way to think about this. You have to sort of hope for the best but plan for the worst. And so, in fact, this is one of the reasons why, if you look at the variety of distribution channels that these Apple devices support currently, they all still support that those basic OS-level security mechanisms.
But in planning for the worst, could it be that these third-party developer numbers are so small that that's an acceptable risk, as opposed to opening up so wide that you are now dealing with hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of inputs. And so that risk is not necessarily a risk that is worth taking.
Well, I think that the question is touching on, at least implicitly, this issue of scalability, because I think that when you look at, how do we define risk? Or like, for example, why do I think that the app review as currently instituted doesn't provide huge marginal security benefit? Part of that challenge is scalability. So if you do have a very large app universe, it can be difficult to, find enough human reviewers with enough time to look at them all.
Yeah, but your analysis, though, doesn't really deal with that scalability issue then.
My analysis, so when I say things like in my expert report, when I say things like the app review provides marginal additional benefit, right, that's something that I think, at least implicitly, several pieces of Apple testimony have agreed with, in as much as when Cosmica says, sorry, I won't mention that.
That's okay. I'm really more focused on yours as opposed to the human aspect. I mean, you've made a big point about this third-party access. All I'm trying to understand is whether you've done any real analysis in terms of the numbers that get implicated. And it sounds like the answer to that question is no.
Yeah, if I understand, let me take one more crack at trying to understand what you're saying. So there are parts of an App Store operation that involve scalability issues. There are parts that do not. So when you look at those on-device client-side security mechanisms, those mechanisms can be implemented sort of regardless of the volume of the apps that a third-party app store would have to review. Because basically you design those, OS-based security mechanisms once, and then they just kind of work for any type of app that shows up on a machine. Now, when you look at the human-driven aspect of it, and that's why I was sort of coming back to that earlier, that part is more difficult to scale. And so it is true that in a third-party app that had fewer apps, there would be less of a concern with the human scalability aspect of it. But